Chapter 85. Just Another Ice Sky Lover. The day after I received the letter from Demon Lord Rookie, having finished delivering the UV-cut parasol, I decided to go collect new materials. So, Ugnies, will you come with me? Of course. This is my workshop, located in the Reisna territory. Ugnies nodded, sitting in the chair across from me. Thurkanen-sama, what kind of material are you looking for? If possible, something the people of the Empire don't know about. I said. General Reisna and the others will soon be conducting a joint border survey with the Empire. If a summoning magic user summons another new kind of magical beast at that time, it could be dangerous. So, as a countermeasure, I want to create a powerful item. But we already have the laser pointer and security buzzer. The enemy might already know about those items. The enemy is a spellcaster capable of summoning magical beasts with a magic circle. There's a possibility they witnessed the battle between the Demon King's army and the new magical beast somewhere. In this case, to catch them off guard, it would be better to create a new item. I understand. If that's the case, Ugnies thought for a moment and then said, in that case, I think meteoric iron would be good. Meteoric iron. A stone that fell from the sky, a fragment of a meteorite. Huh? Come to think of it, you gave me some before. I took out a small stone from the ultra-compact portable storage. It was the meteoric iron I had previously received from Ugnies. Meteoric iron, a fragment of a stone that fell from the dark sky. It possesses attributes and composition different from substances found on Earth. Attributes: sky, 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 darkness, darkness, earth. Using this, I could grant the mysterious attribute sky to an item. However, the meteoric iron I have here is too small, so even if I used it for synthesis, the effect would be minimal. If there were a bigger piece, I'd want it. With that, I might even be able to conduct magical experiments. There's a place where it said a large rock once fell from the sky. I found the meteoric iron there. Sounds interesting. Is that place far from here? It's nearby. It's a rocky area at the foot of a mountain range. Let's go check it out. Will you guide me? Yes. And so, I decided to go gather materials with Ugnies. This is the place. Ugnies guided me to a rocky area at the foot of the mountain. It was further down from the mines, and in the ground was a mortar-shaped depression. Apparently, it was the site where a meteorite had fallen long ago. When I was little, I often came here, Ugnies said. Really, this place is rarely visited by people. So even if fire came out of my body, I wouldn't be a bother to anyone. Ugnies murmured softly. Come to think of it, because of her tendency to ignite, she couldn't freely interact with others. Back then, unless she was somewhere deserted, she couldn't take off her armor. Maybe this was the one place where Ugnies could relax without worrying about being seen. Of course, now I can wear clothes like this normally. Ugnies pinched the hem of her skirt and smiled. But still, when I come here, I remember my younger self. I couldn't control the flames and caused trouble for so many people. I see. So this is a secret place only you know. That's right. Thank you, Ugnies. I bowed my head to Ugnies. For bringing me to your secret place. Thanks to you, I might be able to get some rare materials. That's too much. You don't have to thank me. I didn't really do anything. Ugnies covered her face with both hands in embarrassment. But if I can be of help to you, Thurkanen-sama, I think the younger Ugnies would be happy too. You've helped more than enough. Just wait here. I'll find the material right away. I took out my newly made personal magic detector from the ultra-compact portable storage. I opened the lid, placed the small piece of meteoric iron inside, closed the lid, and activated the detector. Beep. The wings on its back pointed toward a section of the rocky area. Found it. The meteoric iron is near that big rock. Amazing, but it looks like it's wedged between the rocks. It might be hard to retrieve. It's okay. Please wait just a moment. Suddenly, Ugnies took my hand. Then, as if waiting for something, she closed her eyes. Ugnies, because I want to be useful, I'll power up and show you I can move the rock. The health-enhancing pendant on Ugnies' chest began to glow. Thurkanen-sama, please make it so the pendant can speak. Speak. I want it to be known that you're the one giving Ugnies power. Saying this, Ugnies guided my hand to her chest. I activated Creation Alchemy over Alchemy. I modified the health-enhancing pendant so that it could emit sound and adjusted it so Ugnies could toggle the voice on and off with her magic. And then, the pendant raised its voice loudly. Received, plus 100% vitality from fire attribute magic, converting surplus fire magic into other elemental attributes. Fire magic converted into earth magic. Received, plus 100% stability from Earth attribute effect. Earth magic converted into metal magic. Received, plus 100% fortification from metal attribute effect. Metal magic converted into water magic. Received, plus 100% flexibility from water attribute effect. Water magic converted into wood magic. Received, plus 100% vitality from wood attribute effect. Agnes was trying to activate the health-enhancing pendant by amplifying her fire magic. She was trying to move the rock with that power. You can do it, Agnes. Yes. Agnes wrapped her hands around mine. She pressed those hands to her forehead, as if in prayer. Received, plus 600% vitality from fire attribute magic. Converting surplus fire magic into other elemental attributes. Fire magic converted into earth magic. Received, plus 600% stability from earth attribute effect. Earth magic converted into metal magic. Received, plus 600% fortification from metal attribute effect. Metal magic converted into water magic. Received, plus 600% flexibility from water attribute effect. Water magic converted into wood magic. Received, plus 600% vitality from wood attribute effect. The health-enhancing pendant emitted a tremendous light. Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water magic circulated, and Agnes's body radiated heat. It wasn't the heat of flames, it was the warmth of vitality. As I thought, Thurkanen-sama always gives Agnes strength. Agnes released my hand and turned to face the massive rock. Then, placing her hand on the rock, Hiya, rumble. A massive boulder, about the height of a grown adult, rumbled and rolled away. It happened in the blink of an eye. Amazing. This is all thanks to the power Thurkanen-sama gave me. No, but still, it's incredible. If Agnes wielded a weapon, she'd be seriously strong. Agnes relies on brute strength in close combat. Really? So I want to train more so I can protect Thurkanen-sama and everyone better. But father doesn't train me much. The general probably can't bring himself to raise a weapon against you. Someday, I want to train under a truly great swordsman. Agnes is also General Rizinga's successor. One day, she might inherit his position and protect this territory. I should prepare some magic items just for her, for that day. Thank you. Thanks to you, I think I can collect the materials. I've never seen such a large meteor iron before. With this much, I can definitely use it as alchemy material. In front of me was a black stone about the size of a human fist. This was a fragment of a meteor that once fell in this area. Meteor iron. Since meteor iron came from the sky, its composition, hardness, and weight differ from other metals. I'll use those traits to create a magic item. For now, let's head back to the workshop and try fusing this with a weapon. To the workshop? When making a powerful magic item, I'm supposed to report it to the civil officer, Ert. You're so diligent, Thurkanen-sama. Since Ert seemed busy preparing for the border survey, I asked Mabel to deliver a letter while delivering the UV-cut parasol. It should have arrived a while ago. Alchemist Samaya. Huh. I hear Ert's voice. When I look, I see Ert running up the rocky terrain. Mabel is behind her. What's the matter, Ert? Well, the alchemist said he was going to make a new item, so I came to see it. Please don't push yourself. First, catch your breath. When I say that, Ert sits down on the rocks. It seems like she pushed herself quite a bit. Don't worry. I won't just silently conduct an experiment. That's not it, Sai. Ert takes a deep breath, and finally, it seems like she's calmed down. I didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble for the alchemist. Unnecessary trouble? You were planning to conduct the experiment when you returned to the workshop, right? Yeah, but I can't let you go through that trouble just for me. Still sitting on the ground, Ert raises her voice. Maybe she overdid it. She coughs and coughs. Mabel, who caught up, offers a water pouch. As expected of Mabel. Glug glug sigh. I didn't come here to disturb the alchemist. That's not my intention, so if Ert is with me, I can conduct the experiment right here. That way, we can avoid the trouble of going back to the workshop, right? Why yes. Are you being too serious, Ert? Because it's in my bloodline. Her bloodline, huh? Well, I guess that can't be helped. All right, I'll take you up on your offer and conduct the experiment here. I heard it's an experiment for a weapon. Here it is. I take out an arrow from the ultra-compact simple storage. It's a very normal arrow, with a steel tip, a wooden shaft, and feather fletchings. I'm going to try adding the properties of meteorite iron to this, and see if I can turn it into a magical weapon. A magical weapon? Do you mean an enchanted weapon? Something like that. Mabel, come over here. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Why yes. Thor-sama. Mabel, in her maid outfit, walks over to my side. Agnes takes the opposite side. Sitting on the rocks, I begin explaining the magic item I'm about to make. First, take a look at this. I spread a piece of parchment with a magic circle drawn on it on the rock. This is a summoning magic circle. It's the one used by those who summon magic beasts. If you look closely at this magic circle, you'll see symbols resembling doors, gates, and bridges. Indeed, that's true. Now that you mention it, I can see it. I didn't realize it before, but this line does indeed look like a door, gate, or bridge. Since it's a summoning magic circle, I think there's some meaning behind it. Doors, gates, and bridges have the role of connecting one place to another. A door connects rooms, a gate connects the inside to the outside, and a bridge connects lands. Summoning magic connects the place where the hero or magic beast is to the place of the magic circle and calls the target. As a basic principle of magic, fire magic creates flames, and water magic creates water, right? So, I thought this summoning magic circle, by depicting doors, gates, and bridges, might create connections. I understand. Thor-sama. Mabel nods. By creating the image of connections with a magic circle and activating it with a spell, summoning magic would be realized. The Empire was using this kind of technique, wasn't it? Thor-sama is really impressive. Analysis and appraisal are basic skills for alchemists. When I was in the Empire, I spent all my time reading books at work. There weren't many books, so I developed a habit of reading deeply into them. However, Alchemist-sama, how does this relate to weapons? Tilts her head. Well, I thought I could apply this to create a weapon for magic. A weapon for magic? I'll try it out. Please watch. I placed the meteorite iron, which I had just obtained, next to the arrow. Activate. Creation Alchemy. Over Alchemy. I activate the skill. First, I combine the meteorite iron, the fragment of a meteor, with the arrow tip. This can be done using material transmutation. I'll use the fragment of the meteor as the material and add its properties to the arrow tip. Since this is my first time handling this material, it's difficult. It's not even from this world, after all. Just by combining it with the arrow tip, the meteorite iron starts to shrink. I can probably make about 4 arrows at most. Executing Creation Alchemy. The arrow combined with the meteorite iron emits a faint light. This is the new magic item. Meteorite arrow. Attributes. Earth, 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 sky, sky. Rarity. A combination of a meteorite fragment that fell from the sky and an arrow. By merging with the meteorite, the hardness and penetration power have been enhanced. Thanks to the earth and sky attributes, special. It has the effect of summoning earth elements from the sky. The arrow moves through the air, falls, and pierces the target. The meteorite also moves through the air, falls, and pierces the target. By combining similar elements, it has become a medium for ritual magic. By channeling magical power into it, a specific spell can be activated. That being said, Mabel, could you try shooting this arrow? Aim for a diagonal upward direction, with it falling towards the target. Yes, Thor-sama. When you do, I'd like you to add this incantation. It's famous, so I'm sure you know it, but... I whispered into Mabel's ear. Mabel, looking surprised, said, Thor-sama, that's a spell only heroes could use. Someone like me can't. It's fine. It's an experiment. Even if it fails, it just won't activate. Right, of course. No one has been able to reproduce that spell so far. Ah, so that's why this arrow was made. Just like how magic circles support summoning magic, this arrow can support the activation of magic from the hero's era? Exactly. The power has been toned down, so I think it'll be fine. That was the great spell that destroyed the Demon King's fortress, right? Mabel nodded repeatedly. She seemed convinced. Mabel took out her personal, ultra-compact storage and retrieved a bow. With her bow and arrow in hand, she moved to the designated position. Agnes, make sure there's no one around. I don't think there should be, but just to be safe. I understand. Please observe the results and report to His Majesty, Chancellor Kelv, and General Rizinga. Understood. But what exactly is about to happen? This is an experiment with a magic item. It's also a test for making a magical sword. Oh, you know the Holy Sword of Light, right? Yes, I do. That one reacts to magical power and emits an intense light, right? There were also fire and wind magical swords in the hero's era, right? They produced fire and wind by using magical power. Yes, there were. But what about it? I thought I'd try making something similar to that. As we were discussing this, Agnes returned. It seemed there was no one around. Originally, this was a place no one ever came to. There were no wild animals, and even if there were magical beasts, it wouldn't be a problem. They weren't here. No issues. Mabel also finished preparing her bow. She had knocked the arrow and was ready to shoot at any moment. I think the fire and wind magical swords were also magic items for ritual magic. By swinging them with the fury of fire or with the motion of wind, they'd create fire or wind, respectively. That might be the case. So does that mean this arrow is the same? Yes. It's a combination of an arrow that moves through the air, eventually falling and piercing the target, and a meteorite that moves through the air, falls, and pierces the target. The only difference is whether it flies downwards or sideways. I see. Nodded. I understand now. You combined an arrow that moves through the air and falls to pierce the target with a meteorite that does the same? If swinging a sword like wind calls the wind, then by shooting this arrow, it could... Wait, does that mean this is the magic the hero used? Yes, it's the grand spell that fell from the sky and destroyed the Demon King's fortress. I said, that incantation is famous. The hero boldly shouted it in front of the army. Even though the incantation was known, no one was able to recreate that spell. I understand. Whether it's skills, magical power, or rituals, there's something the hero had that we lack. But if a magic circle, envisioned as a gate, supports summoning magic, then the arrow, combined with meteorite, might become the ritual that realizes the magic of falling from the sky, moving through the air, and piercing the target. If that's possible, it could create a new type of magical ritual. Excuse me? Alchemist Sama. Mabel refrained. I'm shooting the meteorite arrow. Whoosh. Mabel released the arrow. It was such a beautiful form that I couldn't take my eyes off it. For Mabel, an elf, archery must have been something she was very accustomed to. The arrow flew through the air, reached its maximum range, and began to fall. It's impossible. There's no way you can make an arrow that summons the hero's great magic, meteor. The moment said that, the arrow glowed. The light became a line, stretching straight up. Whoosh. After a moment, a small shadow appeared in the sky. It was a black rock. It wasn't very large, about the size of a human head, at most. A failure, huh? The legendary Great Magic Meteor, used by the hero, is said to have created a massive rock that shattered the Demon Lord's fortress. But the meteor-like thing before us now is nowhere near that impressive. At best, it could shatter the walls of a fortress. Well, for safety's sake, I made sure to add less of the sky attribute. Everyone hide. Why yes. Understood. What are you? We quickly hid behind the large rock that Agnes had moved earlier. The next moment, boom, the ground trembled. There was a tremendous roar, and rock fragments flew everywhere. At the same time, the smell of something burning from the rocks filled the air. The meteor-like object created by the meteorite arrow pierced the ground, creating a huge crater. To be honest, that's all it did. Its power is considerably weaker than the hero's great magic meteor. As a ceremonial magic, it might need a bit more refinement. Since it was created through magic, the meteor completely vanished. And the meteorite arrow disappeared too. It's a shame it can't be reused. It's a tricky thing to make use of. But with this, you could defeat a new type of magical beast in one shot. That's an overkill, if you ask me. Raised her voice. In the end, you've analyzed the magic circle, haven't you? And on top of that, you're using an item to recreate the hero's meteor. It's still a fake, so I call it meteor-like. I shrugged. The power isn't on par with the hero's. It's just a replica. To defeat a new type of demonic beast with something like that. Well, that's one use. But I thought this magic could also be used for civil engineering, you know? Civil engineering? Well, you know how there are rivers beneath mountainous areas, right? Landslides can block those rivers and cause flooding or water shortages downstream, right? In cases like that, if you use this meteor-like spell, you can easily remove the debris. Wait, why are you holding your forehead? I'm desperately trying to hold myself back. So, yeah, this is for dealing with magical beasts and landslides. Sigh. Was trembling and holding her head with both hands. I wonder if a rock fragment hit her. I'm worried. Thor-sama. What is it, Mabel? I have a question. A question? What would happen if that arrow hit a magical beast? Of course, the meteor-like thing would fall towards the arrow, right? What if the magical beast ran away? I think it would chase after it. Auto-homing tracking. Yep, auto-homing tracking. See? It's much more practical than the hero's meteor. A meteor that always hits is impossible. Why are you like this? For some reason, was shaking her head vigorously back and forth. Agnes was holding her shoulder as she tried to start walking. Why? That power. Please use it to search for the summoner. Eventually, as if exhausted, spoke. I understand that the meteorite arrow is powerful. I understand. Please, I ask you. But before that, I'm going to take a quick trip to Noza Town. Before coming here, I had asked the fairy sprites to deliver a letter to Princess Sophia. I had told her that I wanted to discuss the matter of the Duke and Princess Liana in person. After all, I couldn't keep talking in the bathhouse of the trading post every time. Agnes, will you come with me to Noza Town again? Of course, I'll accompany you. Mabel, please take care of the workshop while we're gone. If His Majesty or the Chancellor contacts us, could you quickly send the pixies? Understood. Leave the watching and communication to me. Then, I looked at and said, I think I can make 3 more meteorite arrows. I'll leave everything I make with you. Why yes. Please report on these items to His Majesty and the Chancellor. Also, it would be helpful if you could teach General Rizenga how to use them. Understood. Nodded. I'm shocked to be shown something like this so suddenly, but I understand that this is a trump card against the new type of magical beasts. I also understand that you are seriously considering measures against the magical beasts. That's right. You seem a little happy about that. No, it's not just about the magical beasts. I'm happy because it feels like I've discovered one of the mysteries of magic. Mystery. Alchemy is about discovering new techniques and mysteries that no one knew about. I'm really happy that I was able to find a new way to use ritual magic. Using magic circles as a hint, I realized that ritual magic could be used with magical items. Well, it might be an exception because I used meteorite iron, but it's still an advancement in the Demon King's territory. Honestly, you, of all people, sighed, looking troubled. You create something incredible and then casually hand it over. Really, honestly. I'm sorry. I'm causing you trouble. I understand. As a civil servant, I will support you with the procedures and other matters. So, Alchemist-sama, please do as you wish. Oh, I'm sorry. That was an inappropriate remark. Forget that. Also, why are you smiling like that? Alchemist-sama. Listening to flustered voice. Mabel, Agnes, and I decided to return to the workshop. Chapter 86. Just another ice sky lover. Inside the carriage heading toward the northern border. What's the matter, Princess Liana? This is the carriage on the way from the imperial capital to the border. The Duke of Karen spoke to the girl sitting across from him. You've been looking frightened ever since we left the capital. That's not true. Princess Liana lowered her head at Archduke Karen's words. I'm not frightened. It's not the first time I've gone to hunt magical beasts or approached the border near the Demon King's domain. It's a mission given to me by the high-ranking council. While I may feel honored, I am not frightened. Your face is pale. Your hands are shaking. Anyone can see that. Archduke Karen, the Holy Sword Princess, who fears neither magical beasts nor the Demon King's domain. What is it that you fear? Can you tell me? But we will be working together from now on, investigating the situation. I want to understand my partner better. Me. Someone like me. Being your partner, Archduke Karen. Princess Liana shook her head frantically. Indeed. Perhaps I am frightened. I have come to realize that the things I believed in up until now, I no longer understand. You don't understand? About Zagrin, and about Sister Sophia. I don't know what they were thinking, what kind of people they were. Perhaps I never tried to understand them. Princess Liana mumbled while gazing out the window. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. She hugged herself with both arms, grinding her teeth as if trying to hold back the overwhelming fear. I didn't understand anything. She spoke in a voice that seemed to fade away. Zagrin, whom I trusted, sent Sister Sophia to the border without telling me anything. I only found out much later. And Zagrin's subordinates provoked the magical beasts and put my sister in danger. I know about that. Zagrin said that Sister Sophia would never face any danger. Yet, I've heard that Princess Sophia defeated the magical beasts with light magic. Why yes, and she created the trading post at the border for the villagers. She is indeed a splendid sister. However, that's not how I knew my sister. Is that so? Sophia was weak, fragile, like a flower that would scatter with the slightest breeze. She was modest and never appeared in public, and that was why I could always consult her about anything. Liana closed her eyes and murmured. The Sophia I knew wasn't someone who would face magical beasts or negotiate with the Demon King's domain to create a trading post. So, either my sister has changed, or I never knew anything about her. Hmm. Are you afraid of Princess Sophia? The Holy Sword Princess. I. I wasn't worthy of such a title. Her voice was strained. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, digging her nails into her arms, and whispered, I didn't know anything. I didn't know what Zagran was thinking. I didn't know what kind of person Sister Sophia was. It feels like the world I knew is falling apart, and that scares me. I see. In that case, you should go to your sister's town. Huh? Princess Liana opened her eyes wide at the Archduke's words. If your partner is frightened, it will affect our future mission. If you don't understand your sister, it would be best to visit the town where she is and hear what people say about her. But at the high-ranking council, it was said that Liana must not meet Sophia. They didn't say you couldn't enter Nosa town, did they? Archduke Karen winked. If you go to Nosa town, you can hear about your sister's reputation. You might also learn about her current situation. But if I go, my sister will find me. Then disguise yourself. Disguise. I have a capable aide who can temporarily change your hair color with dye powder. Use that, change your appearance, alter your hairstyle and clothes, and leave your sword behind. Just visit the border town as an ordinary village girl. There should be no problem. But that would go against orders. As an imperial instrument, I'm not going against orders. But, come to think of it, there's a traditional performance from another world called searching for oneself. The Empire is the successor of the heroes. It's no problem if Princess Liana, the princess of the Empire, disguises herself and goes on a search for herself. I will take responsibility for this. That's all. What does that mean? It means you must go to the town where your sister is. Archduke Karen twisted his lips into a grin and smiled. In contrast, Princess Liana was holding her head in her hands. What Archduke Karen had proposed was to disguise herself and go meet Sophia. This was not something commanded. At least, it was not part of the teachings of Zagran. If it were up to him, he would never allow such a thing. But Archduke Karen was suggesting an action that was not part of the orders. Moreover, the Archduke was now Liana's superior. As both Archduke Karen and former Sword Saint, Karen was like a brother to the Emperor, and his influence surpassed that of Princess Liana. She could not afford to upset her superior's mood. This, too, was part of Zagran's teachings. However, taking actions that were not ordered was frightening. Liana had no idea what to do. What should I do? Well, it's just simple curiosity. I want to see how a person changes, Archduke Karen said, laughing. I want to see how you, who were raised under Zagran's teachings, would react if you were to descend into the town as a common girl. I want to see that. Huh. Stand in the people's shoes and go see how your sister is viewed by them. You might understand why Princess Sophia has changed. At Archduke Karen's words, Liana involuntarily nodded. Seeing this, Archduke Karen clapped his hands and called his adjutant over. The Archduke and the female adjutant discussed and made arrangements to disguise Liana. They also decided that the Archduke's group would take a few days of rest in the next town and began discussing the arrangements for accommodations. Liana, dumbfounded, watched as the plans unfolded one after another. This was the first time something like this had happened. What Zagran had taught her was how actions would bring about certain benefits. Everything Liana did was for the benefit of the Empire. Even meeting her sister Sophia was meant to help stabilize Liana's mental state and strengthen the ties of the imperial family. The simple desire to know her sister was something she had only recently been allowed to accept for the first time in her life. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The Archduke's adjutant bowed her head. The Archduke sometimes says such things. If you dislike it, feel free to decline. No. Liana placed her hand on her chest and said that. The fear still lingered. Perhaps she didn't know anything about her sister or even about her mentor Zagran. Those thoughts swirled in Liana's mind. Sophia was a different person from what Liana had imagined, and when they met, Sophia might reject her. Maybe everything Zagran taught was wrong, and perhaps Liana would have to be punished for it. If that's the case, then I have to confirm it. She was scared. Liana had always followed Zagran's teachings. When she went to meet Sophia, she had probably just complained about her work without really listening to her sister. How would her sister have felt hearing that? Sophia, who was frail and could never leave the palace. Perhaps her sister didn't want to see her anymore. No, if that were true, it would be strange for her to send a letter. The fact that Sophia sent news meant she cared about Liana. But maybe that was just out of duty, and in reality, Sophia might not care for her. If Liana went to see her, maybe she would be coldly turned away. Archduke Karen. What is it? Would it be all right if you came with me? That's not possible. I would stand out too much if I went with you. Archduke Karen pointed to the scar around his right eye and his left arm, which didn't move well. The traits of the former sword saint were well known. If he went with her, it would defeat the purpose of Liana disguising herself as a village girl. I'll assign my adjutant as a guard. You should go. Archduke Karen. I'm not forcing you. You could also decide to forego entering Nosa town and head directly to investigate the magical beasts. However, I've heard rumors. My unworthy former disciple, the son of Valgarigas, entered the demon lord's domain without hesitation. He entered unfamiliar lands and blended in as if it were perfectly normal. Archduke Karen said, looking at Liana. Even among the relatives of my unworthy former disciple, there seems to be quite a person. I would like the brave princess of the Holy Sword, who is my companion, to gather her courage as well. Understood, Archduke Karen. The trembling in her body had not stopped. Having lost Zagrin and separated from Sophia, Liana felt as if she were standing naked on the roadside. She was insecure, anxious, and didn't know where to go. It was then that Archduke Karen showed Liana the way forward. If she refused this, it felt as though she would never be able to go anywhere again. I ask the same of you, Aid. Please accompany me to Nosa town. I understand. Archduke Karen's aide bowed. When we reach the next town, I will help you change your appearance, Your Highness. Please do. Please call me Nona. We will say that you are a village girl I have taken in. As for your backstory, how about a traveling girl who got separated from her parents and is asking around town? The carriage stopped. Princess Liana moved to the carriage where Aide Nona was. After a while, the group arrived at a town to the south of Nosa town. This would be the base for the border investigation. Archduke Karen declared that the fatigue of travel had caught up with him and announced a few days of rest. During this time, Princess Liana and Aide Nona prepared for their journey north. A few days later, they arrived at Nosa town. This is Nosa town? As she passed through the town's castle gate, Princess Liana froze. This was her first time entering the town as a traveler. Normally, she would ride in a carriage, go directly to an inn, and then proceed to the monster hunting destination. She rarely walked through the town on her own 2 feet. I heard this town was at the northern edge, but it's quite lively. No, this is strange. Aide Nona tilted her head. There are too many people. A town so close to the border shouldn't have so many people. I wonder if they are coming from nearby towns. Is that so? Let's ask the townsfolk. Which one do you think we should talk to? If possible, someone around my age. Princess Liana tightly gripped the hem of her skirt. Right now, she was disguised as a village girl, with her hair color and style changed. She wasn't carrying a sword either. Of course, if she had even a stick in her hand, she could fight reasonably well. But this was unfamiliar ground. Other than Aide Nona, she had no allies here. As long as she kept her identity hidden, no one would help her. I've always been protected, haven't I? She realized this only now. She had been strong because she was the princess of the Holy Sword, protected by soldiers. And yet, she had somehow been able to speak with the Demon King, to want those dear to him as tools in her hands. Liana recalled how she had been yelled at by the Demon King back then. At that time, she couldn't have complained even if she had been killed. Your Highness? What is it? It's nothing. Let's speak with the townsfolk. Could you stop someone of a similar age who looks approachable? Understood. Aide Nona called out to a passerby. The person she stopped was a boy and a girl walking together. They looked to be around Liana's age. The boy was a little taller, and the girl had bright red hair. She wore a metal pendant on her chest, so she seemed to be from a good family. Neither of them was carrying any weapons. When Nona spoke to them, the boy's eyes lit up with curiosity. The girl smiled with a slightly troubled expression. Good. With that attitude, it seemed like they would be okay to talk to. With that thought, Princess Liana waited for Aide Nona to return. Chapter 87. Just another Ice Sky lover. She is Layla, the girl I took in and protected. The deputy commander, Nona, spoke to the boy and girl. Nona gave a discreet glance to Liana, signaling her to follow the plan. When they entered the town, Liana was to use the alias Layla. I am Nona, a soldier assigned to patrol the highways. By order of my superior, I've been entrusted with the task of escorting Miss Layla to her parents. We stopped by Nosa town along the way and it's surprisingly busy, so I was curious, and that's why we stopped. Nona's words were picked up by Liana. At this moment, Liana had her hair dyed chestnut brown, and she wore a hood. Her clothes were those of an ordinary traveler. No one would recognize her as Princess Liana. Still, talking to unfamiliar boys and girls made her nervous. Liana had never conversed with peers as equals before. But still, Liana continued to speak, looking into the boy and girl's eyes. So, I heard there is an imperial princess in this town. I wondered if the bustling atmosphere here might be due to that. Since we came this far, I wanted to ask the townspeople about it. Liana spoke all her prepared lines in one breath. Then, as she looked at the faces of the boy and girl, how coincidental. The boy nodded, seemingly impressed. I've been waiting here because I also wanted to see Princess Sophia. Is that so? This kid and I came from a nearby town. We heard that Nosa town has been busy lately, so we thought we might find some business opportunities and have been looking around. The tall boy looked toward the red-haired girl. The girl, looking a little flustered, said, Why yes, that's about it. Then, we heard that Princess Sophia would be returning to the town soon. That's why we were waiting by the gate. Will Princess Sophia pass through here? Yes. The townspeople were talking about it. The boy's words were true. If Liana listened closely, she could hear the townspeople's chatter. Princess Sophia is going to visit the soldiers to show appreciation. She should be back soon, and I'd really like to see her. She's expected to return in about an hour. The people were talking like this. It seemed that the large crowd at the town gate was due to this. It seems there's still some time before the princess returns. Deputy Commander Nona said to the boy and girl, If you don't mind, would you share some stories with me during this time? I rarely come this far, and I'd love to hear about the people living near the border. Sure. From a soldier. Nona-san. Yes. I'll share my story. So can we also hear from you and Miss Layla? Mine. Nona and Liana looked at each other with puzzled expressions, and the boy paused before speaking. Actually, I work as a craftsman, making furniture and metal goods. A craftsman? Yes. So, if possible, I'd like to know what's happening in the south, in the imperial capital. Knowing what's needed and what's popular would help with my work. I see. If that's the case. Nona glanced at Liana. Without hesitation, Liana nodded. Liana wanted to know how Princess Sophia was viewed by the people of the town. She didn't mind talking about the capital in exchange. Understood. Let's talk. Then, let's go somewhere we can sit and talk. There, we'll also be able to hear the gossip of the townspeople. It should be a good spot for you, Layla-san and Nona-san, to learn more about this town. The place is Eiji, no, I know the place. The red-haired girl picked up the boy's words. I've heard there's a place nearby where we can have some tea. Thank you. That's helpful. I made sure to plan properly with my best friend's advice. The girl mumbled shyly. They seemed like good friends. If my sister and I were townspeople, would we have been able to stay together like this? Thinking that, Liana began to follow the boy and girl. Here, I think we can hear the town's rumors. It might also be useful for Nona-san and Layla-san. There's an empty seat in the corner. Liana was guided to a shop that combined a tavern and a tea house. Perhaps because it was daytime, everyone seemed to be drinking tea at the moment. The boy and girl sat side by side, drinking tea while listening to the voices of the town. That boy really seems like a craftsman. Nona whispered into Liana's ear. He's been observing the tools that the townspeople carry. It's occupational habit. It's clear that he wants to gather information for work. The common folk are quite strong, aren't they? Liana murmured before taking a sip of her tea. The tea was light, but sweet. Yet, it was delicious. It was different from what she usually drank. It had the taste of a bustling town. The common people lived like this, in ways she hadn't known. And among them, her sister Sophia was adored. So much so that everyone waited for her return right in front of the gate. Liana had no idea how such a thing had come to pass. I really knew nothing at all, did I? Even though it was her first time seeing the people up close, she felt as though she hadn't truly understood them before. The boy and girl across the table, these commoners, they likely spoke of things like this. The boy, while drinking tea, took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. He also took out a pen and ink and seemed to be jotting down notes regularly. He was probably writing down the town's rumors. He was diligent in his research, though Liana couldn't quite figure out how he was keeping the long quill pen and ink bottle tucked away in his pocket. The girl beside him, on the other hand, leisurely sipped her tea. She looked calm, and it seemed that she was content simply with the boy being beside her. They appeared like siblings, but they might also be a young couple. As Liana was thinking about this, truly, what an extraordinary person. This Sophia-sama. A townsman in the tea house suddenly raised his voice. Liana's shoulder twitched at the mention of her sister's name. With a tense expression, she strained to listen to the gossip. Thanks to Sophia-sama, this town has gotten much better. I never imagined such a princess existed. She's been out today, comforting the soldiers, I've heard. Moreover, she's strong herself. Apparently, she shattered a magical beast with her magic. That's right. My sister fought the magical beasts. Liana didn't know such a thing about Sophia. But since the people were talking about it, it must be true. The conversation continued. When she defeated the new kind of magical beast, I heard that Sophia-sama summoned a guardian spirit. I know. She summoned a presence so powerful that it scared the magical beast away. My sister summoned a guardian spirit? She didn't know about that. It seemed impossible. Such magic was something Liana herself didn't know. Yet, the townspeople kept saying so. And their conversation didn't stop there. I've heard this is just a rumor, but Sophia-sama can talk to animals. That's why owls and cats gather around her. She's truly a mystical person. My sister can speak with animals. The trading post at the border, that was made possible thanks to her power. I never thought we could get trading opportunities at the border. The Demon King's territory must be recognizing her power, too. The Demon King's territory is acknowledging my sister's power? The magical beast Gargarasa was defeated in no time. That terrifying Demon King. No way. I bet Sophia-sama has been going to the trading post so often because of that. She seems to get stronger every time she returns. I even heard she found a hot spring at the trading post. I guess that's why she's been so energetic. Sophia, has she awoken as a hero? Liana froze, still holding the cup to her lips. Crushing magical beasts into pieces with light magic. Summoning a guardian spirit. Talking to animals. Making the Demon King's territory recognize one's power. Uncovering hot springs. Liana does not know such things about Sophia. Even though she is her twin sister, it felt like hearing about a completely different person. Of course, this is what the townspeople say. It is not necessarily the truth. Still, it must contain some degree of truth. The people of this town are much closer to Sophia than Liana is. Archduke Sama, I still don't know anything about my sister. How ignorant I am. Is something the matter, Layla-san? Why yes. Called by her false name, Liana instinctively looked up. When she did, a young craftsman was looking at her with concern. Are you feeling unwell? And no, I'm fine. The tea is delicious too. Liana shook her head and took a sip of tea. Nona, who was sitting next to her, looked worried. I'm fine, Nona-sama. Liana reassured Nona, then looked towards the boy and girl. Have you ever seen Princess Sophia? Yes. Luckily, I've seen her up close a few times. I see. Is Princess Sophia really the person the rumors say she is? Instead of Liana, who hesitated, Nona asked the question. It seemed Nona was trying to help Liana without revealing that she was her sister. No, I think Princess Sophia is even more than what the rumors say. More than the rumors? She's very brave, sometimes does the unexpected, has a strong curiosity, and is such a person. You speak as if you're close to her. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. I apologize. No, it's just that I didn't think Princess Sophia was that approachable. It's just a personal opinion from someone who lives in a nearby town. Please just ignore it. The boy said this with a smile. Thanks to Princess Sophia, the Imperial soldiers started protecting the border areas. Because of that, it became easier for us to travel from the nearby town as well. We truly appreciate her. I also think Princess Sophia is a good person. I respect her. The red-haired girl nodded vigorously. For them, Liana's sister seemed like someone approachable and respectable. Liana felt like she didn't need to ask more questions. She realized that her sister possessed something she herself didn't have. Well then, could you tell me about the Imperial capital? The boy spoke, looking at Nona, the vice commander. You must go to the capital sometimes for the patrols, right? Why yes. Once every few months, to report. Is the capital, an easy place for soldiers to live in? Are there any inconveniences or things you think could be improved? The capital is the great capital of the empire. Nona spoke to the boy. It is the center of people and culture. The security is good, and most things can be obtained. Above all, it's the seat of the emperor. The information coming in and the technologies available are probably the best on the continent. Is that so? Nosa town is also becoming more populated, but it still can't compare to the capital. What about further south? The boy asked. Is the war in the south still ongoing? It's a series of skirmishes with the small country alliance. I can't talk in detail, but anything you can say is fine. Why are you interested in such matters? I'm a craftsman. When the country changes, the things that are needed change too. I want to make things that will help everyone, looking ahead at the changes to come. That's a noble spirit. I think so too. Before she knew it, Liana was nodding at the boy's words. The boy's eyes were shining. He must take great pride in his work. The girl next to him was looking at him with warm eyes. Liana felt inexplicably envious of the two of them. The Southern Front will end with an imperial victory. Soon, with the Empire's overwhelming power. After a brief pause, Nona spoke. The soldiers are saying something like that. That's about all I can tell you. Thank you. The boy seemed satisfied with that. He took notes on a piece of parchment, muttering to himself. The things I need to make next are. What he was creating probably wouldn't move the nation, but it was a noble spirit, nonetheless. Did my sister also change by interacting with the people like this? While thinking about that, Liana watched the town. The tea house faces the main street. From here, she could easily see the flow of people. Her sister had become an extraordinary presence, but the town remained ordinary. The only difference was that there seemed to be many owls and cats. She had heard that the people of Nosa Town cared for them to keep away pests and rats. There was a cat in front of the tea house as well. A small white kitten and a black kitten. The white cat was staring at Liana, tilting its head in curiosity, seeming to hesitate whether to approach. The black kitten's face was close to the white one, as if they were discussing something. Come to think of it, my sister liked small creatures. With that thought, Liana reached out to the cat. However, the white cat smoothly dodged her and headed toward the boy and girl. Without hesitation, it jumped onto the boy's lap and, in a small voice, said something. Huh. Suddenly, the boy widened his eyes and looked at Liana. Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Meow, 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 meow. The boy and the white cat shook their heads. Anyway, I think Princess Sophia will be back soon. How do you know? Had he asked the cat? As Liana thought this, the boy turned his gaze outward. The entrance to the town has gotten more noisy. Ah, I see. Let's go. I'm going. The boy and girl settled the bill and stood up. The young craftsman and the red-haired girl walked side by side, with Liana and Nona following behind. When they reached the main street, they could see a crowd gathering in front of the town gates. Princess Sophia is coming back soon. Then, I'll see her, and after that. Liana still didn't know what she wanted to do after seeing her sister. The high-ranking officials had forbidden Princess Liana from going to see Princess Sophia. However, Archduke Karen had said, "They never told me you can't enter Nosa Town." Furthermore, before their departure, he had said, Princess Liana is forbidden from visiting Princess Sophia. But if Princess Sophia happens to find Princess Liana and wants to meet her, there shouldn't be a problem, right? He had said such a thing. It was an unreasonable logic, but Liana understood it to be the Archduke's goodwill. Your Highness, it seems like she's almost here. Yes. Nona. Liana nodded in response to Nona's whisper in her ear. She wanted to see her sister, no matter what. With that thought, she walked toward the town gates. So, she was slow to notice the commotion. Someone, catch that person. She heard a scream. Instinctively, she looked toward the voice and saw a woman lying in a narrow alley. Across the street, a man holding a dagger was running, cradling a young girl under his arm. Thief. He took my child. Someone. Copper and silver coins were scattered at the woman's feet. Probably, the man had tried to steal money from her, but she resisted, and he ran off with the child. Don't come near. If you do. The man raised his dagger. Nona looked at Liana as if asking for permission. Liana nodded and gripped the dagger hidden under her robe, running toward the man. I can't allow a ruffian in my sister's town. But it was too far. If only someone would stop the man's movements. Just as Liana thought that. Officer. Not Isaac. Officer. The voice rang out from the crowd, and the man, holding the child, froze. The strength left his hand, and the dagger fell. The man seemed to sense something terrifying and looked around frantically. Right after. I won't forgive bad people. The red-haired girl had grabbed the man's arm and restrained him. When did she? Liana and Nona had immediately run when they noticed the commotion. The young craftsman and the red-haired girl must have been nearby. So how did the girl already get next to the thief? Did she slip through the crowd quickly? Like water? Let go. The man tried to shake off the girl's hand. But the girl didn't budge. In fact, with her free hand, she grabbed his other hand and twisted it. Are you all right? The girl smiled gently at the freed child. It was scary, huh? But it's okay now. Yeah. We'll hand this person over to the soldiers. With a smooth motion, the red-haired girl effortlessly threw the man to the ground. Lightly, as if swinging a paper doll. A cold sweat ran down Liana's back. She hadn't expected there would be such a powerful person in the borderlands. Officer. Hurry up, officer. The voice echoed from the crowd. Each time, the man's body would spasm as if struck by a whip. His expression was filled with fear, as though he were seeing a huge creature. And then, did you call? Had they heard the commotion? Soldiers were coming from across the street. They were Imperial soldiers, all carrying spears. This man was trying to abduct a child. We've caught him. Oh, my apologies. We should have noticed. Anyway, we'll hand him over now. A girl with red hair handed the man over to the soldiers. The robber had stopped resisting. He was trembling in fear, only shaking uncontrollably. Thank you. And you are? I'm in a hurry, so I must take my leave. Farewell. The red-haired girl said this and ran into the crowd. The soldiers left behind tied up the man. Then, they raised their voices to the townspeople. We apologize for the delayed response. Our security force was newly established, and it seems the communication wasn't going smoothly. One of the soldiers bowed his head to the people. Then, they all said in unison, we are a unit directly under Captain Isaac. We are the Omawarison unit responsible for maintaining order in the town of Nosat. Because the influx of people increased, with the permission of Princess Sophia and Captain Isaac, we formed this unit. If there's any trouble, feel free to come to the headquarters. Saying this, the soldiers dragged the man away. The people sent them off with applause. A security-maintaining Omawarison unit, even something like that. With the creation of a trading post and the increase in people, bad elements also started to infiltrate. That's why a unit to protect the people was formed. It seems my sister, Sophia, had thought this far ahead. Then, those two children earlier, their companions? When I thought about it, it explained why those two were so familiar with my sister. It also explained why the red-haired girl was terrifyingly fast. Sister, has she been managing this town so brilliantly? I felt as though the ground beneath my feet was swaying. I had no understanding of my sister at all. I was made to realize that again. Perhaps, Princess Sophia has found new talent in this borderland. Talent? Yes. If not, the town wouldn't have changed so drastically in such a short period. That may be true, but that talent must also have been acquired by my sister's influence, right? Your Highness, let's head to the gate. I want to see my sister as she is now. Liana started walking towards the town gate. She could feel her heart pounding loudly. By the way, she hadn't had the chance to thank those two children for listening to her, for teaching her many things, and for giving her the valuable opportunity to speak with the people. She had to thank them the next time they met. Not as an imperial princess, but as Sophia's sister. She would make sure not to tarnish her sister's name. Sophia-sama is here. A voice came from the direction of the town gate. Protected by soldiers, a carriage entered the town. It was a small carriage. At the window, a girl in a dress was waving her hand. Is that Sister Sophia? Without thinking, Liana rubbed her eyes. Her sister, inside the carriage, looked as if she was glowing. Of course, it was probably an optical illusion. Sophia was simply smiling gently. Even so, she seemed like a completely different person from the sister Liana knew. Her eyes shone with vitality. Her skin was smooth and glossy. Her hand waving to the people was strong, and there was no sign of the frailty she had when in the imperial capital. More than anything, her expression was strange. It was as if she was expecting to meet someone important, and she was looking around with that face. Of course, she wasn't looking for Liana. Sophia didn't know Liana was here. Yet, their eyes met. Sophia's gaze stopped at Liana, who was wearing a hood. Sophia, looking at her, tilted her head in confusion. And then, let's go? Nona-sama. Is that all right? I can't do it. I don't know how to face my sister. With what kind of expression should I meet her now? Muttering this, Liana turned on her heels. She mixed into the crowd and slipped into an alley. After Sophia's procession passed and the people thinned out, Liana ran out of the town, as if escaping. Is it really okay? Your Highness. At the edge of the town, Nona stops. She turns around and asks, looking at Liana who is following behind. If Princess Sophia wishes to meet with Princess Liana, it wouldn't be a violation of orders. His Grace the Archduke said so. This is fine. Nona-sama. Liana shakes her head. At my current state, I am not worthy of standing before Sister Sophia. But, Your Highness, my mission is to investigate the new species of magical beasts. First, I must fulfill that duty and achieve results. Only after that will I meet with Sister Sophia. It would be reckless to. It's not reckless at all. Before she realizes it, Liana raises her voice. As a princess of the Empire, I haven't achieved as much as Sister. With no accomplishments, how can I face her? It's about achievements. First, I must achieve something. To do that, I must lead the investigation and subjugation of the magical beasts. Are you truly certain about this? Fortunately, No one has discovered my true identity. Sister probably didn't realize it was me during that moment. If Nona-sama and I remain silent, it will be as if Liana was never here. She wants to achieve something worthy of being a princess of the empire. She wants to make accomplishments that rival her sister's. Once she does that, she'll be able to stand proudly before Sophia. Luckily, no one has noticed that Liana is here, so, excuse me, may I ask, are you the younger sister of Princess Sophia? When she turns around, the boy and the girl from earlier are standing there. The boy is holding a white cat, the same one they saw at the tea house. The cat is pointing at Liana with its front paws, saying something. The girl is standing protectively near the boy, watching them intently, in a stance ready to move as soon as Liana and Nona draw their swords. The boy bows and then asks again, addressing Liana. Once again, may I ask, are you Princess Liana Dorgalia, the twin sister of Princess Sophia Bulgaria? Who are you exactly? Nona, the vice commander, reaches for her sword. At the same time, the boy dismounts from the girl's back. The girl watches Nona with caution. Stop, Nona-sama. Layla-sama. No, Layla-san. You understand, don't you? That girl is not an ordinary person. The strength of that girl is unknown. They shouldn't fight. Liana's warrior instincts tell her so. Why this misunderstanding? Liana gently asks with a calm voice. I know the name Liana Bulgaria. However, isn't it a bit rude to mistake me for such a person, Your Highness? I have a friend who is knowledgeable about light magic. Meow? That person told me that they feel a strong presence of light magic. They said it's the same kind of magic as Princess Sophia's. Since no one else has that kind of magic, I thought it could only be Princess Liana Bulgaria. I've already informed Princess Sophia of the situation. The boy said this. Behind him, from the direction of the town, a horse is approaching. There are two people riding it. One is a soldier. Behind them, a girl is sitting, her face hidden by a hood and cloak. The girl is holding a black kitten. It's the same one that was with the white cat at the tea house earlier. It's been a while, Liana. The girl lifts her hood while on horseback. She has smooth, white skin. Her pink hair is a little shorter than Liana's, like cherry blossoms. It's Liana's sister, Sophia Bulgaria. Sister Sophia, why are you leaving when you've come all this way? Sophia, with the boy's help, dismounts from the horse. Then, she reaches her hand out toward Liana. Welcome, Liana. There's so much I want to talk to you about. With a gentle smile, Liana's sister, Sophia, said this. Chapter 88. Just another ice sky lover. Thor's point of view. This is the residence of Princess Sophia in the town of Nosa. In its living room, Agnes and I were having tea. So we wait here until Princess Sophia and the others finish talking. We came to the town of Nosa to discuss the investigation of the magical beasts. We were in front of the town gate because we had arrived early. We were waiting for Princess Sophia to return. Though, I didn't expect to run into Princess Liana there. I didn't realize she was a princess at all. Agnes said beside me. She treated us normally too. She didn't act high and mighty at all. Exactly. It was completely different from the image I'd had of Princess Liana up to now. Still, it's true that she's Princess Sophia's younger sister. After all, the winged pixie Soleil detected light magic power from her. Thanks, Soleil, for finding Princess Liana. It was an honor to be of service. Soleil said while curled up in white cat mode on my lap. On the chair next to me, Agnes and Rune, in black cat mode, both nodded. Soleil and Rune had arrived in town ahead of us. Then, when we met at the tea shop, Soleil said, from that girl, I sense light magic very similar to Princess Sophia's. That's what she said. When I took a proper look at the girl who introduced herself as Layla, I realized she did resemble Princess Sophia. About the same height. Same eye color, same jawline. When I imagined her hair colored like cherry blossoms, she looked exactly like Princess Sophia. That's when I finally realized she was Princess Liana. After that, I asked Rune to inform Princess Sophia. Then we stopped Princess Liana, who had gone outside the town. As a result, Princess Sophia and Princess Liana were able to reunite safely. But still, it's strange. Agnes tilted her head. Why would a princess of the empire disguise herself and come to this town? And why try to leave without seeing Princess Sophia? Yeah, that's what I found strange too. If Princess Liana had come for the magical beast investigation, there'd be no need for a disguise. It was odd she only had one subordinate with her. If she'd come to see Princess Sophia, it made no sense to leave without doing so. Also, when she reunited with Princess Sophia, Princess Liana looked like she was about to cry. I really don't know anything about what kind of person Princess Liana is. What I do know is that she used the holy sword in the battle against the magical beast Gargarasa, and that after the battle, she tried to recruit me. But Rookie turned her down firmly. It was a request to continue making magic items for the Imperial family. But the Princess Liana I saw just now didn't act high and mighty at all. She treated us, whom she thought to be ordinary townspeople, with kindness. She seemed like a completely different person from what I'd heard. Well, I'm just glad Princess Sophia is happy. Me too. Yes. Indeed. Agnes and I exchanged glances and nodded, as did Soleil and Rune. Princess Sophia and Princess Liana were talking upstairs. So as not to disturb the reunion of the sisters, the second floor was currently off limits. I wonder what they're talking about. We continued to sip our tea as we waited for their conversation to end. Sophia's perspective. It's been a while since we've talked like this, hasn't it, Liana? Sophia, dressed in her gown, spoke to her younger sister. It felt strange to see her sister in her private room in Nosa. Especially with her hair dyed chestnut brown and dressed like a village girl, it was all the more odd. When Sophia saw her from the carriage, she hadn't recognized her as her sister, Liana. She had just felt that there was something curious about the girl. But shortly after returning to the residence, the winged pixie Rune came and informed her. Soleil has found a girl with strong light magic. Could she perhaps be your highness's younger sister? That's what she said. So, Sophia went outside the town in disguise, together with Isaac. In the meantime, Thor and Agnes were stalling Liana. That's how Sophia was able to meet her twin sister again. And yet, please look up, Liana. Sophia's twin sister kept her head down the whole time. As if facing a stranger for the first time, she wouldn't meet her eyes. It's been so long since we last saw each other. What's wrong? I don't know anymore. After a moment, Liana murmured quietly. The one before me. You're Sophia Onizen, right? Of course, I'm your twin sister, Sophia. Sophia peered into Liana's face. Why would you ask something like that? Because the sister before me now is too different from the one I knew. I see. Sophia nodded as if she understood. Liana had only ever seen the frail version of Sophia. She was probably surprised to see her sister walking around energetically and governing a town. It's no wonder Liana is confused. Let's keep the foot baths and fizzy baths a secret, Sophia thought. It's probably best not to let the Empire know about Thor Kanan-sama's abilities. It's a little painful to lie to Liana, though. As she thought about these things, Sophia continued. When I came to this border region, I got better. Maybe it's the climate, maybe it's the change in food, or maybe it's the magical energy of the land. I'm not sure, but I've become able to go out like this. So that's why Sister is now able to stand up to magical beasts? Huh. Thanks to the land's magical power, you became able to summon guardian spirits, awakened a power to talk with animals, were acknowledged by the demon lord's territory, and even discovered a hot spring, didn't you? Liana, what are you talking about? I really didn't understand anything about you, sister. Liana muttered with vacant eyes. Sister, you've awakened like a hero. The next time I see you, you might have wings on your back and be flying through the sky. Sister, you've evolved, super evolved. Get a hold of yourself, Liana. As Sophia placed her hands on her sister's shoulders and shook her, Liana began to speak about the rumors she had heard in town. Hearing the details, Sophia said with an exasperated look, You're so silly, Liana. Just like when they were children, Sophia gave her little sister's forehead a gentle poke. Who takes rumors at face value? You're really clumsy with things like this, you know. So they're just rumors? That's right. The stories probably got exaggerated along the way. Then Sister didn't fight magical beasts, or seal them with guardian spirits, or talk to animals, or get recognized by the demon lord, or discover a hot spring. They're rumors. Not everything is true. Thank goodness. The strength drained from Liana's body. She slumped into a chair, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at her sister. I was so worried. I thought, maybe Sister had become a completely different person. And I've never really considered your feelings, sister. Saying that, Liana bowed her head to her sister. After Grandpa Zagran was gone, and you were gone too, I didn't know what to do. I never really thought for myself before. Liana, I always thought I was protecting you, sister. I believed that if I achieved enough, your status would improve, and one day we could live together again. That's why I did anything I could to gain achievements, even using myself or others as tools. I didn't care. Her voice trembled. Tears spilled from eyes the same color as Sophia's. But that was just my selfish assumption. Grandpa Zagran sent you to a place like this without me even knowing. Forgetting to wipe her tears, Liana continued. After you were gone, I felt so anxious. I couldn't decide anything on my own. I thought I was protecting you, but in reality, you were the one protecting me. Then I was assigned to investigate the border region, and His Grace the Archduke told me to go see you. It's all right now, Liana. Before she realized it, Sophia had embraced Liana. Just like when they were little, she gently stroked her back. Sister, you told me so many times not to blindly believe Grandpa Zagran's words, but I didn't listen. I was so focused on achievements. That's why. It's all right now. You don't have to cry anymore. Liana. Saying that, Sophia continued to gently stroke her sister's back. Sophia felt that it was her responsibility, too, that Liana had turned out this way. Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran, had tried to raise Liana to fulfill his own ambitions. He used his position as her tutor to mold her into a tool for his own advancement. Even though Sophia had realized it, she hadn't been able to stop it. All she could do, trapped in the detached palace, was to give Liana warnings. And Zagran's education did align with the Empire's ideals. However, during the demonic beast Gargarasa subjugation battle in the Demon Lord's domain, Liana experienced defeat. She was defeated by a demonic beast and saved by the Demon Lord's domain. It was a defeat not only to the demonic beast, but also to the Demon Lord's domain. The Demon Lord's domain, or more likely, Thor, the one who created the magic item that was the source of its power, taught Liana the meaning of defeat. That was probably the turning point for Liana. Thank you, Thurkanen. And you as well, Demon Lord. In her heart, Sophia gave thanks to Thor and Rookie. Wani-san. Yes, Liana. What is it? Will you return to the Imperial capital with me? Liana looked at Sophia with eyes swollen from crying. From now on, I will achieve accomplishments that no one can rival. I'll defeat new species of demonic beasts and capture the one who controls them. With that achievement, I'll make sure to bring you back to the capital, Wani-san. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't need such accomplishments. Wani-san, I plan to live here, in this borderland. Sophia said so with a smile. Seeing that, Liana's eyes widened. I've never seen you smile so happily, Wani-san. Is that so? It's strange. Wani-san, did something happen to you in this land? I found a purpose for my life. Sophia closed her eyes and pressed a hand to her chest. Thinking of the person who had once touched that place, she said, My life, Sophia Dalgaria's life, will be used for the peace and prosperity of this borderland. If my status as a princess gets in the way, then I'll discard it. For the sake of someone dear I found here. Wani-san. I suppose it sounds dramatic, though, Sophia said with a small smile. To her, this was like a vow, a declaration to her twin sister Liana, that she had found something truly important. I found someone I cherish. I've decided to devote my life for that person. I don't quite understand. I see. It's still a bit early for you, Liana. But Wani-san, we're the same age, aren't we? We're twins, right? Yes, that's true. I'm sorry, Liana. Wani-san, you've truly changed. Liana let out a long sigh. I wasn't able to change at all. Why have we become so different, even though we're twins? Maybe it's because I was weak. Because you were weak? I was physically weak and lacked the strength to fight. The one I admire. He also had no combat skills. Because of that, we were treated as weak in the Empire. Sophia spoke. But that's precisely why both he and I have always searched for ways to survive. Sophia read many books in the detached palace, learning about the age of heroes and the affairs of the Empire. Thor had also honed his alchemy to survive. Now, both of them were putting that knowledge to use. Of course, Thurkanen-sama has had it much harder than I have. That's why Sophia respected Thor. She wanted to understand him, and she hoped to walk alongside him. That was Sophia's current feeling. Wani-san, you were weak. But I was strong. Yes, that's why you didn't need to change, Liana. Sophia gazed steadily into her younger sister's eyes. But Liana, you've already realized that things can't go on the way they have been, haven't you? Yes, sister. Then from now on, learn from someone other than Zagran. Interact with the weak, the townspeople, and learn from them. You can do it, Liana. Because you are my precious little sister. Wani-san, I'll be watching over you from here. You truly aren't going back to the Imperial capital, are you? After some time had passed, Liana spoke. She must have understood Sophia's resolve. I'm here for you, Liana. If you're in trouble, write to me. If you're ever lost, come to me anytime. But I want to do something that will help you, sister. In that case, become someone who governs the country justly, as a princess of the Empire. Someone who governs the country justly? If the Empire is at peace, I'll be able to live here in peace too, won't I? That would help you, Wani-san. Yes, and the people as well. Sophia said this as she gently stroked Liana's hair. I understand. Sister. Liana wiped her tears and nodded. Seeing that, Sophia looked relieved and released her hold on Liana's body. As Sophia quietly gazed at her little sister, Liana stood up from her chair and said, As your little sister, I, Liana, will live a life I can be proud of. Like you, I will think of the people, protect them, and become someone they admire. I promise you, Sister Sophia. Yes, Liana. Sophia nodded with relief. I must reflect as well. I didn't realize you were struggling so much. There are some things that are just too embarrassing to tell you, Wani-san. You'll feel better if you say them out loud, you know? Will I, really? Your mistakes are also mine. If there's someone you wish to apologize to, I'll apologize with you. If you're willing to go that far, sister. Liana lifted her head with newfound resolve. Then, looking straight at her twin sister. Let's see. For example, during the subjugation battle against the magical beast Gargarasa, I told the soldiers to fight for the Empire and our honor. But I couldn't even defeat the beast myself. When you return to the capital, tell the soldiers, I'm grateful for your efforts. How about training with them and getting to know them better? Not only that, I declared on the spot that the Demon Lord's territory is no match for the Empire. And after saying something so offensive, I ended up being saved by the Demon Lord. Such a disgrace. I will speak with His Majesty the Demon Lord. If they know what you said, I will apologize. If they don't, we will make amends by developing the trade post the Demon Lord's domain requested. That's not all. Tears welled up in Liana's eyes. I also demanded that the alchemist the Demon Lord holds dear be handed over to me. And I even said, though of low status, I want you to dedicate yourself as an alchemist in service to the Empire. I told you about it before, didn't I? That I wanted the alchemist. No, I didn't hear the details. I see. But what I told the Demon Lord and her people was extremely rude. I must have been out of my mind at that time. I could only see everything as a means to achieve results, and I was terribly disrespectful to that Demon Lord. But still, Wani-san, you've developed such friendly relations with the Demon Lord's territory that you're building a trade post on the border, right? I'll send a sincere letter of apology as well. And if that's not enough, I'll wield my sword to protect them. For the benefit of those from the Demon Lord's territory. Please, Wani-san, I want you to deliver it for me. Once the subjugation of the new species of magical beasts is complete, I'll write to the Demon Lord, apologizing for my rude words. Wani-san, what's wrong? Why you're smiling, aren't you? But your face is kind of scary, Wani-san. Liana. Yes. Sit down for a moment. No, not on the chair. On the floor. We need to talk. Chapter 89. Just another Ice Sky lover. Thor's point of view. I apologize for what I said the other day. As a princess, and as Sophia's younger sister, I offer my deepest apologies. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a little while after Princess Sophia and Princess Liana began talking in the room upstairs. When I was called into the room by Princess Sophia, Princess Liana was bowing deeply. Her shoulders were shaking, and she was gripping her skirt with both hands, apologizing in a tearful voice. What kind of conversation did they have here, I wonder? The alchemist? No, Kanan-sama, as a person from the Demon Lord's domain, has been helping my Wani-san, right? Yes, something like that. I nodded. This was the explanation I had heard from Princess Sophia just earlier, so I figured it would be best to stick with this story. I am a hostage sent to the Demon Lord's domain, but thanks to the Demon Lord's kindness, I am allowed to act freely. His Majesty wishes for friendly relations between the Demon Lord's domain and the Empire. That's why I came to this town. Not a single lie was spoken. Rookie allowed me to act freely, and Her Majesty does indeed hope for a friendly relationship with Princess Sophia. The joint magical beast investigation between the Demon Lord's domain and the Empire is also a part of that plan. I came to Nosa Town for the meeting regarding that. To think that someone would think so much of my Wani-san. I've been so rude. That's right. I've always been helped by Thor Kanan-sama. While gently patting her sister's back, Princess Sophia spoke. I owe my life to Thor Kanan-sama. Not just once, but many times. Oh, really? I have a great respect for Thor Kanan-sama. At those words from Princess Sophia, Princess Liana bowed her head deeply once again. So what on earth happened here? Regarding the incident with the magical beast Gargarasa, I also apologize for the rude things my sister said. Princess Sophia said, standing next to Princess Liana. I've spoken firmly with Liana. I believe she'll reconsider her actions from now on. If Thor-Kanan-sama is angry, I, Sophia, will offer myself to calm his anger. Princess Sophia said that and gave a formal bow, in contrast to Princess Liana, who was trembling as she lowered her head. Honestly, how should I respond when a princess apologizes while crying? To think my sister would be so angry. For someone to be this important to her. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Please, raise your head, Princess Liana. I said. I felt that it was enough now. When I had heard Princess Liana's words from Rookie earlier, I was honestly quite upset. But, well, there was no real harm done. Princess Liana was apologizing desperately, so that was enough for me. By the way, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I am Thor-Kanan, formerly of the Empire's nobility, now residing in the Demon Lord's domain. Why yes, thank you for earlier. Princess Liana finally lifted her head. Thanks to you and that girl, I was able to meet my sister. Also, you taught me about the lives of the people here and how much my sister is adored by them. You've given me such a valuable experience. It was just by chance. Until a little while ago, I didn't even realize that Princess Liana was here. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that you opened my eyes. Princess Liana gave a formal bow to me as a princess. I am truly grateful for everything that has happened today. Thank you, Kanan-sama. It's an honor, Your Highness. Come to think of it, when Princess Sophia called us earlier, she had said, Liana is not a bad person. She's just too honest and easily influenced by others. She said that. Princess Liana, since she was little, had been outstanding in swordsmanship. She had a genius-like ability and could absorb whatever she was taught right away. Because of this, she didn't need to think deeply or worry much. But, while she absorbed things honestly, she also tended to be influenced by those around her, it seems. Thank you for apologizing properly, Liana. Princess Sophia smiled at her younger sister while looking at her. I'm truly glad. If Liana ever again does something rude to Thor-Kanan-sama, I was prepared to leave and travel far away. What? Wani-san. It's fine, Liana. I believed in you. Princess Sophia clasped her hands as if in prayer and closed her eyes. Princess Liana looked like she was on the verge of tears. She really seems to be weak when it comes to Princess Sophia. Alchemist-sama, Kanan-sama. Yes. If there is anything you would like me to do, please, anything, just say it. It came out of nowhere. Princess Liana looked at me with serious eyes and said that, if Kanan-sama wishes to return to the Empire, I can lend my strength. I have no intention of returning. Please leave me alone. Within the range of what I, Liana, can do, I could offer financial support. Please give that to Princess Sophia. Everything I need for my life and work, I receive from Her Majesty the Demon King. Then, how about subjugating magical beasts? If you face a tough opponent, I could. I usually stay in the Demon King's domain. I don't think it would be feasible for Your Highness to come all the way there. I see. Princess Liana slumped her shoulders dejectedly. But this couldn't be helped. If I directly received support from Princess Liana, it might arouse suspicion from the Empire. Princess Liana is the princess of the Holy Sword. She is under close watch by the imperial family and nobility. If I were to receive aid from her, I might attract unwanted noble attention, and in the end, it could bring trouble to the Demon King's domain. I can't rest easy unless I apologize. Please, somehow. Then, could you tell me about the Holy Sword? I said, Your Highness Liana, you brought the Holy Sword with you for this magical beast investigation, correct? Ah, yes. I brought it with official permission. Princess Liana nodded after a brief hesitation. However, I've entrusted it to the main unit, so I can't show it to you. No, I don't want to see it or borrow it or anything like that. When I said that, Princess Sophia looked surprised. Why is she surprised? No matter how bold I may be, I wouldn't say, lend me the Holy Sword, or let me appraise it, okay? Seriously, I wouldn't. I just want to ask about what the Holy Sword is. Composing myself, I asked, Your Highness Liana, you are the princess of the Holy Sword. Then perhaps you know what material the Holy Sword is made of, or how it produces the Blade of Light. I'm sorry, I don't know. But Princess Liana shook her head. The Holy Sword of Dorgalia is usually kept in the treasury. I only wield it after receiving permission. I've never had it appraised, and I don't know what materials it's made from. Then could you tell me how to use the Holy Sword? How to use it? I've heard that the Holy Sword can generate a massive blade of light. The Holy Sword Light Blade, Photon Blade. I want to know the steps involved in creating it. Even if you ask me that. I just pour magical power into it. You pour magical power into it. Yes. I inject light element magical power with a schwap. Let it schlur into the blade, and then it Zuzan forms the blade of light. I release it all at once with a Zuband, Princess Liana said, with a serious face. She didn't seem to be joking. Injecting magic with a schwap, letting it schlur into the blade. Then it Zuzan forms the blade of light, and finally releasing it with a Zubin. So that's how you use the legendary Holy Sword of Dorgalia. I never knew. I'm sorry, Thurkanen-sama. As I mentioned earlier, Liana is something of a genius. Princess Sophia murmured, almost in a whisper. She was pressing her forehead like she had a headache. Liana has a talent for handling things with ease. Her greatest talent is with the sword, but because of that, she often can't explain how she does what she does. Why yes, it's an embarrassing story. But, Liana, there are better ways to describe things, aren't there? Who explains how to use a holy sword like that? You're right. I nodded. If you're injecting magical power with a schwap, then the magic charge time into the holy sword should be about 2.8 seconds. However, there are rumors that the holy sword uses magic silver, mithril. If that's true, then injecting magic with a schwap might be too fast. Wouldn't that cause a loss in magical power? How do you know that? Princess Liana raised her voice. Tach then would shu, pa. Be better for magic infusion? I think that would be an improvement. But maybe a little slower would be. Thurkanen-sama? Princess Sophia's eyes widened. Can you actually understand Liana's explanation? I'm an alchemist. To make magic items, you have to channel magical power into the materials. And I'm always sensing whether it feels like schwap, shuwa, or jua as the magic passes through. Also, sometimes clients can't express what they want clearly. So I've studied hard to be able to respond to any kind of request. If Your Highness Liana poured magic into the holy sword with his schwap, then wasn't there inconsistency in how the magic soaked into the blade? Why yes, the magic didn't always spread evenly, which means the holy sword likely does contain magic silver, mithril, after all. That was valuable information. If possible, I'd like to talk a little more about how to channel magical power, but still, it would be problematic if, because of my advice, the holy sword's power were to increase. There's always a chance the Empire might aim the holy sword at the demon lord's territory. I'm an alchemist, and my dream is to surpass the items of the hero's world. But that doesn't mean I'm thinking. I won't be satisfied unless it's the holy sword in its true form. Let's just keep it light and share my opinion. In return, I'll listen to the details about the holy sword's materials and how they channel magical power. If that leads to creating a demonic sword that surpasses the holy sword, it'll benefit Rookie. So, after channeling your magic, it's best to let it swoosh and allow it to permeate throughout. Not SHRRR. That makes it feel like the magic starts rotating. Inside the blade, the magic might bounce back and create resistance, right? Why yes, exactly. You understand. I'm an alchemist, after all. You're absolutely right. After a schwap, if I follow it with a SHRRR, the light blade does form quickly, but when expanding it, I feel a slight resistance. Then I think letting the magic permeate with a swoosh is the better way. Even if the blade forms a second or two later, with a higher rate of magical absorption, the light blade should extend further. That increases your reach, which makes fighting easier, right? Kanen-sama, you are. I don't intend to return to the Empire, you know? I understand. But, as a princess of the Empire, I feel ashamed. The court and the High Council made a fatal mistake in losing someone like you. More importantly, about releasing the light blade. When you unleash it with a Zubin, what does that feel like? Why yes, I'll explain in detail. After that, Princess Liana and I talked about supplying magic to the holy sword. As she mimed swinging the sword, Princess Liana kept nodding eagerly. While talking with her, I began to understand how the magic flows through the holy sword. There's no doubt that mithril, or magic silver, is one of its materials. I don't know about the other materials, but it's enough of a clue. I'll use this method of channeling magic as a reference and try making a demonic sword. Liana's style is to channel magic with a schwap, permeate it with a SHRRR, form the light blade with a Zuzan, and unleash it with a Zubin. But if my prediction is correct, using Jawa, Shush, Zakyun, then Zubabon should result in more power. And after the Zakyun, maybe adding a Gyrant to need the magic might work well too. To stand against the holy sword, I just need to make a demonic sword like that. I'll test it out once I return home. Thank you very much, Kanen-sama. No, the pleasure's mine. You gave me valuable information too. During the course of our conversation, Princess Liana also told me about the monster investigation and Archduke Karen. It seems the investigation hasn't started yet. That said, the Empire has former Sword Saint Archduke Karen. If he's truly a former Sword Saint, he might capture the one behind the summoned beasts in no time. Kanan-sama. What is it, Princess Liana? My sister said something earlier. That I should interact with more people and learn more about the world. Princess Liana said that while looking down. I'm a princess of the Empire. I'm also one of the imperial family who drove you into the Demon Lord's territory. And I've said some rude things to you before. But she hesitantly reached out her hand toward me. You're the first person I've ever found it this easy to talk to. So, if it's all right with you, would you, be free? Do you mean become friends? Oh, of course, I don't want to cause you any trouble. But if it's all right, when my sister writes to me, if you could also add a few words, just a small message. Princess Liana's hand was trembling. In that short exchange, I felt like I understood her just a little more. Princess Liana is a natural genius. She can do anything with ease. But she doesn't know how she does it, and she finds it hard to share what she feels with others. That's why she's only been influenced by her tutor. Because that tutor, having watched over her for so long, could understand her to some extent. But now, Princess Liana has begun to think that's not enough. She wants to change so she doesn't lose her precious twin sister, Sophia. If that's the case, writing letters is fine with me. I took Princess Liana's hand. Though I'll be using an alias, just in case. That's fine. I just want to stay connected to the person my sister has chosen. Understood. Then, when Princess Sophia sends a letter to Princess Liana, I'll include something of my own. I look toward Sophia. Is that acceptable, Princess Sophia? Yes, of course. I think it's a wonderful idea. Sophia clapped her hands happily. It's for Liana's growth, after all. I'd be happy to help. She placed her hand over mine and Princess Liana's. Seeing that, Princess Liana sighed in relief. From the look of it, she's not going to tell the Empire about me. Princess Liana treasures Princess Sophia deeply. So much so that she came all the way to a border town just to see her. Someone like that would never betray her sister. Exchanging letters under a fake name isn't a big deal anyway. Kanan-sama. Please give my thanks to that amazing young lady. Princess Liana suddenly said. Her movements when capturing that thief were far beyond what even Nona-sama or I could manage. If it's her, she might be able to inherit Archduke Karen's sword. I understand. I'll pass it on. Someone of her level surely has reasons for not revealing her name. I'll keep her secret in my heart. I wouldn't want my sister to scold me. Oh, Liana. With Princess Sophia smiling gently and Princess Liana trembling under her sister's gaze. What were the two of them talking about earlier? I'll ask Princess Sophia about it later. After that, we drank tea while talking about many things. I asked about resistance, and Princess Liana listened with interest as I talked about the border town. As we continued like that, time passed. Princess Liana, it's about time to leave the town. Nona, the Archduke's adjutant, came to call on Princess Liana. Incidentally, Nona was her real name. While we were talking, it seemed she had been downstairs in a meeting with Isaac. That was to keep the fact that Princess Liana was here a complete secret. I will say this just in case. I have a message from Archduke Karen. If Princess Liana and Princess Sophia are able to reunite, there's no need to rush back. Though I am old, Karen, can at least fulfill the duty of investigating the magical beasts, so he said. Archduke Karen seemed to be a good person. He apparently didn't get along with my father, so I didn't think he was a bad person. I will return. At Adjutant Nona's words, Princess Liana shook her head. I have already received enough. I've also realized what I'm lacking. I want to show the Archduke the results of that realization. Understood. Then, Isaac-sama. Why yes, I understand. I will prepare the escort soldiers. And with that, the matter was settled. Princess Liana would now return to Archduke Karen and begin the investigation of the magical beasts. Although she shared the same goal as me and Agnes, we wouldn't be acting together. They had received an official order from the Imperial High Council. If we conducted the magical beast investigation alongside them, well, things might get complicated. They probably had bureaucrats and strategists dispatched from the Imperial capital too. We should conduct our own investigation on our side. Truly, thank you, Wani-san. Take care, Liana. Princess Sophia came out to the entrance to see her sister off. Agnes and I were hiding in a room on the first floor. Of course, we couldn't exactly send her off openly. I'll be waiting for your letter. Princess Liana murmured this to Sophia. Her gaze was turned toward the living room, where we were. And thus, Princess Liana, with her escort soldiers, returned to the town she had come from. Thank you very much, Thurkanen-sama. After seeing off Princess Liana, Sophia quietly spoke those words. I was back again in Princess Sophia's room. This time, Agnes was with me. I'm grateful you spoke with her. I'm sorry for making an unreasonable request. No, I'm glad I got to speak with Princess Liana too. After all, I learned about the Holy Sword. And by actually meeting and talking with her, I realized Princess Liana was a rather awkward person. Even just that made it worthwhile. I should tell Rookie about this later. Hearing that, it brings me peace. Princess Sophia placed her hand on her chest and let out a sigh. Liana isn't a bad child, but she's awkward, and she always lacks the right words. That's why she leaned on Zagrin, who pretended to understand her. Zagrin, the former Minister of Military Affairs, I think. Apparently, he was in charge of Princess Liana's education. As a princess, she can face others. But as an individual, she's hardly ever done so. That's why she leaned on Zagrin, and on me. But Zagrin is gone, and I came to the borderlands. Losing those to lean on, she came to see you, Princess Sophia. Yes, but in this land, with the guidance of Thurkanen-sama and Agnes-sama, she was able to see how the people live. And she saw how I had changed. It seems that brought about a good change in her. Saying that, Sophia once again bowed her head to me. Thank you very much, Thurkanen-sama, Agnes-sama. I didn't do much, really. I'm the same, Agnes added. Well then, allow me to speak now as a messenger from the Demon Lord's domain. I shifted the conversation. His Majesty the Demon Lord wishes for the Demon Lord's domain and Princess Sophia's soldiers to search for the magical beasts and their summoner together. A joint investigation. I agree. Archduke Karen and Princess Liana will also be conducting an investigation. But if they find the summoner first, there's a chance they won't share the information with us. It doesn't matter what kind of people Archduke Karen or Princess Liana are. This is a matter between nations. From the Empire's perspective, there's no reason at all to share information about the summoner with the Demon Lord's domain. That's true. Liana and the Archduke Karen are the action unit. The interrogation of the culprit will be handled by the Imperial High Council. As for the culprit's name, motives, and detailed circumstances, there's a possibility we won't be told anything. That's why I think we need to hurry with our own investigation. If only we had some kind of clue. Come to think of it, Isaac said something that caught my attention. Suddenly, Sophia murmured. He said he found traces of something large passing through the eastern forest. Grass was flattened, and trees were broken. It's not the same path the giant centipede took the other day, so it might be a new type of magical beast. However, that alone doesn't count as a clue. You're right, Agnes-sama. Even if a magical beast passed through there, that's all. We wouldn't know where it went. No, we might be able to manage. I pulled out some parchment from my miniature simple storage. It was a copy diagram of an item I had seen in the mail-order catalog. The catalog itself was important, so I had left it in the workshop's simple storage. And since the item I was going to make was a bit complicated, I wanted to have a proper blueprint ready. What is this item exactly? I'll explain it now. I'd like to hear your thoughts too, Princess Sophia, Agnes-sama. Apparently, this item was considered a luxury good even in the hero world. It was introduced across a full 2-page spread in the mail-order catalog. It's a magic item that uses the latest technology of the hero world to clean up its surroundings. With this item, we might be able to track the magical beast from its traces and find its main body. I began my explanation. Chapter 90. Just another Ice Sky lover. According to the mail-order catalog, it seems that in the hero's world, they have golems working inside rooms. Golems? Inside rooms. Is such a thing really possible in the hero's world? When I said this, Princess Sophia and Agnes opened their eyes wide in surprise. It's no wonder they were shocked. I was also surprised when I first saw this page in the mail-order catalog. But the mail-order catalog clearly showed an image of a golem. Moreover, the golem was crawling across the floor of a room. It wasn't humanoid, nor a beast, but an aberration. Apparently, such things are quite normal in the hero's world. The golem's purpose is probably to act as a guard while they sleep and to clean the room, I explained. Guard and cleaning? Look here. This is an excerpt from the mail-order catalog text. I handed Sophia and Agnes a parchment. Written there was the following. The latest model of robot vacuum cleaner will keep your room clean and tidy. Are you busy and often can't find time to clean? Does your room get cluttered quickly due to unexpected visitors? Do you have such concerns? Our latest model robot vacuum cleaner will solve all your problems. This robot vacuum cleaner is equipped with special sensing features. It won't miss even the smallest speck of dust. It will spot even the tiniest speck of dust and track it down no matter where it goes. Nothing can escape from the sensor of this robot vacuum cleaner. Personal opinion. While you sleep, it will quietly clean up all the dirt. The sensor detects humans and animals, so sudden visitors are no problem. You don't even need to turn it off, just leave it running. It will never bump into anything. Personal opinion. Visitors to your room will be amazed by the cleaning power of the robot vacuum cleaner. Specific effects are as follows. After that, the robot vacuum cleaner abilities were written. What kind of abilities were they? Abilities like finding and collecting small animal fur from deep within fluffy carpets. Such amazing abilities. Abilities like tracking down and collecting tiny bits smaller than a rice grain that fall on the floor. The golem can do that. Abilities like smoothly avoiding human feet and continuing to clean without interruption. Thor Kanan-sama. That golem, how powerful is it? In the mail order catalog, there was indeed an image of a golem moving between people's feet. I recalled the page and said, that was probably a demonstration of avoiding any low-level attacks and being able to crush the opponent's feet. Both Princess Sophia and Agnes were speechless. I understood how they felt. Among the incredible items in the mail order catalog, this one was particularly amazing. It could avoid any attack and prevent the room from getting messy from sudden visitors' attacks. And on each page, it says, personal opinion of the user. This likely means that this golem chooses its user. Having such a powerful golem in your room would make it impossible to relax. So, the user must be someone with the courage and combat ability to live with the golem. They must also be someone with many enemies, to the point that they need to use a golem to defend their room. That is the personal opinion of the hero. I understand that this robot vacuum cleaner is an incredible golem, Princess Sophia muttered as she looked at the parchment. I also know the legend of the hero. The story of the summoned hero, who saw the golem protecting the emperor at the time and shouted, "Wow, it's just like a robot." That phrase is recorded. That's in The Hero's Descent, Chapter 14, Section 8. The hero tries all-around attacks, right? As expected of Thor Kanan-sama. You know it. It's the record of the hero trying to control multiple small golems and attempt all-directional attacks. As an alchemist, I can't overlook this. But in the end, simultaneous attacks with golems failed. They eventually settled on the method of using dancing swords to fly around. I know that legend too. The hero's moving swords were melted by my ancestor, the flame giant Ifrit. That's right. Agni-sama's ancestor stopped that hero. I've always wondered why that hero came up with such an idea. I traced the robot vacuum cleaner design with my finger. If a world like this exists, then using dancing swords might just be normal. Numerous golems would maintain and manage the room, surrounding intruders and attacking. That was probably a common occurrence. I understand. I can really see it now. Otherwise, there would be no need for a human sensing sensor, right? True. If you're a hero, it should be easy to avoid your own golems. A sigh escaped from both Princess Sophia and Agnes. We were once again reminded of the terrifying aspects of the hero's world. Even heroes are vulnerable when they sleep. That's why they probably used a golem named Robot Vacuum Cleaner to protect themselves. Thor Kanan-sama, you believe that with this robot vacuum cleaner, it can detect magical beasts, correct? Yes. It seems to have a function that makes that possible. That's right. According to this description, the robot vacuum cleaner is able to find the actual biscuit by tracking crumbs. That's correct. The same thing should be possible for magical beasts. I nodded. Magical beasts leave subtle traces, like magical power or fragments of skin, while moving. If the robot vacuum cleaner can track biscuit crumbs, it should not miss the traces of magical beasts. But there doesn't seem to be anything written about magical beasts here, Agnes muttered while looking at the parchment. However, this could be a weapon designed for humans, and just an item for cleaning. It's hard to imagine it can track magical beasts. Think back to the legends of the heroes, Agnes. I said. The otherworldly heroes would say things like, weak magical beasts. Do you think you can defeat us? Trash, when facing weak magical beasts, right? They did say that. They even said it about mid-level magical beasts, right? Magical beasts are nothing compared to us heroes. They're trash. Now that you mention it, they did use powerful magic and say, disappearing like dust. In other words, to heroes, magical beasts are like trash. Of course, high-level magical beasts might be a different story. Even among heroes, some would show respect for strong magical beasts. But in the catalog, the term trash should also include magical beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be suitable for protection. And this robot vacuum cleaner has a detection function for that purpose. Furthermore, if we add a magical power detector function, it should be able to detect and track the magical power of magical beasts. That's amazing. Thorkanen-sama. With this, we should be able to find new species of magical beasts. It will solve the problem in no time. However, there is one problem. Problem? What do you mean? The robot vacuum cleaner in the catalog has a flat shape. It's neither humanoid nor beast-like. It's of an unusual form. With that, it wouldn't be able to move through forests, grasslands, or areas with uneven terrain. This robot vacuum cleaner is probably an indoor golem. There should be outdoor golems as well, but I haven't found any so far. That means we'll have to modify this one to use outdoors. How would an outdoor robot vacuum cleaner look like? I think it might float. Float, you say? My guess is that it would float just above the ground, a few centimeters off the surface, and move along with the hero. It would clean up the ground and serve as a protector. If there are obstacles on the ground, it would hinder the hero's technique. That's right. It would remove small stones, the remains of magical beasts, and other debris so that the hero can freely step on the ground and use their sword techniques and magic. If it flies too high, it would interfere with sword techniques and block the hero's view, right? I think Agnes is right. It probably moves along the floor in the room so as not to interfere with the hero's sight. It likely serves to make the inside and outside of the room the same environment. I can understand that. In the world of heroes, it seems that the robot vacuum cleaner is always guarding them. The term vacuum cleaner might also be intended for psychological effect. If a combat golem were constantly by their side, they would always be aware of combat. That wouldn't allow them to relax. Indeed. However, with my current technology, I can't create a golem that constantly floats in the air. I'd like to make it someday, but right now, it doesn't seem like I can do it. Maintaining constant flight would consume too much magical power. The pixie fairies, for example, are always flying, but that's because they are a species that can do so. It would be impossible to give a golem the ability to sense magical power and move gracefully with it. That would be like creating new life. Creating artificial life is the ultimate goal of alchemists, but I'm not there yet. It's frustrating. If I could get to the world of heroes, I might get a clue, but that's impossible. If someone like me, with no combat abilities, went to that world, I wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. So for now, I just have to do what I can. I'll have to come up with something close to the robot vacuum cleaner from the hero world using my wits. So, I'm going to need Princess Sophia and Agni's wisdom on this. I said, I've already relayed this to Rookie and Chancellor Kelv via the Pixie Fairy. I've asked them to provide ideas as well. I need you both to come up with a design that can move through forests, grasslands, and over uneven terrain, and can travel as quickly as possible. Agnes. I see. You've thought it through, Thorkanen-sama. Agnes was surprised. In contrast, Princess Sophia nodded as if she understood. Then she looked at Agnes and said, This is a competition, Agnes. A competition, you say? Yes. Thorkanen-sama intends to listen to our opinions and create the best design. I see. Truly, Thorkanen-sama. With this approach, we should be able to create an excellent golem. For me, it will be a challenge, but also something fun. Fun, you say? Yes, because we are being tested on how well we can come up with ideas that will satisfy Thorkanen-sama. I see now. If we come up with something that matches Thorkanen-sama's intellect and sensibility, that would prove we're worthy to be by his side. In a way, it's also a test of our talents as assistants to Thorkanen-sama. So that's why it's a competition. Yes, we will test our creativity and use the best ideas to create the robot vacuum cleaner that will protect the borders. This is the competition we're being asked to participate in. Right, Thorkanen-sama? No, I plan to make everything that everyone comes up with. I said. Princess Sophia and Agni's eyes went wide. With ideas from His Majesty the Demon King, Chancellor Kelv, Princess Sophia, Agnes, me, and Mabel, the three pairs, I plan to make everything that everyone suggests. Is that so? I see, so it is. Princess Liana and the Archduke will likely start the investigation on magical beasts soon. I want to have a suspect in mind before they find the summoner of the magical beasts. So, we don't have time for a competition, I think. I have a rough idea of how to make the robot vacuum cleaner itself. The only thing left is figuring out an efficient method of movement. The desired method of movement should be fast, have high obstacle crossing ability, and be magically low consumption. If I can come up with that, I can make it right away. That's why it's faster to just make it than to hold a competition. Also, if I involve Rookie and Chancellor Kelv, it'll be easier to get production approval. In fact, the moment they sent me the design, it already meant I was granted permission to create the robot vacuum cleaner. Yeah, perfect. So, can I ask you to help? Preferably, within a day or two. Within a day or two? I just need a rough idea. I'll handle turning it into a finished product. Understood, Thorkanen-sama. Princess Sophia pinched the hem of her loungewear and bowed. For the sake of border security, and to be of help to you, Thorkanen-sama, I, Sophia, will come up with the movement method for the robot vacuum cleaner. I'll give it a try too. Princess Sophia and Agnes shook hands firmly. They both promised to brainstorm ideas together. In that case, Agnes-sama, please stay here tonight. Let's combine our wisdom. But I was planning to return home today. You've come all this way. Please relax and stay the night. I don't mind, but what about Thorkanen-sama? I can't very well stay in Her Highness's quarters, can I? I'll stay at an inn in town tonight. Tonight, I'll also take it easy at the inn and think about the robot vacuum cleaner. Tomorrow, I'll return to the workshop, talk with Mabel, and hopefully make a prototype. Soleil and Loon, I'll leave the escort to you. Let me know right away if anything happens. If you say so, Thor-sama. I, Sophia Dalgaria, will take responsibility for Agnes-sama's safety. I also guarantee your safety, Thor-sama. Princess Sophia knelt down and took my hand. Tomorrow, we'll present to you the fruits of our brainstorming together. We'll show you for sure. Looking forward to it. I bowed my head to Princess Sophia and Agnes. Then I headed to a town inn with Soleil and Loon, who had returned to their fairy forms and were napping in Princess Sophia's bedroom. I asked another fairy to tell Mabel that I'd be staying in town tonight. The reply came back quickly. Along with it was a drawing of the ultimate robot vacuum cleaner that Mabel had thought up. As expected of Mabel. It's a good reference. Well then, Soleil, Loon, go ahead and sleep first. I'll do a little more work before bed. Denied. That won't do at all. Huh. Soleil and Loon made an X sign with their arms. Why? Mabel told us. When Thor-sama says he's going to do a little more work before resting, it's a sign he's planning to stay up late. Also, she said that when you're thinking up a new magic item, there's a high chance you'll pull an all-nighter. As expected of Mabel. This is human territory. You need to keep your health in check, just in case anything happens. This Soleil won't allow overwork. Nor will I, Loon. Please go to bed properly. Otherwise, we'll tell the Demon Lord. Soleil and Loon stared hard at me. I raised both hands. I surrendered. No helping it. I'll rest obediently tonight. Then I did a bit of light work. Meanwhile, Soleil and Loon got into a foot bath, taken from my portable warehouse. And just like that, with their bodies all warm and toasty, I used the two of them as hot water bottles and fell asleep. The same day, at the Demon Lord's castle. I have a request for your majesty. This was the Demon Lord's throne room. Chancellor Kelv, having finished the day's official duties, addressed Demon Lord Rookie. Would you allow me, Kelv, to take on Thorkanen's request? You mean the robot vacuum cleaner? Yes. I'd like to consider the movement method on my own. What brought about this change of heart? Demon Lord Rookie, sitting on the throne, tilted her head curiously. You were always wary of the items Thor made, weren't you? You're absolutely right. And he has always surpassed my expectations. With a serious expression, Chancellor Kelv said, I've always been surprised by Thor-sama's inventions. But as the Chancellor serving your majesty, I cannot continue to lose to him. I doubt Thor is thinking in terms of winning or losing. I understand. But just once, I want to surprise him. I see. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Demon Lord Rookie, still wearing her perception-obscuring mask, nodded. I understand how you feel. It might be interesting to show Thor the creativity of a high official of the Demon Lord's court. Go ahead and give it a try, Kelv. With pleasure. But it's a shame. What do you mean by that? Well, for traversing uneven and obstacle-filled areas, I was going to propose a spider-type robot vacuum cleaner, inspired by the demon beast Gargarasa. But this is a good opportunity. I'll leave it to you. Your Majesty. What is it? If Your Majesty says it first, then I can't use that idea. It wouldn't be mine anymore. It would be your Majesty's idea? Ah. Realizing the implication, Rookie covered her mouth. Sorry. I didn't know you were thinking the same thing, and just blurted it out. I see. But it's no problem. You'll surely come up with something new. Don't be too disheartened. You're going back to your room to think? Yes. That's a good idea. If you calm down, you'll definitely come up with something. Like a quadrupedal model, like a horse, or a sleek one like a beast. And so, preparations for the joint magical beast investigation between the Demon Lord's realm and Princess Sophia's unit advanced. And in the meantime, the robot vacuum cleaner design contest was also held. With Thor inspired by Mabel's ideas, Sophia and Agnes happily discussing designs, and Chancellor Kelv holding his head in frustration. A new magical item design was born. Chapter 91. Just another Ice Sky lover. Liana's point view. After leaving the town of Nosa, they spent one night in a town along the way, and the following day, Liana arrived at the designated meeting point with Archduke Karen. Oh, you've returned, Princess Liana. Archduke Karen, who had been swinging a training sword in the inn's garden, greeted Liana with those words. You have a good expression now. It seems your hesitation has disappeared, Princess. Yes, Your Grace. Liana knelt before Archduke Karen. I am grateful for your kindness, Your Grace. Thanks to you, I was able to see many things in the town of Nosa. I even met with my sister. If your doubts are gone, then that's enough. Archduke Karen cut off Liana's words with a smile. You need not speak of your sister. Keep that locked in your heart, so that no one else may know. But, Your Grace, it was my adjutant, Nona, whom I dispatched. If I can hear her report, that is sufficient. Let us say that Nona went to the town of Nosa on my orders for inspection, and someone available accompanied her as a guard. We'll leave it at that. Is that really all right? Yes. Therefore, there's no need to report whom you spoke with or what you saw. After all, things like the identity of the escort won't be entered into official records. Your Grace. When Liana looked steadily at Archduke Karen, he responded with a somewhat embarrassed look. This is what you call cunning. One cannot survive in noble society by being too honest. Well, truth be told, I too originally only wished to master swordsmanship. Why are you doing so much for me, Your Grace? That is something like my ego. You call it ego? You have talent, Princess. Perhaps you might inherit my swordsmanship. That makes me want to show you kindness. Archduke Karen's swordsmanship was something he had developed himself. Its movements were ever-changing, striking down the enemy at the fastest speed, dodging enemy attacks with minimal movement. While powerful, it was incredibly difficult to master. So far, no one had inherited Archduke Karen's sword style. That's why a new sword saint had not yet been chosen. Inheriting all of my sword techniques would likely be too much to ask. If you could just inherit one or two, that would be enough. It would give meaning to my life. In other words, being kind to you is for my own ego. Archduke Karen nodded, gripping the wooden sword in one hand. So you need not worry about it, Princess. Thank you very much, Your Grace. Liana said this and deeply bowed her head. Your Grace is a little like the alchemist, Thurkanen. Both of them neither seek fame nor promotion nor money. They simply wish to hone their craft and leave something behind in this world. That's what made them feel similar. If Your Grace and that person ever met, they might get along well. Just imagining the scene brought a smile to her face. She even found herself wondering what her sister and the alchemist Thor were doing now. Her sister Sophia was likely thinking about the future of the town of Nosa. Thurkanen had probably returned to the Demon Lord's territory to continue his research in alchemy. Far from the imperial capital, peacefully, and with a calm heart. Liana didn't want to trouble the two of them with concerns about new species of magical beasts. Your Grace, I have a request. So, Liana deeply bowed again and spoke to Archduke Karen. May I also join you in sword training? Of course. Archduke Karen offered her a spare wooden sword. In fact, I was hoping you would say that. Thank you very much, Your Grace. Liana took it and assumed a stance. Here I come, Your Grace. I can only use my right arm, so go easy on me. You must be joking. There was no opening in Archduke Karen's stance, even as he casually held his sword. Even so, Liana raised her wooden sword and stepped forward. And then, I yield. A dozen or so minutes later, Liana was sitting on the ground. Her hands still tingled with numbness. There were marks on the ground where she had been thrown over and over. At some point, her clothes had become covered in dirt. Liana had gone all out against the former sword saint. Even so, she hadn't stood a chance. No, that was quite something. As expected of your highness. Placing down his wooden sword, Archduke Karen spoke. There were about 3 moments where I found myself in danger. Only 3, huh? If I may give some feedback, your highness Liana's sword is too straightforward. Your gaze gives away the timing of your strikes. You should also be careful of your linear movements. I suggest you delay your gaze when striking and add feints to your actions. I understand. As expected of your highness, you catch on quickly. So rather than staring intensely, it should be more of a glance, flick, and instead of charging in with a dash, it should be a snap, float kind of motion, right? Your highness. And my apologies, Archduke Karen. Liana quickly covered her mouth. That way of speaking wouldn't make sense to the Archduke. Without thinking, she had spoken as if she were talking to Thor. Thor understood what Liana meant and always explained things in a way she could grasp. It was the first time anyone had done that for her, an invaluable experience. The impression of that still lingered strongly within her. I see. So your highness Liana is the intuitive type. Archduke Karen nodded, seemingly convinced. Liana, her face bright red, slumped her shoulders. Yes, the sword instructor that Zagran arranged for me often scolded me too. He told me not to interpret things on my own and to follow instructions exactly. It's not that your way is wrong, your highness. You should continue to develop your swordsmanship freely and confidently. However, it may be difficult for you to inherit my style of swordsmanship. I see. To inherit my swordsmanship, one must grasp both instinct and theory. It requires someone who can fully control their own body. Well, perhaps it's my own failing for creating such a style. The Archduke gave a wry smile, holding his wooden sword. To disappear without a successor, that may be my fate. I'm sorry I cannot meet your expectations, Archduke Karen. Liana stood up and muttered apologetically. She could tell from their match. Archduke Karen's swordsmanship was on an entirely different level. It would be a shame for such skill to vanish without being passed on. She thought so earnestly. Indeed, the one who could inherit my swordsmanship would be someone capable of completely controlling their body. Archduke Karen murmured quietly. For example, someone who can slip through a dense crowd and swiftly capture an enemy. If someone like that existed, then perhaps they could inherit my sword. If someone like that existed? Liana nodded instinctively, just as she thought. Liana knew someone who met those conditions. That person had slipped through crowds like flowing water, captured a robber without leaving a scratch on the hostage. If it's that person, maybe they could inherit Archduke Karen's swordsmanship. But Liana had already told Sophia that she would keep that person's identity a secret. She couldn't betray her sister. There was no way she could ever anger her gentle sister again. She already knew from painful experience how terrifying Sophia could be when angry. To be scolded, or worse, to be disowned by her sister. That was a terrifying thought for Liana. Adjutant Nona might report the girl to Archduke Karen, but she wouldn't be able to find out who the girl was. From her position, she couldn't inquire with Sophia. And even if she did, Sophia wouldn't answer. Even though that person might be able to preserve Archduke Karen's swordsmanship for future generations. Liana held her head in her hands, deep in thought. Whose will should I prioritize, my sister's or the Archduke's? What's the matter, your highness? You seem troubled. And no, it's nothing. If you're tired, please take some rest, pardon me. It seems we'll need to talk first. Archduke Karen looked toward the inn's entrance. Several soldiers stood there. They quickly approached Archduke Karen and knelt. As he nodded, they stood and whispered into his ear. I see. Well done. The ones who remained in the imperial capital will continue the investigation. Very well. Then, take a day off before returning to the capital. Understood. You've all done well. I'm grateful. Weary honored by your words. At Archduke Karen's words, the lightly armed soldiers' faces lit up with satisfaction. They then bowed and left the inn grounds. The soldiers were renting a different lodging from Archduke Karen and Liana. They were probably headed in that direction. Your Grace, who were those people? They are the investigation soldiers I left behind in the imperial capital. I had them investigate suspicious financial movements. Archduke Karen spoke as if it were a trivial matter. Hiring people and feeding them costs money. You know? If you're hiding their presence, it costs even more. And if you're using magical beasts, their food expenses add up too. When such large sums of money move, it becomes impossible to hide it. So, Your Grace, have you already investigated the magical beasts? Yes. I thought the culprits might be revealed through the financial movements, so I took action beforehand. Liana was impressed. Before coming here, Archduke Karen had already made his move, and in a way that Liana had never anticipated. According to their investigation, it seems that recently, money has been flowing into a fortress in the northern part of the empire. Then, if something like that happened, wouldn't the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagrin, have noticed? Most likely, the funds were sent secretly without going through the Ministry of Military Affairs. Let's head to that fortress immediately. Liana instinctively gripped her wooden sword. She couldn't stay still. The new type of magical beast was a threat. Last time, the Demon Lord's territory and Sophia managed to defeat it, but there's no guarantee things will go as smoothly this time. Sophia could be injured in battle. If it's difficult for your grace to move, then I'll go. I'll defeat the new type of magical beast with the holy sword. So, calm down, princess. Liana froze at the overly calm voice. Archduke Karen was standing with his arms crossed, seemingly lost in thought. We're still in the realm of speculation. Besides, there are 5 fortresses under suspicion. The main one is probably one of them. What will you do if you head to the wrong place and the magical beast appears somewhere else? Reports from the soldiers I left behind in the imperial capital will be coming soon. Until then, let's patrol the border areas. It will still help with dealing with the magical beasts, won't it? Yes, Your Grace. You needn't worry. The results will come soon enough. Of course, I understand your impatience. Given the situation with the Demon Lord's territory as well. Archduke Karen flashed a daring smile. The Demon Lord's territory will also investigate the new type of magical beast. However, if the Empire is involved with that beast, it's the Empire's responsibility to resolve it. We don't want the Demon Lord's territory to learn the truth. It would be a disgrace for the Empire. From here on, it's a race against the Demon Lord's territory. Why, yes, Your Grace. Well, the Demon Lord's territory won't know the flow of money in the Empire. They'll have to search for the culprit without any leads. We should reach them first. That's true. Liana couldn't nod in agreement. Archduke Karen had his own investigative team. They could probably track down the new type of magical beast associates through the flow of money within the Empire. But the people of the Demon Lord's territory couldn't obtain information from inside the Empire. They would be forced to search blindly for the culprit, no matter how she looked at it. Archduke Karen and Liana should be able to find the culprit first. Then why do I feel like we won't win? The thought that Sophia and the alchemist Thor could overturn this disadvantage wouldn't leave her mind. She could sense it instinctively. They might not care about the lack of information and would reach the culprit in no time. Understood. Let's head to the border area for security, Your Grace. For now, that was the only thing she could do. At the very least, she could only pray that Archduke Karen's intelligence team would find the culprit quickly, and that Sophia and the alchemist Kanan wouldn't be put in danger. Yes, we will depart by afternoon. Until then, rest, Princess Liana. Yes, Your Grace. With that, Liana began her preparations for the magical beast investigation. In a certain place in the northern part of the Empire, the experiment was a success. In the darkness, a voice was heard. Soon, we will begin the practical test of the magical beast. Prepare yourselves. I have a question. Another voice, a male voice, interrupted. When will we receive our reward? You haven't been forgotten. It will be paid after the practical test of the familiar. We are secretly following you for that reward. I understand. It is because of the reward that we are following you. Do not forget that. I said I understand. The sound of a sigh could be heard. The higher-ups have not forgotten about us. See for yourself. The supply carriage has arrived. In the darkness, distant flames could be seen. Faintly, the sound of a horse's whinny and the movement of the carriage wheels could be heard. The familiar's food has arrived. Feed it. Be careful, so it doesn't go berserk. I understand you have the power to move both people and supplies. Of course, the Empire trusts us. Is that so? That is why we have collaborators. There is even a place to escape to. The country intends to nurture more units like ours in the future. Intelligence, infiltration, investigation. They plan to develop units that will operate in the shadows. Is this part of that plan? Yes. Summoning magic, huh? Even though heroes no longer come when summoned. Heroes do not come. That is why another trump card is necessary. I hear that the Archduke and the Holy Sword Princess are heading toward the border. They have left almost no clues. At most, they have only eaten a magical beast near the border. They will not reach our location. I hope so. The conversation is over. Go to the supply carriage. Understood. But, is there something else? We do not know everything about the new magical beasts. They are creatures from another world. It would be unwise to let your guard down. I am not seeking advice. Do your job. Tell your subordinates the same. That is all. Understood. Faint footsteps could be heard as the speaker moved away. A large shadow began to move in pursuit. A cry that was impossible for any creature of this world, accompanied by eerie movements. However, all of it was controlled by the summoner. There would be no rampaging, no reckless attacks on people. At least, not for now. How arrogant for someone hired with money. The man in the black robe spat out. Through group magic, we have succeeded in controlling the magical beasts. However, we need more achievements before we can become a regular unit. The experiment will continue. It is difficult, but we must endure it for the sake of our accomplishments. The sound of the magical beast devouring the food from the supply cart could be heard. For now, it was manageable, but if multiple were summoned, the problem would lie in feeding them. It would be costly to keep them permanently. It would be better to summon them when necessary and dispose of them once they are no longer needed. The problem is how the Demon Lord's domain will respond. The spider-type magical beast and the giant centipede-type magical beast could not withstand the Demon Lord's army. The strength of the Demon Lord's domain was beyond measure, as expected of those who were once humanity's enemies. But if we are defeated by the Demon Lord's domain, then even having summoned a familiar would be meaningless. That's why I summoned the next one. Something stronger, harder, more powerful. That was the desire behind the summoning. And as a result, that one should be able to overwhelm the forces of the Demon Lord's domain. If it ever comes to a fight, the magical beast they had prepared was strong. Without the hero's great magic meteor, no, even with meteor, defeating it would be difficult. They had succeeded in controlling such a powerful magical beast. Please wait. We will return with great achievements. In doing so, the country will continue to prosper. Under the next plan, the figure standing in the darkness muttered such things. Chapter 92. Just another ice sky lover. Thor's point of view. 2 days after visiting Princess Sophia, I decided to start developing a robot vacuum cleaner in my workshop. Thank you, Mabel and Agnes, for your ideas. You've really helped me. No need to thank me. I'm just your assistant, Thor-sama. Agnes is also happy to have stayed with Princess Sophia. Mabel and Agnes smiled. Beside them, the civil servant, was watching us with a tense expression. This is my workshop located in the Risinga territory. The room has a large desk with several sheets of parchment laid out on it. These are the idea sketches created by me, Mabel, Agnes, and Princess Sophia. I haven't looked at them yet. We're supposed to present them under the supervision of the bureaucrat. But the letter from His Majesty and the Prime Minister hasn't come yet. I had asked through the winged fairy, Pixie, and they agreed to take it on. But I guess it might have been impossible because of their official duties. Have you heard anything? Unfortunately, no. Shook her head with a serious expression. But if the response is difficult, I'm sure my uncle will contact us. Right. Yes. By the way, I've asked to attend the operational check of the robot vacuum cleaner. I plan to have him look at and check the 3 sets of ideas we've come up with, but I think you'll hear from them later. In the meantime, how about proceeding with checking the ideas on your side? Said this after thinking for a moment. Understood. Let's get started then. I've been looking forward to this. I'll help too, Agnes said. Mabel, Agnes, and I gathered around the desk. Together, we started turning over the sheets of parchment that had been placed face down. What appeared were various pictures and writings. Some were drawn by me, some by Mabel. The round, small writing is probably Agnes's. The neat writing is probably Princess Sophia's. It's clear that personality shows in handwriting and drawings. But that aside, all right, let's start with the ones that Agnes and Princess Sophia came up with. Why yes, I'll explain it. Agnes gathered and spread out the idea notes they had made. Then, looking at us with a shy face, she said, the idea that Agnes and Princess Sophia came up with is a spider type. With that, Agnes began reading out the writing on the parchment. Robot vacuum cleaner, spider type, written by Sophia Dorgaria. This idea was conceived after the appearance of the magical beast, Gargarasa, in the mountainous region. It adds 8 legs to the disc-shaped robot vacuum cleaner from the hero world. The legs can move freely, allowing it to overcome obstacles. It can move easily over grass, sand, or rocky terrain. Additionally, the height of the vacuum itself can be adjusted, ensuring it won't miss any dirt, dust, or traces of magical beasts on the ground. This is just a suggestion from a layperson, but I would like to request adding a feature where it can shoot threads. If Thor-sama's magical weaving cloth is used, it would surely be strong and stretchy. If it were turned into thread, it could be wrapped around branches or similar objects, allowing the main body to move through the air. That would increase its speed and make it easier to avoid magical beasts. By the way, the idea for the thread feature was proposed by Agni-sama. Agni-sama is very imaginative. I was able to talk with them a lot. We weren't allowed to sleep in the same bed because the maids objected, so we had separate rooms. But I had a very fun time until we fell asleep. However, it was unfortunate that my nightgown was too small for Agni-sama. Though our heights are about the same, the chest area seemed too tight for them. I envy her. If possible, I too wish I could have a chest like Agni-sama's. That's all. Agni slammed the parchment down with a thud. That's about it. From here on, it's personal information about the princess. I'd like to keep it a secret. You understood. By the way, Agni's drew the design for the spider type. The text was written by Princess Sophia. She was quite enthusiastic, even writing about their sleepover. It must have been a lot of fun for her. But a spider type that shoots threads. I had thought about making it a spider type too, but I hadn't come up with the idea of adding a thread shooting function. The robot vacuum cleaner is a golem. It can be made into a spider shape, but adding the thread shooting feature is difficult. Yeah, it's tough. How could I make that work? Man, this is tough. Agnes and Princess Sophia both came up with ideas that far exceeded my expectations. It's hard to deal with such difficult proposals. What a pain. Thor-sama, you seem happy, don't you? When I noticed, Mabel was peering into my face. You have such a great smile, you know? Is that so? Yes. At Mabel's words, Agnes and nodded in agreement. Princess Sophia said she had thought of something difficult. Why is it that you have such an excited look on your face, Alchemist-sama? Well, that's because I couldn't help but imagine the finished product. It seems like it will be difficult to make, but it's a great idea. A cleaning robot in the shape of a spider that spits out thread. It seems like it would be easy to clean ceilings and pillars as well. After all, it's great to get ideas from other people. On my own, I wouldn't be able to make something that goes beyond my own imagination. As expected of Agnes and Princess Sophia, they came up with something great. Anyway, for now, let's make a regular spider-shaped one. The thread-spitting type seems like it will take time, so it might be something for future development. I looked around at everyone and said, next, I'll present what Mabel and I came up with. Mabel, could you read it out loud? Yes. What Thor-sama and I came up with is this snake-shaped robot. Mabel flipped over the parchment on the desk. There, drawn, was the snake-shaped cleaning robot I had designed. Cleaning robot, snake shape written by Mabel Refrain. The concept of the snake-shaped cleaning robot is a dodging golem. By making it long and slender, it becomes easier to avoid obstacles. Also, it can slip into gaps, so it never misses debris or traces of magical beasts. It can also hide from enemies. I had suggested a centipede shape, but with so many legs, it would be too fragile and prone to breaking. Thus, we decided to go with the snake-shaped design with no legs. It's specialized in magic detection, so the cleaning function is an option. By attaching a bag to the tail, it can collect dust and debris. Additionally, the snake's mouth opens wide enough to swallow small animals or magical beasts and trap them in the bag. If you place it in a grain storage facility, it can eliminate pests and rats, thus protecting important food supplies. For the villages in the Demon Lord's realm, or for home maintenance, please consider using the snake-shaped cleaning robot. That's all. Impressive. Thor Kanan-sama, and Mabel too. It's so typical of an alchemist-sama to casually suggest general use as well. I see. You mean to make it usable for purposes other than magical beast investigation. Of course. Since we've made it, it would be a waste not to have others use it. If we place a few of these in the Demon Lord's castle, cleaning will become easier. Pests and rats will be eliminated as well. If we make them the same color as the castle walls, they won't stand out. Eventually, I want this robot vacuum to become something that's just there. When I said this to what about having snakes slithering around the room? Wouldn't that be unsettling? That's true. For household use, let's make sure it moves quietly. Well, then I don't think there will be any problems. Nodded. I understand that this snake-shaped cleaning robot is excellent. It will surely be a powerful tool for magical beast investigations, even if it's not suitable for household use. Agnes and Princess Sophia didn't think of the snake shape though. Yeah, I'm glad they liked it. This snake-shaped robot was the result of a long discussion with Mabel, and I'm very confident in it. By the way, Attaching the bag to the tail was Mabel's idea. Rather than storing the trash in the main body, it goes into the bag on the tail. By swapping out the bag, we can collect as much trash or small magical beasts as we want. It can even swallow clues of magical beasts and store them. It's like a rattlesnake style, with a mechanism attached to the tail. With this, I think the Demon Lord and Uncle will be satisfied. They should grant permission for its use in magical beast investigations. Thank you, Ert. By the way, we still haven't received any ideas from the Demon Lord or my uncle, have we? That's true. They should have contacted us by now. Here we are. Just as we were talking, pixies with wings flew in through the window. We've returned like flames. We fluttered back all soft and breezy. Please praise us. The pixies zipped around the room. When I extended my hand, they gently landed. We've completed our task with passion. Being near Alchemist Sama feels so fluffy. Thank you. Good job. I sat the two pixies down on the table. The red-haired, passionate fire pixie and the green-haired, fluffy wind pixie pressed their cheeks against my fingers. Then they closed their eyes, making content faces. So, did the Demon Lord or the Chancellor say anything? The idea for the cleaning robot was something the Chancellor thought of on his own. The Demon Lord also acknowledged that. It's amazing. The Chancellor came up with it all by himself? I see. As expected of the Chancellor. Kelv-san is thinking about the security and stability of the Demon Lord's domain and the people's hearts. And what I am about to create is a golem. Does that mean Kelv-san designed it in a way that people who see it won't be frightened, but feel reassured? Thank you. So what about the Chancellor? Well, you see, I got permission from Her Majesty the Demon Lord and tried to find a place for him. The fairy-winged beings have serious expressions on their faces. Something must have happened. And then, the Chancellor was sleeping in the hall. He was face down in front of a pillar. There were pieces of pillars scattered around him. What in the world was Kelv-san doing? He was mumbling in his sleep. I'll come up with something amazing. I won't lose. If I apply physical stimulation, ideas will. There were parchment papers scattered around. I got them with permission from Her Majesty the Demon Lord. Saying this, the fairy-winged beings took out 4 sheets of parchment from the ultra-small portable storage they had stored them in. On them was drawn, this is to circle? It's a circle, yes. It's just a circle mark, so... Uncle, what does this mean? 3 of the 4 parchment sheets have large circles drawn on them. It looks like the illustration of the robot vacuum from the online catalog that was sent as a sample has been traced exactly. The last sheet is crumpled into a ball. Even when opened, there's nothing on it. What could this be? Uncle, did he come up with nothing? Well, that might be the case. Even the Chancellor has times when he's not feeling well. Ert, Mabel, and Ugnes are nodding as they look at the parchment. No, it feels like there's something else. Something's bothering me. Kelv-san is someone who provides me with hints for new ideas. If this was something he wrote, then there must be some meaning behind it. Maybe he's trying to test me again. The 3 parchment sheets. They all depict circles and spheres. The 4th one is a crumpled parchment. If this is a message from Chancellor Kelv, what could it mean? For example, what if the circles drawn on the 3 parchment sheets represent the views from front, back, left, right, and top, as if showing a 3-dimensional shape? What if the 4th sheet, crumpled into a ball, is to make it clear that this represents a 3-dimensional object? Circle and sphere. Flat and 3-dimensional. What it means is, the Chancellor is suggesting creating a spherical robot vacuum. I had completely missed that. If it's spherical, it can roll anywhere. It's much more efficient than adding legs and having it walk. Since there are fewer parts, there's also less chance of failure. If it's made from a soft material, it can even bounce. It can easily overcome obstacles. With a sphere, you can deflect attacks, and it can rotate to absorb impacts. If it charges at high speed, it should be able to deal damage to enemies as well. Since the contact area is small, it's not ideal for cleaning, but the goal this time is to search for magical beasts. As long as we can trace the magical power, skin, or remnants of the magical beasts, that's enough. Just as Chancellor Kelv suggested, a sphere would work without issue. Chancellor, did you think this far ahead? I may have been too caught up in the form of the robot vacuum from the online catalog. The Chancellor suggested a new form, a sphere. Impressive. His ideas might be even more out there than mine. Excuse me, Alchemist Sama. What is it, Ert? Isn't this just a mistake in writing? Didn't the Chancellor say to Her Majesty, I'll think of something, and then draw this? Yes, that's right. Do you really think someone who said that would leave behind a mistake and then fall asleep? Why, you're right. Ert nodded. What do you think, Mabel and Agnes? I'm sure the Chancellor did give Thor-sama inspiration, without a doubt. Since the Chancellor is father's colleague, I'd rather avoid commenting on it. Huh. Mabel and Agnes look a little uncomfortable. Well, that's fine. I'll find out later by asking Rookie and Kelf-san. I'm glad I came to the Demon Lord's domain after all. There are people here who have ideas I couldn't even imagine, and they help me grow. Because I came here, I was able to meet Princess Sophia. She also gave me new ideas. I get ideas from everyone and create new things. It's so much fun. I need to make sure to write a proper thank you letter to Kelf-san. Then, as planned, let's make 3 types of robot vacuums. Mabel and Agnes, you'll be assistants, and please check what we make. Yes, Thor-sama. I'll make sure to do so. Why yes. And so, I began making 3 robot vacuums. A few hours later, at the Demon Lord's castle. I apologize. Your Majesty. In the throne room, Chancellor Kelv was bowing deeply. After requesting Your Majesty to allow me to think of a design for a robot vacuum, I couldn't come up with anything. And then, I fell asleep. This Kelv a lifelong disgrace. As Chancellor, I am ashamed. Please, grant me a harsh punishment. Well, Kelv, rewards and punishments are the foundation of a nation. One cannot be careless. So please, raise your head, Kelv. You cannot even speak in such a state. Now sit down. Yes. Chancellor Kelv lifted his body and knelt on the floor. Seeing this, Demon Lord Rookie opened a parchment she had been holding. Actually, just a short while ago, I received a letter from Thor through the fairy. Thor must have been angry, right? Kelv slumped in disappointment. I am prepared. I have disappointed Thor, so please tell me what the letter says. Very well. Then, listen carefully. Rookie spread the parchment and began to read aloud. Thank you, Chancellor. As expected, Thor is angry, huh? Chancellor Kelv tilted his head. Perhaps he thought he misheard, as he looked up at Demon Lord Rookie and asked, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, could you please repeat that part? Thank you, Chancellor. I will continue reading. Yes, the idea from Chancellor is wonderful. You have opened my eyes. With the spherical robot vacuum you proposed, I will surely find the location of a new breed of magical beast. Alchemist Thor Kanan expresses my deepest gratitude. It is written here. I don't understand. What is going on? I don't know either. What is happening? Chancellor Kelv clutched his head. Demon Lord Rookie, with her arms crossed, spoke. Kelv, what were you doing yesterday? After finishing my duties as Chancellor, I was thinking of ideas while gazing at the moon in the hall. I couldn't come up with anything, so I drew the shape of the full moon, rolled up the parchment, and I hit my head a few times in an attempt to come up with something, but I couldn't think of anything, and then I lost consciousness. Don't go too far with the head hitting. Repairs will be troublesome. I noticed when I woke up that the paper I had written on was gone. The fairies Pixie and the others came. I allowed them to take the parchment. Was it that one with only a circle drawn? Thor wrote that you proposed the spherical robot vacuum. Now that you mention it, there was also the rolled-up parchment. So, that was the hint for the spherical robot vacuum. For a while, there was silence. How amazing is he? That person. I must have greatly underestimated Thor's talent. Chancellor Kelv shouted, and Demon Lord Rookie sighed as she held the parchment. That person, from the scribbled mistake you left behind, came up with a new idea for the robot vacuum. Everything, to Thor, must be a hint for developing magical items. Your Majesty, if everything is a hint for developing magical items, then, is there a way to stop that person? No, there is no way. To think that from my scribbled mistakes, such an extraordinary item would come to be. I was hoping to get something harmless, something halfway decent, but my scribbles have turned into a hint for an extraordinary item. Thor wants to exchange letters with you. What did you say? Chancellor always makes me notice new perspectives. When in the Demon Lord's castle, I would like advice on item creation, and when in the workshop, I hope we can exchange information through letters sometimes, it says. W8. If we do that, you will end up providing Thor with hints for his magical item development. Please, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv pressed his forehead to the floor. If that happens, the common sense will collapse. I don't know how Thor will interpret my words. That person twists my words and actions in unexpected directions and creates extraordinarily powerful magical items. That's true. Demon Lord Rookie gazed off into the distance. Imagining Thor observing Kelv's work, she gave a wry smile. Perhaps because of their contrasting personalities, Thor finds inspiration in Kelv's actions and thoughts, she mused. It must be a real problem for the earnest Kelv, though. You two should discuss and decide together. Thor has no ill intentions, after all. I will tell the truth about this. Chancellor Kelv shouted. I will tell him that I didn't come up with any ideas. The only thing on the parchment was just a scribbled mistake. Once I explain that, Thor will. That can wait until after the magical beast investigation is done. Rookie returned to her royal tone as she said. Right now, it's before the joint magical beast investigation with the Empire. If it becomes clear that the robot vacuum, no, the golem, was born from a mere scribbled mistake, some might doubt its function. Wait until the investigation is finished before telling Thor the truth. So until then, we'll have to claim that Chancellor Kelv gave Thor the best inspiration for his magical item development. It would likely be a storm of praise. Chancellor Kelv and Alchemist Thor working together in the Demon Lord's realm. That's something that cannot be helped. Even if Kelv trembles, his forehead pressed to the floor, the correction cannot be made. Not for now. You said just a moment ago that you wanted a harsh punishment. For someone as responsible as you, this might be the punishment. By the way, how about sometimes acting as Thor's advisor? That could be your reward. No, wait. Why are you sneaking toward the pillar? What? Are you afraid of losing your common sense? I get it. I won't say it again. I'll forgive you for occasionally exchanging letters with Thor. So calm down, Chancellor Kelv. Thus, Thor's letter shook the throne room. In the workshop, the development of 3 robot vacuum, golem, prototypes continued. Afterward, following correspondence with Sophia in the town of Nosa, the day arrived for the joint magical beast investigation between the Demon Lord's realm and Princess Sophia's army. Chapter 93. Just another Ice Sky lover. Princess Liana's point of view. Shall we head out for the investigation, Princess Liana? With those words, Archduke Karen boarded the carriage. Liana followed him and gave the signal to depart. The soldiers surrounding the carriage had all removed the insignia of the Archduke Karen's house. This was to avoid alarming those they were about to visit. It's possible that, upon noticing our approach, the culprits behind the magical beast summonings may try to hide evidence or documents. Let's just pretend to be ordinary border patrol soldiers. Inside the carriage, Archduke Karen said this with a smile. In contrast, Liana responded with a serious expression. Our destination is the fortress to the east, as per the scout's report, correct? Yes. We've narrowed down the suspicious fortresses to 2. They're about half a day apart by horseback. Even if one is a dead end, we'll have time to move on to the other. Just yesterday, the reconnaissance team had returned with a new report. They had been stationed in the imperial capital and had been investigating the frequency of fast horses, used for communication, dispatched to the fortresses. The results showed that 2 eastern fortresses were receiving an unusually high number of fast horses from the capital. However, on the fortress side, there had been no incidents requiring such contact with the capital. There were no reports of magical beasts appearing either. And yet, fast horses were frequently coming from the capital, along with a large flow of money. What's more, these places were quite close to the border. Suspicious of all this, Archduke Karen and Liana decided to investigate the fortresses. Your Grace. Yes, Your Highness. What if information about our visit to the fortresses has already been leaked? Won't the other side just hide all the evidence? I've already sent a reconnaissance team ahead. If the enemy acts to cover up the evidence, that action itself becomes evidence. Then, if they attack us with magical beasts. Liana hesitated as she spoke. No, I don't think it's likely. To set magical beasts on Your Grace would be tantamount to treason against the Empire. Still, in the worst-case scenario, I will. You're right. If it comes to that, it'll be up to the princess and me to handle it somehow. Archduke Karen shrugged as though it were nothing. Well, no use in dwelling on worst-case scenarios, Your Highness. Yes, Your Grace. If the worst happens, I'll act as a shield and ensure the Archduke Karen's unit escapes. Liana made that vow silently in her heart. Her sister, Sophia, was also interested in this magical beast investigation. It was possible that Sophia's unit had already started their own inquiry. Liana couldn't afford to look incompetent in front of them. Besides, it was Archduke Karen who arranged for her to meet her sister again. She wanted to repay that kindness. As she thought this, Liana clenched her fists. What concerns me more is the Demon Lord's domain. Archduke Karen said suddenly. I doubt they'll discover the magical beast summoners before we do, but if they do find them, things could get troublesome. It would be a disgrace for the Empire if another nation uncovered such shame. I understand. I too live off the Empire's stipend. I owe it. So I'll keep our dirty laundry hidden. Your Grace. Yes. If the Empire is involved in this magical beast summoning, and those in the Demon Lord's domain find out, what will you do? I'll talk to them. Ask them to keep it to themselves. Archduke Karen chuckled, as if amused. I'll offer them something in return. It might be best for the Grand Duchy to send tribute. Supporting the town of Nosa near the border could be good too. If trade progresses, it'll benefit the Demon Lord's domain as well. You're saying the Grand Duchy would support the town of Nosa and promote trade with the Demon Lord's domain? The Grand Duchy used a different political system and tax structure than the Empire. If the Grand Duchy offered support, the town of Nosa might be able to officially engage with the Demon Lord's domain. That would benefit her sister Sophia as well. This is all just precaution. I don't intend to lose to the Demon Lord's domain in the first place. Archduke Karen gently tapped the sword lying beside his seat. It was his beloved weapon, a silver single-edged sword. It said that when this sword is swung, a silver whirlwind slices through magical beasts. It was a living legend, and a part of Archduke Karen himself. I don't underestimate the Demon Lord's domain, but our victory is assured. Still, I would like to speak with them. I'd very much like to know the source of their strength. Why yes, Your Grace. Liana fell into thought. If we capture the culprits, it benefits the Empire. If the Demon Lord's domain catches them first, then it benefits sister. Her kind sister, Sophia. She governed the town of Nosa with exceptional skill, far beyond Liana's imagination. At the same time, Sophia was also a strict mentor to Liana. Thinking of her sister's face, Liana, I can't afford to hold back. If I win through half measures, she wouldn't approve. I've had enough of being scolded. I'll compete with everything I have. Even if I can't surpass that person from the Demon Lord's domain. As the carriage rocked gently, Liana quietly made her vow. At that time, in the forest southeast of Nosa town, we will now begin the joint investigation with the Demon Lord's territory. In the forest southeast of Nosa town, there, Imperial soldiers and a corps dispatched from the Demon Lord's territory had gathered. Leading the Imperial soldiers was the unit commander, Isaac Omawarison Mwira. Leading the soldiers from the Demon Lord's territory was the general, Rizinga Freezed. The number of soldiers, 20 from the Empire and 10 Minotaurs from the Demon Lord's side. The smaller number on the Demon Lord's side was to avoid frightening the Imperial soldiers. Since the Minotaurs were at least twice as strong as Imperial soldiers, this arrangement was decided upon after discussions between the two sides. The purpose of this investigation is to locate the one who summoned the magical beast. We came in a small elite unit for that reason. Everyone, do not betray the expectations of Princess Sophia. For Princess Sophia, for the pride of the lawkeepers, Omawarison. Well said. After confirming the soldiers' morale, Isaac looked toward Rizinga. Now then, General, I've heard that the Demon Lord's territory has prepared a trump card for tracking the magical beast's trail. Indeed. Allow me to introduce it. At Rizinga's signal, the soldiers brought forth some boxes. They were wooden boxes, each several tens of centimeters per side. 3 in total. These were prepared by someone I deeply respect. They are magical items with the ability to track magical beasts, called robot vacuum cleaners. Robot vacuum cleaners, you say? Isaac raised his voice, and the Imperial soldiers murmured among themselves. They too had heard the legends of the heroes, and how some of the heroes had seen golems and exclaimed, so cool, like robots. In other words, are these golems? But why vacuum cleaners? An item from the hero's world, said to relentlessly track down trash and pests. Trash and pests. In the past, the heroes referred to magical beasts as trash or small fry. If it's an item that exterminates such things, then it should be able to track magical beasts anywhere. That was the alchemist's reasoning in creating these. The boxes opened. From inside, 3 golems appeared. They seemed to have already been activated. They slowly began to crawl out. These are the cleaning robots created by the alchemist from the Demon Lord's territory, spider type, snake type, and spherical type. Cleaning robot, attributes, light, darkness, earth, water, fire, wind, rarity. Thanks to magic stones of all attributes, they possess magic power detection ability on par with magic detectors. A golem modeled after the cleaning robots from the hero's world. They possess the ability to detect traces of magical beasts and pursue them without end. They suck in things like fur or skin fragments left behind by magical beasts, using them as clues to advance. The more material they suck in, the better their tracking capabilities become. Currently, there are 3 types: spider type, snake type, and spherical type. Spider type, a metal, multi-jointed golem, uses powerful suction to vacuum ground trash and fragments of magical beasts, has the strongest defense among the 3 types. Equipped with linking functionality. Snake type, a golem made of metal and magic-woven cloth, moves with the slithering motion of a real snake, can slip through any crevice and catch hidden trash, can equip various options on its tail. Equipped with linking functionality. Spherical type, a completely spherical golem, made of metal and magic-woven cloth of wind. It absorbs trash with its entire body. It has the highest movement speed. Also highly shock-resistant and durable, equipped with linking functionality. Physical destruction resistance. Can only be destroyed by weapons enhanced with magic. Durability, 1 year, but will last longer with regular maintenance. Comes with 2 years of user support. Are these really golems? The Imperial soldiers were at a loss for words. To them, golems were giants made of rock or metal or humanoid in shape. Yet what appeared before them were a spider, a snake, and a mysterious ball. And for some reason, they were called vacuum cleaners. Each was about a meter in size. The spider skittered, the snake slithered, and the ball made a boing-boing sound as they emerged from their boxes. Rizinga-sama. Yes, Commander Isaac. I'm not doubting the Demon Lord's technology, but will these really find the magical beasts? Indeed, because they're copies of items from the hero's world. From the hero's world. At that unexpected response, Isaac widened his eyes. Rizinga looked toward the north, where Thor's workshop was located, and said, "According to someone I know, in the hero's world, these cleaning robots are used to maintain rooms. They even eliminate invading threats. Perhaps they use them to exterminate magical beasts, which they saw as trash threatening their way of life." I've read records that say the heroes shouted things like trash or return to dust at magical beasts, but still. This is just my opinion, but perhaps cleaning in the hero's world was a kind of slang, meaning to defeat enemies thoroughly and cleanly. But still, something like that. Isaac tilted his head in puzzlement. In all the hero legends he knew, there was no mention of cleaning robots. Even if he was told they cleaned up magical beasts and the surroundings, he couldn't easily accept it. I've been studying the legends of the heroes since I was a child, but I've never heard of anything like this. Is this really an item from the hero's world? You've studied the hero legends, then? Yes, I've read through everything in my estate. Then, you must also know that among the summoned heroes, there were those who adored maids. Maids? Of course he knew. It was a famous story. Indeed, after being summoned, there were heroes who were deeply moved upon seeing the maids in the palace. And not just one, several of them. I want a maid to take care of me. I want her to keep my room clean. There was indeed a hero who said such a thing. You're right, but wasn't that due to cultural differences? Then, what do you think about the hero bringing a maid along when fighting demonic beasts and the Demon Lord's army? That too must be a matter of personal preference, right? There were heroes who said, "I like maids who clean." I figured it was just a custom from their world. Is that really so? A hero with extraordinary power, who came to save the world, cared about it that much. Isn't it more natural to think there was a reason beyond mere hobby? Do not tell me. Isaac's voice began to tremble. Rizinga, satisfied with that reaction, nodded and said, "Indeed, the cleaning that heroes desired from maids was, in fact, the extermination of low-level demonic beasts. They were meant to replace robot vacuum cleaners from their world. That's why some heroes were so particular about employing maids. Doesn't that make sense?" At Rizinga's words, Isaac and the Imperial soldiers murmured in astonishment. This is the opinion of someone who created golems in the Demon Lord's domain. What do you think, Captain? A new theory. This is truly a new theory. Isaac shouted in excitement. This could overturn the academic understanding of heroes in the Empire, General. But it's a convincing story, isn't it? Indeed, there were maids who became stronger under the guidance of the hero. For a hero to focus so much on maids, and even enhance them, the reason must be, no way. He probably wanted maids to have the same strength as robot vacuum cleaners, so that they could clear the path by dealing with lesser threats, allowing the heroes to focus on powerful demonic beasts, or even our ancestors in the Demon Lord's army. That's why the hero left behind the term battle maids. The term Isaac uttered was one of the still undeciphered words in hero legends. There are no maids in this world who specialize in combat. That's why the phrase battle maid left behind by a hero, had long been a mystery. However, if in the hero's world, a robot vacuum was a golem that not only cleaned rooms but also exterminated demonic beasts, then, in the hero's world, the ones in charge of cleaning and the ones in charge of fighting were the same. In that case, perhaps their world had humanoid golems that looked like maids. It's possible. And these golems, like the robot vacuums of the hero's world and the battle maids the hero desired, would track down magical beasts and clean the world. Is that what you're saying? Isaac muttered blankly. Isaac Omawarison Mwira, have realized my own ignorance. To be taught a new theory about the heroes by someone from the demon lord's domain. It's nothing. We, too, are constantly learning from that person. Rizinga picked up one of the golems. Now then, let us test the power of this cleaning robot that person created. Captain Isaac, where's the trace of the giant demonic beast? Just beyond that large tree. Oh, indeed, the trees have been knocked over. Still holding the spider-shaped golem, Rizinga moved in the direction Isaac pointed. Ahead, there were clear signs that a large creature had passed through. Trees in the forest had fallen to either side, the ground was gouged out, and grass was scattered. It looked as if a giant demonic beast had dragged its heavy body as it moved. This was discovered by our unit a few days ago. Captain Isaac said. It wasn't there the last time we came. A nearby villager said they heard a loud noise in the forest. I believe it's the trace of a giant demonic beast, but then let's confirm it. Rizinga set the spider-shaped golem on the ground. Shiru, Korokoro. The other two golems, the snake-shaped and the spherical, came over to the spider type. Their movements were awkward, like newborn creatures. They're moving slowly. Even if they can track demonic beasts, wouldn't it take a lot of time at that pace? It must be hard to fully recreate an item from the hero's world. It can't be helped. The Imperial soldiers muttered. Those golems may have been recreations of the robot vacuums from the hero's world, but it likely wasn't perfect. Thinking that, they sighed. By the way, General, what is it, Captain Isaac? Why are these golems moving in such perfect coordination? It's almost eerie. The golems on the ground moved around the fallen trees. The spider type crawled along the tree trunks. The snake type coiled around exposed roots. The spherical one rotated on the disturbed ground, kicking up soil, seemingly searching for something. Each moved with different tasks, yet without getting in each other's way. It was the first time they'd seen golems working in such coordinated harmony without a spellcaster. According to that person, the robot vacuums of the hero's world were linked to various things via something called Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi link, you say? It seems to be a kind of magical power. These golems have similar functionality. Apparently, by matching their magical wavelengths, they're able to move as one. Or so I was told. Suddenly, exactly, 3 cleaning robots stopped moving. Rustle, swish, roll. As if controlled by invisible strings, they all turned at once toward the east. And then, rustle. Swish, swish. Roll. At an incredible speed, they began running toward the forest exit. Wow, that's fast. What is that? Did they find a clue to the magical beast? What speed is that? Who was it that said they were slow? This spider type climbed over obstacles with rustling sounds. The snake type slipped through grass and trees. The spherical type rolled at ultra-high speed, bouncing over everything without question. All 3 together dashed toward the east. That's fast. Is the spider type the fastest? Yeah, with so many legs, it's faster. And it's stable too, moving through the rough terrain of the forest at that speed. No, the fastest is the snake type. It doesn't care about tree roots or rolling stones. The snake type ignores obstacles and is the fastest. Look at that smooth movement. It's already rounding the corner and approaching the forest exit. No way, the fastest is the spherical type. It's running while spinning at high speed. It's bouncing off obstacles to avoid them. Could it be using the vision of the other golems? It's overtaking from inside the spider type. The soldiers desperately chased after the golems. General Rizinga, may I ask something? What is it, Captain Isaac? In the Demon King's territory, you're not thinking of using those in battle against the Empire, right? Of course not. Neither His Majesty nor that person desires such a thing. Rizinga nodded with a serious expression. We consider Princess Sophia and Captain Isaac to be good neighbors. It's really a relief that the Demon Lord's territory isn't our enemy. Cold sweat ran down Isaac's forehead. If those golems were for combat, I didn't know how they could possibly fight against them. The spider type can climb castle walls as if it's natural. The snake type can slip through even the smallest gaps. The spherical type, that's the most terrifying. No one pays attention to a rolling ball. If you throw one into the enemy with weapons coming out from inside, it's the same as being attacked by spinning weapons. Thinking about it like that, it really is terrifying. The person who designed the spherical type golem must have been very creative. While saying things like that, Isaac and the others continued chasing the golems. Chapter 94. Just another ice sky lover. From Thor's point of view, the cleaning robots somehow managed to find traces of the magical beasts. After confirming that Isaac's unit was moving away, I stepped out from behind the trees. Since I kept my distance, I don't think they spotted me. I already told General Rizenga, there are 3 big cats in the forest, but please ignore them. Sometimes these cats walk on 2 legs, but please just pretend you don't see them. Princess Sophia also passed the message to Isaac. No problem there. The reason I'm here is to provide user support. I can't just leave the golems, the cleaning robots, as they are after creating them. In case any malfunctions or operational errors happen on site, I decided to secretly support General Rizenga and Commander Isaac. Thanks for following me, Mabel and Ugnies. Meow, you can take your hoods off, you know? When I said that, Mabel and Ugnies removed the cat ear hoods of their transforming pajamas. Their transformations popped off, and they returned to human form. By the way, I'm wearing a black, cat-type transforming pajama myself. Mabel and Ugnies are wearing pajamas too, white and red, respectively. However, the shapes are different from what they wore before. The tailors at the Demon Lord's castle upgraded them to suit the 2 better. Mabel's pajamas have pointed ears and a longer tail. Ugnies' have rounded ears and a shorter tail. Both are cute. The tailors have brought out their charms fully. I can't make something this cute. As for magical items, functional beauty, that's one thing, but in terms of aesthetic design, I'm still unskilled. When it comes to dressing them cutely, I'm no match for the tailors at the Demon Lord's castle. Thor-sama, what's the matter? I was just reaffirming how unskilled I still am. Why do you say something like that? They were surprised. Thor-sama, the cleaning robots you made perfectly detected traces of magical beast debris and tracked them down, right? Why would you say you're unskilled? Both the spider type and snake type moved like living creatures. Thor-Kanan-sama, you made perfect golems. I can make golems. Because I'm an alchemist. I kind of already knew that with Creation Alchemy, you can make golems. I learned the technique of tracing the forms of living things when I made the hugging pillow. Thanks to Mabel and the others, I also awakened the pseudo-life grasp skill. I became able to make items that mimic real life. Applying those skills, I thought I could create golems. The only thing left was how to reproduce spider-like and snake-like movements. But that was solved by incorporating magical beast materials into the cleaning robots. I confirmed with the hugging pillow that magical power contains personal information. This was an application of that. For now, by incorporating materials from similar magical beasts into this spider type and snake type, they started moving like a spider and a snake respectively. Then I just had to add functions to search for target magical power, like a magical power detector, and a function to suck in dust and debris using the wind magic stone. The problem was, I didn't know what kind of movement to make the spherical type do. As expected, Chancellor Kelv's idea was a high hurdle. How many tough challenges will that person set for me? Seriously, it's troublesome. If Mabel hadn't stopped me, I would have pulled an all-nighter making it non-stop. In the end, I made the spherical type work in coordination with the other 2. That's what the link function is for, right? Thor-sama. Yeah. I tried to imitate the Wi-Fi from another world. I divided a large magic stone into 3 parts and built each into the cleaning robots. Truly a new technology. If they share the same magic power by doing that, the magic will resonate and link. I thought so, and I'm glad it worked. Only Thor-sama could divide a magic stone into 3 parts. That's the power of material transmutation. It allows me to process materials and shape them as I like. The cleaning robots have magic stones of light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind divided into thirds and incorporated as their power source. Though divided into 3 parts, they are all the same magic stone. If you liken it to a living creature, it's like sharing nerves and thought circuits. When I operated them in that state, the magic power resonated and linked. The feature of the spherical type is high-speed movement. It receives information from the other 2 and moves quickly. It also spins rapidly and supports the spider type and snake type. The spider type is durable and strong. The snake type can have options attached to its tail. Among the three, the strongest is the spider type. The most versatile is the snake type, with attachable tail options. The spherical type moves quickly and supports the other two. I just hope this helps us find the new kind of magical beasts and their summoner. Well then, let's chase after the cleaning robots too, keeping our distance from Isaac's unit, so we're not noticed. Understood, Thor-sama. We're moving out. For user support, we decided to follow the joint army of the Demon Lord's territory and the Empire. Afterwards, at a fortress in the southeast of the Demon Lord's territory, the Archduke Karen and the Princess of the Holy Sword are approaching. Hurry preparations for evacuation. In the fortress's plaza, the commander declared this to the soldiers. This fortress was originally built to prepare against invasions from other countries. In the past, there were many small nations in the northeast of the empire. Those countries repeatedly engaged in minor conflicts, involving the empire as well. But that was long ago. All the small nations were annexed by the empire, and now, the only foreign land surrounding the fortress is the Demon Lord's territory. The fortress is now only a place where a small number of soldiers are stationed to exterminate the nearby magical beasts. Both the fortress's soldiers and the commander hold insignificant positions within the Imperial Army. Therefore, this fortress was just the right place to serve as a base for cultivating a top-secret unit. The gathered members were those loyal to the country and mercenaries hired with money. They began research to discover a new trump card following the hero. As a result, despite several failures, they finally succeeded in commanding a new magical beast. They were supposed to report this upwards and conduct a field experiment on the battlefield, but who would have thought Archduke Karen would set his eyes on this fortress so quickly? Truly, he is said to have been the late Emperor's right-hand man. The fortress commander muttered calmly. His superior was most wary of Archduke Karen. But the Archduke was, after all, a retainer of the Emperor. It was not difficult to grasp his movements. Countermeasures had already been devised. Therefore, we will execute Plan B. The commander in his robe told his assembled subordinates. The gathered soldiers murmured. Plan B, that is, abandon the fortress. Hearing those words, the soldiers exchanged glances. They must have realized just how critical the situation was. In the front row were the commander's direct soldiers. Their loyalty was high. They would obey the commander's words without question. In the rear were mercenary magicians hired with money. As long as they were paid, they likely would not betray. As a precaution, there were watchers assigned as well. They could be controlled. You say you will use Plan B, Commander Gerald? The representative of the hired magicians suddenly spoke. So, you mean to abandon the fortress and escape? The troops will do so. I, as the fortress commander, will remain and talk with the Duke. The man called Gerald nodded. All materials will be taken out. The aforementioned trump card will be moved using the prescribed route. Without evidence, even Archduke Karen will have nothing to say. If that trump card is used on the southern front, won't the Duke become suspicious? The Empire judges by results alone. The commander said, produce results and convince the soldiers on the battlefield. Then it will be meaningless for the Duke to complain. The Duke does not have the power to change the course of the war, but we do. Also, we are a top-secret mobile unit. Even Imperial soldiers do not know our true identity. Is that the plan your superior came up with? Mind your tone. I respect my employer. But if we abandon the fortress, what will happen to the trump card we summoned? Won't the Duke catch up to it if we carry something like that around? We have sent scouts. We know the Duke's location. It is a distance we can escape. And if, by some chance, we cannot escape, in that case, we will use one of the trump cards to hold the Duke back. Commander Gerald twisted his lips beneath his hood and laughed. His subordinates let out an "oh." When the matter is on the verge of being discovered, that is what we have been told to do. Gerald continued with satisfaction. We obtained 3 trump cards. One will be sent toward the Duke's troops. Our troops will escape during that distraction. That is the plan. Where is Archduke Karen now? More than 2 days' travel on foot from here. We have enough time to recover the materials and leave this place. Stay calm and deal with it. This is when our secret unit will show its true worth. Oh. Gerald answered the questions one after another. His confident attitude seemed to reassure his subordinates, who let out relieved voices. Our nameless unit has just been established. Our chance to shine is ahead. The man called Gerald declared. Our summoning magic will become a power for the country. Let us break through the deadlocked southern front. As a shadow force lurking behind the Empire, we will show everyone that heroes are a thing of the past. One last question. The hired magician who spoke earlier raised his hand again. Apart from Archduke Karen, is there anything else we should be wary of? Anything else? Say it. The Demon Lord's territory and Princess Sophia's troops. His words caused a stir. The giant spider summoned in the first experiment, called the magical beast Gargarasa in the Empire. The giant centipede summoned in the second experiment. The magical beast Gargarasa was defeated by the Demon Lord's army. The giant centipede was defeated by the Demon Lord's army and Princess Sophia's troops respectively. That's a foolish question. How would the Demon Lord's territory or Princess Sophia's troops come here? Commander Geralt said. Archduke Karen set his sights on this fortress based on information from the Imperial capital. But it is impossible for the Demon Lord's territory or Princess Sophia's troops to do the same. There is no way they will come here. Maybe. If you are convinced, then get to work. Everyone, start preparing to leave immediately. The magician squad commanding the trump cards has the highest priority. Geralt's direct unit will handle the disposal of the materials. Report. Imperial soldiers and magical beasts are approaching the fortress. Suddenly, a scout dashed into the plaza. Imperial soldiers? Which unit are they? The banner indicates, according to the markings, that they are Isaac Muira's unit stationed in Nosa town. 10 soldiers. Behind them, several large men with faces hidden under hoods follow. Soldiers directly under Princess Sophia? In front of them are small magical beasts. No, are those really magical beasts? The soldier cried out, clutching his head. Reporting. The magical beasts are about 1 meter in size. There are 3 of them. A spider, a snake, and a mysterious ball. What's a mysterious ball? It's a mysterious ball. I know that. I'm asking what kind of magical beast it is. I cannot explain it. Please look for yourself, Geralt-sama. All right, understood. Everyone else, hurry with preparations to escape. After receiving the report, the commander left the room. Led by the soldiers, they moved to the high ground of the fort. Rustle, 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 rustle. Shush, 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 shush. Rumble, 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 rumble. They're too fast. W8. They saw the spider, snake, and mysterious ball approaching the fort. About 10 Imperial soldiers were chasing them. Behind were the large hooded men. They were desperately chasing the magical beasts. Most likely, small magical beasts had appeared where these soldiers were guarding. Judging it dangerous, the Nosa town unit had come here to exterminate them. It must be so. As fellow Imperial soldiers, we should support the magical beast extermination. Cold sweat trickled down Commander Geralt's forehead. The fort's official role was to exterminate magical beasts and maintain order. If fellow Imperial soldiers were chasing magical beasts, they had to be supported. But if they spent too much time on extermination, their escape would be delayed. They might lose time to flee from Archduke Karen. Then leave the magical beasts alone? No, that's no good either. If they left the magical beasts alone, Isaac Muira's unit would become suspicious. After exterminating the beasts, they might come to complain to this fort. If occupied dealing with that, escape would be delayed again. If they entered the fort, the trump card might be discovered. I am trusted by that person and entrusted with this mission because I am strong for such tasks. Therefore, I understand the priority. Commander Geralt muttered as if reminding himself. The highest priority was to deliver the trump card to the destination. In the worst case, one of the 3 beasts would be used to delay Archduke Karen, but the other 2 had to be secured. That was the mission of this unit. Direct subordinates, prepare to escape. Mercenary soldiers, attack the magical beasts with magic from here. Don't let them approach this fort. Commander Geralt shouted. If the magical beasts were exterminated, Isaac Muira's unit would have no reason to come here. They should also be able to repel them at the entrance. Even so, what are those magical beasts? Different species of magical beasts coordinating was impossible. Something extraordinarily strange might be happening. They had to stay alert. Thinking this, Commander Geralt gave orders. Cast attack magic along the beast's path. After they falter, unleash a volley of arrows. Don't let them near the fort. Understood. Use flame wall magic. Create a wall of flames in front of them. Magical beasts have no intelligence. If they realize they can't win, they'll flee. That will give the impression that Isaac Muira's unit and the beasts are being attacked from both sides. Receiving Geralt's orders, the magic soldiers began chanting. The magical beasts approached the fort straight ahead. At the rear was the snake beast, swiftly writhing its body as it moved. In the center was the spider type, resembling the magical beast Gargarasa in some way. Leading the pack was the spherical one, that was already beyond comprehension. It could only be described as a mysterious ball. Commander Gerald concluded that the exact nature of the magical beasts didn't matter. What was important was to prevent Isaac Muira's unit from approaching the fort. Before Archduke Karen arrived, they had to escape with the documents and the trump card. The beasts are within magic range. Now fire. Flame wall. The soldiers activated their magic, creating a giant wall of flames in front of the beasts. Several meters high, tens of meters wide. 10 magic soldiers had lined up the flame walls as instructed. The formation was flawless, and the walls formed a massive barrier, blocking the beast's path. If the beasts saw this, they should retreat. Rustle. Shush. Rumble, 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 rumble. What? The beast's behavior changed. The three, which had been scattered, began lining up in a row. Leading was the ball-shaped beast. The spider increased its speed, while the snake slowed down. Then, the ball-shaped beast jumped. It was crushed on the ground, bounced high, and while blowing air, leaped. Following the mysterious ball beast in the commander and soldier's view, the spider also jumped. In midair, using the high-speed spinning mysterious ball as a stepping stone. Rustle, rustle. Boing. Way up. Using the momentum of the spin, it easily jumped over the firewall. No way. A magical beast has that kind of jumping power. The ball-shaped beast acted as a springboard. Why are magical beasts of different species working together? This makes no sense. They don't know. They don't know that what they're calling a magical beast is actually a cleaning robot modeled after the hero's world. They don't know that the alchemist who read the phrase, "This cleaning robot can handle steps with ease," in a mail-order catalog, calculated based on a hero's jumping ability, and greatly overestimated the size of steps in the hero's world. That, under the theme of surpassing the hero, he even added a 50% margin to that estimated height. As a result, he added a propulsion function using a wind magic stone to the cleaning robot, enabling it to jump over steps a hero could barely clear. Archers, shoot the spider beast. Magic units, attack the snake and the ball-shaped beasts. Roger. The archers released a volley of arrows, but the spider beast easily dodged them. Its movements were abnormal. As if it could see the arrow's trajectory from a different perspective, it skittered left and right, dodging each incoming arrow. It continued its advance toward the fortress. What is that thing? Can it see our movements? A magical beast. It grazed it, but bounced off. That beast is made of metal. While the archers shouted, the magic soldiers unleashed spells at the snake and the mysterious ball beast. Explosive type, burst type also for intimidation. They chose spells with loud sound and impact. But the snake and the ball remained unfazed, neither frightened by the noise nor the vibration. They altered their course, bypassing the wall of fire. The snake moved through the grass, and the ball rolled rapidly along the ground, heading straight for the fortress. It can't be helped. We'll prioritize subjugating the beasts. Commander Gerald made his decision. They would exit the gate and eliminate the magical beasts in close combat. If they halted evacuation preparations and fought with all troops, the battle would end quickly. There would no longer be any need to let Isaac Muira into the fortress. Those magical beasts aren't normal. Of course they're not. It should be obvious. What kind of magical beast charges a fortress guarded by elite Imperial soldiers? If such a thing exists, it's either a beast that's lost its mind and is running wild, or a familiar, a newly summoned species. But summoning magic is under their control. In that case, it must be a berserk magical beast. That has to be it. All units, prepare for interception. I'll speak with Isaac Muira. If the beasts breach the fortress, it's our duty to defeat them. The garrison from Nosa town must not interfere. The commander declared, and the soldiers sprang back into action. The fortress bell rang out an emergency alert. Leaving the field command to a subordinate, Commander Gerald climbed the wall surrounding the fortress. Seeing Isaac Muira's unit approaching, he called out, "Halt there, soldiers of Nosa town. I am Gerald, commander of this fortress." Commander Gerald shouted, "The magical beasts you were chasing. We will take full responsibility for subjugating them. This is the domain of our fortress. You are to wait there. I am Isaac Omawarison Muira, direct subordinate of Princess Sophia." The unit from Nosa town stopped several dozen meters in front of the fortress. They raised flags showing they were Imperial soldiers. Looking up at Commander Gerald, he could see the face of the man at the front. There was no mistake. He was the heir of the distinguished Muira Marquis family, which had produced generations of ministers of military affairs. By Princess Sophia's orders, I came to eliminate the spider, the snake, and that mysterious orb. That beast has already entered the alert zone of this fortress. Interrupting Isaac Muira, Commander Gerald spoke. Therefore, we will handle its subjugation. Afterwards, we will hand them over to you. That is all. Wait a moment. What is it, Isaac Muiradano? What we were pursuing appeared to head straight for the fortress. Are you sure about that? Indeed. Those beasts recklessly attempted to attack the fortress. As you said, they came directly toward us. Gerald continued. But we are elite soldiers. We should be able to take down the magical beasts without any issues. Still, it's far too suspicious. I want to confirm something. Isaac Muira pressed on. Persistent bastard, Commander Gerald looked exasperated. For Imperial soldiers, defeating magical beasts that have entered their territory is only natural. Since those beasts had clearly charged toward the fortress, they had every right to take them down. Isaac Muira had no grounds to interfere. However, the other party didn't seem to understand that. In that case, it must be explained so that he does. What exactly do you want to confirm, Isaac Muiradano? Is there any chance that those spider and serpent creatures, as well as the sphere, merely brushed past the fortress walls, or passed by without touching any buildings or people? None. Commander Gerald replied curtly. Those magical beasts were headed straight for the heart of our fortress. The fortress guard saw it too. There's no mistake. But I find it hard to believe that they were truly aiming for an Imperial fortress. Magical beasts sometimes act erratically. Are you absolutely certain that the magical beasts were aiming for this fortress? Commander Gerald, you're being repetitive. Even if you serve directly under Princess Sophia, your words are crossing a line. Commander Gerald shouted. Are you using Her Highness's trust as a weapon to cast suspicion on us, your comrades? Don't make me repeat myself. Those magical beasts were headed here. From 3 different directions, they are already advancing on us. Their target is this fortress. Absolutely not anywhere else. Therefore, we have the right to subjugate them. I see. Isaac Muira fell silent. A few seconds passed, and then, in that case, under the name of Her Highness Sophia Dalgaria, I, Isaac Omawarison Muira, ask you this. Were you the one who summoned the magical beast Gargarasa and the giant centipede? Or was it someone within that fortress? What? Commander Gerald was speechless. The surrounding magic soldiers, having heard his words, widened their eyes in astonishment. They couldn't comprehend it. Why would a soldier who had been chasing the magical beasts suddenly bring up magical beast summoning? It wasn't magical beasts heading toward the fortress. It was cleaning robots equipped with a magical beast tracking function. Isaac Muira shouted, loud enough for it to echo across the entire fortress. They are magical items from the hero world, capable of following the traces of magical beasts. If their destination is indeed that fortress, then there must be a clue to a magical beast there. I request you open the gate. The Omawarison squad will not permit anyone to disrupt the security of the border zone. We have no intention of hostility. We simply wish to confirm something. We want to confirm it. The soldiers of town of Nosa and the large men with hoods covering their faces spoke in unison. Hearing their voices, Commander Gerald and his soldiers froze. A magical item that follows the traces of magical beasts? Cleaning robots. There's no way such things could exist. But, if not, then what were those magical beasts? The spider-type beast had already reached the fortress wall and begun to climb. The serpent type had bypassed the firewall and vanished from sight. The fortress had arrow slits, as well as gaps for water intake and drainage. A small enough serpent could easily pass through them. It was only a matter of time before it got inside. The real problem was the mysterious sphere. No one could even begin to guess what it might do. If those creatures truly had the ability to track the traces of magical beasts, then without a doubt, they would uncover whatever magical beast was hidden within the fortress. But he couldn't believe it. It was true that the magical beasts had passed through the forest near the border a few days ago. Could those cleaning robots really have followed faint magical traces all the way from there? Impossible. There's no way. You have no right to enter the fortress. Aren't you just security soldiers from the town of Nosa? This is an overreach of your authority. We serve as the guards of Her Highness Sophia. Isaac Muira shouted. And Her Highness has previously been attacked by a centipede-type magical beast. If the one who summoned it is here, they must be held accountable. I serve Her Highness. Eradicating the source of calamity is my mission. GUH. Furthermore, this area is close to the town of Nosa. If a magical beast is present, we cannot ignore it. Who knows when the border's peace may be disturbed? Subjugating magical beasts to protect our territory is only natural. That's common sense for Imperial soldiers. There was no way to refute him. After all, defending one's territory by slaying magical beasts. That was the very logic Commander Gerald himself had just used moments ago. We're not asking to comb through every corner of the fortress. All we want is to investigate the location where the cleaning robot stops. That's all. There shouldn't be a problem. Don't you agree, Commander Gerald? As Commander Gerald and the soldiers wavered in the face of Isaac Muira's calm and logical words, Isaac Muira and his troops began advancing toward the fortress. Chapter 95. Just another Ice Sky lover. Isaac's unit's point of view. Open the gate, Commander Gerald. The magical beast that appeared in the border region is a dangerous one. In the name of Lady Sophia Dalgoria, we ask to conduct an investigation to protect the peace of the people. W8. With a panicked voice, Commander Gerald disappeared from atop the wall. Isaac and his group halted at a spot away from the fortress. They were not yet armed. Their opponents were fellow Imperial soldiers. They couldn't take aggressive measures. Isaac's group was searching for the lair of a new species of magical beast, and the one controlling it. They hadn't imagined their investigation would lead them to an Imperial fortress. Sir Isaac, may I retrieve the robot vacuum cleaner back to my side? The general from the Demon Lord's territory, Rezasinga Freezed, spoke. He wore a hood and was mingling with the Imperial soldiers. Behind him stood the Minotaur unit, also with their faces concealed. They were accompanying the group to work together in defeating the new magical beast. Their faces were hidden to avoid startling anyone they might encounter from the Empire. You and your companions from the Demon Lord's territory came prepared with hoods to hide your faces. Isaac asked, somewhat curiously. Did the people of the Demon Lord's territory already suspect that Imperial soldiers were involved with the new magical beast? Hardly. These hoods are more like a dress code for entering Imperial territory. Rizinga replied with a wry smile. There are many types of people in the Empire. Some, like you, Sir Isaac, are trustworthy. Others fear us demi-humans. We choose who we reveal ourselves to. Rizinga-sama. Now, about the robot vacuum. You're right. We don't want the fortress soldiers capturing it. Let's bring it back for now. I received a magic stone from Thor-sama to call it back. I'll use that. Rizinga took a small magic stone from his pocket. He placed it in his palm and uttered a command. Thou who cleans, return to thy charger house. Twitch. Reacting to Rizinga's voice, the spider, snake, and sphere-type robot vacuum turned directions. The spider, which had been climbing the wall, leapt to the ground and retreated. The snake began slithering back through the grass. The sphere-type spun rapidly with a Jaiwan sound and returned first to Rizinga and his group. That robot vacuum is quite something. I didn't know golems could be used for scouting and investigation. If there were many of them, it would make hunting magical beasts and wild animals much easier. Thor-sama might even make a robot vacuum specifically for Sophia-sama's protection. I'd rather not think about it. It would break my sense of normalcy. More importantly, shall we return all the robot vacuums to the support team? Let's keep one here. Once the fortress gate opens, we'll need it to guide us. Understood. Then, yes indeed. Isaac and Rizinga turned around. Behind a tree in the distance, there were 3 cats. Their fur was black, red, and silver, and they occasionally walked on 2 legs. Of course, they were actually the alchemist Thor, the elf Mabel, and Rizinga's daughter Ugnis. Thor-sama is truly something else. The robot vacuum is impressive, but he's completely transformed into a cat. And that's only a fraction of Thor-sama's abilities. How could someone that talented remain unknown in the Empire? As they talked, Isaac and Rizinga placed the snake-type and sphere-type robot vacuums on the ground. The 2 immediately ran toward the black cat. They would likely undergo mana replenishment and adjustments. Only the spider-type remained here to act as a guide for Isaac and Rizinga. That robot vacuum was heading straight for the fortress. That suggests the new magical beast is there. What is your opinion, Isaac-sama? I agree. Isaac nodded with a grim expression. As a soldier, I don't want to believe that Imperial troops are hiding a magical beast. But it's also true that the fortress commander is acting suspiciously. He refused to let me approach the fortress. And on top of that, he's left you waiting with the gate still shut. The fortress gate had not opened. Commander Gerald had said, "Wait," and then disappeared, not returning. Isaac, who desired a peaceful resolution, could do nothing but wait for a response. We can't afford to attack an imperial fortress. Ideally, they'll admit their wrongdoing and accept the investigation peacefully. I don't want any conflict near the Demon Lord's territory either. As the two continued their conversation, creak. A creaking sound came from the direction of the fortress gate. It appears they are coming out. Forgive me, General, but please head toward the rear, toward the alchemist. There are things that cannot be spoken in our presence. Understood. Thank you for your consideration, General. From this point on, it becomes a negotiation between Isaac and the commander of the fortress. It is a situation where those from the Demon Lord's territory should step back. It's almost certain that the soldiers of the fortress are involved with the new type of magical beast. As a noble of the Empire, Isaac does not want those from the Demon Lord's lands to witness the Empire's internal disorder. Therefore, he told Rizinga and the others that he would explain everything later and asked them to leave. How cunning of me. I suppose I can never become a true hero. If Princess Sophia were here, what would she have done? She might have boldly introduced Rizinga and the Minotaurs. And on top of that, she would likely have persuaded the fortress soldiers to speak the truth. If it were the Omawarison from the hero's world, he would have made the fortress soldiers confess using spirit power. But, as an imperial noble, I just want to settle things peacefully. Am I still unable to break free from my old mindset? How pathetic. With frustration in his heart, Isaac began to walk. Together with the Omawarison unit behind him, he headed toward the fortress. At the same time, the gates of the fortress opened completely, and a man appeared from within, leading a group of soldiers. I am Gerald Zelger, entrusted with the northern fortress of the Empire. At the front of the soldiers, a man in a robe raised his voice. It was Gerald, the fortress commander. He appeared older than Isaac. He carried no weapon. Most likely, he was a magic soldier. Behind him stood armored troops. Their numbers were about twice those under Isaac's command. Their wariness toward Isaac was obvious. I am Isaac Omawarison Wira, come from the town of Nosa. Isaac shouted toward the fortress commander. As I mentioned earlier, we came regarding the new magical beast. I know nothing of any magical beast. Gerald, the fortress commander, spat the words out. Moreover, you have no authority to investigate this fortress. That is all. Wait, Commander Gerald. If we don't talk, what are you saying? You're the one who controlled those magical beasts. Gerald pointed at Isaac and shouted. You controlled those magical beasts, spiders, snakes, and that mysterious orb, and charged them into this fortress. Then you falsely accused us of hiding magical beasts. You must have been frustrated being stationed on the frontier and tried to force a result to return to the capital. Isn't that right? You're wrong. Those spiders aren't magical beasts. They're magical beast detection devices. There's no such magic item. I understand how you feel. You claim to have followed magical beast traces, right? Then show us proof. Gerald glared at Isaac with narrowed eyes. Even if you serve under Her Highness Sophia, you have no authority over this fortress. We will not allow entry without evidence. It's true I have no authority, but we are working to preserve peace on the border. Isaac puffed out his chest and declared, unknown magical beasts are wandering freely. The people living on the border cannot live in peace. We protect the peace to reassure them. That is our mission. Indeed, we are the Omawarison unit, protectors of peace. The soldiers from the town of Nosa echoed Isaac's words. But, what does this Omawarison matter to me? My Zelger family, even though only counts, has a long history. Our ancestors were close to heroes from other worlds and kept records of them. Our lineage is not like the Mwira Marquis family. I am aware. If you dare accuse me, then show me proof. Very well. Suddenly, Isaac lifted the spider-shaped cleaning robot. He reached for its underside, and as the alchemist Thor taught him, poured in magical energy. Then, the spider's belly popped open. Next, Isaac took out a pouch made from magic-woven cloth. It was a part of the cleaning robot, a garbage pack. Durable and long-lasting, and when filled with magical energy, it turns transparent, an excellent item. Isaac pressed the pouch against the spider's belly and gave it a few light taps. Then fine powder and a magic stone dropped into the bag. As I said earlier, this cleaning robot has the ability to track the traces of magical beasts. Isaac showed the contents of the pouch to Commander Gerald. The cleaning robot doesn't just follow traces of magical beasts. It can also collect fragments of their magic power and skin. What did you say? Gerald stiffened. The fortress guards, who had been criticizing the Omo unit, in unison, were left speechless. According to the creator's explanation, it seems that an empty magic stone can absorb the magical power of magical beasts while collecting skin and body hair. That is the contents of this bag. Isaac raised the white bag for everyone to see. This is what we collected along the way to this fortress. This is proof that you and the magical beasts are involved. That's just what you're saying. Commander Gerald shouted. You just put some random stuff into the golem's belly. How can you insist that it's something related to this fortress? I see. Then, I will hand this over to Archduke Karen and have him investigate. Commander Gerald's eyes widened. The figure clad in robes began to tremble slightly. Before Isaac could head for the investigation, Princess Sophia spoke. Archduke Karen seems to be a trustworthy person. Even if, by some chance, someone from the Empire is involved with a new species of magical beast, let's rely on his power, she said. Archduke Karen had come to investigate the new species of magical beasts with permission from the imperial capital. Unlike Isaac, Archduke Karen has the authority to investigate the fortress. Since Princess Liana came to meet him, Princess Sophia learned where the Duke was. Therefore, if the new magical beast was connected to the Empire, they decided to borrow the Duke's strength. I opposed Her Highness's proposal, Isaac said while staring at Commander Gerald. I didn't want to believe that someone from the Empire was involved with a new species of magical beast that's ravaging the country. But it seems Her Highness's concern was correct. While what? If we appraise this under Archduke Karen's supervision, we will know whether this is from a magical beast or not. Furthermore, we can check if the same magical power or beast skin remains inside the fortress. This robot vacuum cleaner can easily collect things like pet hair tangled in a long pile carpet, and even microorganisms that cause allergies. Ugh. If you refuse the investigation, so be it. I will send a messenger to Archduke Karen myself. And until he arrives, I will wait near the fortress. Isaac was prepared for that much. He was the one who wanted a peaceful resolution with the fortress soldiers. Camping here for a few days was no problem. That is all I have to say. Any objections? Gerald Zelger, sir. I don't need to listen to what you say. Commander Gerald muttered with a strained voice. He raised his arm as if to show the soldiers behind him. I know, in Nosa town. You have friendly relations with the Demon Lord's territory, right? You even built a trading post and are conducting business. Commander Gerald trembled and twisted his lips into a smile. You must have been influenced by demi-humans and demons, trying to bring us down. What did you say? The ones behind you are proof. Those hiding their faces under hoods must be demi-humans, right? Isaac Muira from Nosa town must be trying to disrupt the Empire with demi-humans. Wait, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Isaac reached out his hand toward Commander Gerald. But, my soldiers use wind magic. Don't let the soldiers from Nosa town, who have been taken over by demi-humans, approach the fortress. Gerald's voice echoed as a large amount of wind attribute magic was fired from the fortress. What was created was a giant headwind. Dust and grass swirled up, blocking Isaac and his group's vision. Taking advantage of the gap, Gerald and the soldiers retreated. Wait, we have Princess Sophia's permission to cooperate with the Demon Lord's territory for the investigation. Moreover, those near the border have long traded with the Demon Lord's territory. The High Officials Council has even tacitly agreed to this. I won't listen. Gerald's voice grew distant. Instead, the cries of the fortress soldiers could be heard. Look, the wind magic blew the hoods off the soldiers in the rear. It's true. The people of Nosa town brought minotaurs. Those guys were working with demi-humans. Just like Commander said, they must have been trying to trap us. Bang. The fortress gate closed, and Commander Gerald disappeared. What a reckless excuse. Shame on you, Gerald Zelger. Isaac spat out. Commander Gerald's claims were unreasonable. Still, they expelled Isaac and his group. They probably intend to pretend none of this happened. No, this is my own lack of ability. I didn't consider the possibility that the culprit could be an Imperial soldier. Because they're from the same empire, I tried to resolve it peacefully. This is my limit. He was still inexperienced. Far from being a true policeman. Isaac sighed. I'm not fit to be a hero. It's frustrating, but I have no choice but to rely on others. Arrows and intimidation magic rained down from the fortress. Seeing that, Isaac ordered his troops to retreat. The The fortress soldiers probably did not intend to harm them. But the same applied to Isaac's group. They couldn't forcibly capture the fortress. They couldn't shed blood between Imperial soldiers. If it were Rizinga and the others, they could take the fortress. But doing that would lead to conflict between the Demon Lord's territory and the Empire. Just what Gerald Zelger wanted. Sorry, Isaac. Maybe we shouldn't have come. Rizinga, who had joined up, said apologetically. The Minotaurs around him also slumped their shoulders in disappointment. Our presence has worsened your position. It's not the general's fault. Their claims are unreasonable. Isaac shook his head. We have come to exterminate the magical beasts. It is only natural to seek the general's assistance when fighting such powerful beasts. Besides, it is strange for the Empire's people to be involved in summoning magical beasts in the first place. That Gerald Zelger. What shall we do now? Are we really going to wait until the Duke of the Empire arrives? What is the general's opinion? If this were the Demon Lord's territory, I would break down the fortress gates and storm in. But in this case, it is difficult. Then, Isaac looked at the figure behind Rizinga, who looked like a black cat. What is the opinion of the alchemist? Thor did not answer. He had already removed the hood with cat ears and returned to his human form. However, he seemed to be deep in thought. Holding the snake-shaped cleaning robot, he was staring intently at the fortress. What is the matter, Alchemist Thor? Thor-sama. What's wrong? Ah, yes. I'm concerned about the cleaning robot's response. Noticing that he was being spoken to, Alchemist Thor raised his face. The cleaning robot has the same function as a magical power detector, but because of that, it's behaving as if it's being pulled toward the fortress. Look, it's stretching its head in that direction. It wasn't like this just a moment ago. What he said was true. In Thor's arms, the snake-shaped cleaning robot was desperately stretching its neck toward the fortress. The other two were the same. The spider-shaped one was moving its legs restlessly in Isaac's arms. The spherical one was repeatedly dashing and stopping suddenly, as if about to rush out. Indeed, it's a strange behavior. What could this mean, Alchemist? I think the magical power of the beasts is increasing. Thor lowered his head, seeming to ponder, and said, perhaps the magical beasts are being activated. Assuming the beasts are inside that fortress. Well, they definitely are. What could be the reason their power is increasing? Possibility: 1. They're trying to break through by attacking our troops. Possibility: 2. They're happy to be fed. No, that's unlikely in this situation. That leaves possibility 3. But this is... Thor-sama, Thor-sama. The elf girl, Mabel, whispered in Thor's ear. Is that something dangerous? Please tell me, Thor-sama. Well. Snapping back to reality, Thor looked at Mabel. Then, he looked at Agnes, Rizinga, and Isaac, and said, given that there is definitely a new type of magical beast in that fortress, I thought about what the enemy might do next. Alchemist Thor said, it's impossible to completely hide the presence of the magical beasts. And with Isaac's troops here, it's impossible to let them escape. If time passes, Archduke Karen and Princess Liana's troops will arrive. The soldiers in the fortress are already doomed. Alchemist's words are correct. That's why I thought they would give up and accept the investigation. But that didn't happen. Commander Gerald used the presence of people from the Demon Lord's territory as an excuse to close the gates. If so, they will probably try to destroy evidence. That is the most likely scenario. But the cleaning robots sense the magical beast's power increasing. That raises a question. A question: can the people inside the fortress completely control the new type of magical beast? Alchemist Thor continued explaining. The first magical beast, Gargarasa, was not controlled by anyone. The next huge centipede was the same. The summoners only called forth the new magical beasts and then left them alone. If the enemy just wanted to release beasts in the Demon Lord's territory or borderlands, that would be fine. But if they failed to control the beasts and just left them unattended, I think the new magical beasts inside the fortress have only just reached a level where they can be controlled. You may be right, but if so? Yes. If that's the case, the beasts that were almost killed by their masters may sense their life is in danger and break the controlling magic. Rustling, shushing, swirling. The cleaning robots on the ground were agitated. Isaac understood what Alchemist Thor meant. Even in the Empire, there are times when familiar spirits that are no longer needed are disposed of. If the familiar spirit trusts the master, it will obey the decision if the master chooses to kill it. Old or injured familiars can be easily disposed of, although in those cases, the master usually tends the familiar until the end. If the familiar is an animal rather than a magical beast, Simply releasing it is enough. However, if the familiar is a magical beast, and a powerful one at that, and if it was recently made a familiar and the magic isn't stable, I think magical beasts that realize they're going to be disposed of will resist with all their might. Or if they truly are magical beasts from another world, they might operate under different rules than the beasts in this world. Also, there's a possibility they might be something resembling magical beasts. We don't fully understand even Gargarasa or the giant centipede. So, as alchemist Thor continued his explanation, Shagya, an eerie scream and the sound of stone walls crumbling echoed from the fortress. A few minutes earlier, inside the fortress, execute Plan E. The moment the fortress gates closed, Commander Geralt shouted, "The operation has failed. Dispose of all documents and eliminate the magical beasts. Bury them." Understood. The fortress soldiers answered immediately. They understood they were undertaking a dangerous task. Long ago, they had already prepared to destroy all evidence. In the fortress square, a huge hole had been dug using earth element magic. They would drop the magical beasts into it, kill them with magical attacks, burn them to ashes, and bury them. That way, the evidence should be erased. This was the best solution for now. Commander Geralt might face punishment, but he had allies in the Imperial capital. He could only think that it would be a light penalty. The problem is if that so-called cleaning robot really has the function to collect fragments of the magical beasts, but if the beasts themselves disappear, they should have no excuse. Commander Geralt said this while looking around at his direct subordinates. A few magicians will hold off Isaac's squad. The rest concentrate on controlling the magical beasts. Gather the beasts in the courtyard, kill them, and bury them. Understood? Yes. Upon receiving the orders, the direct soldiers ran off. After watching them go, Commander Geralt let out a long sigh. The operation had failed. They had been targeted by Princess Sophia and the forces of the town of Nosa. Escaping before Archduke Karen arrived was already impossible. Damn that cleaning robot. He had never expected the forces from the town of Nosa to come here. It was a complete blind spot. He had been distracted by the approaching forces of Archduke Karen. Escape is impossible too. If it were just Isaac Muira's troops, we might have broken through forcibly. Behind them were the forces of the Demon Lord's territory. The Flame General Rizenga and the demi-human troops were powerful. Geralt knew this well, because in his family home, the Zelger family, records of demi-humans and demons remained. Long ago, the Zelger Count family was close to heroes summoned from another world. They had heard many stories from them and had left written records. Therefore, they also knew well the strength of the Demon Lord's territory. They also knew that they needed a trump card against them and the small countries in the south. That magical beast was supposed to be the trump card for the southern front. Eventually, it could have had the power to destroy all the small countries. The south and the northern Demon Lord's territory could have been wiped out someday. Commander Geralt muttered. The Zelger family knows a lot about the hero's power and the magical beasts. They also understand the control magic used by the heroes. No one knows about the heroes and magical beasts as well as our clan does. That power should have made the country stronger. But, however, it was not over yet. The operation had failed, but the technology was still in his hands. They could still use summoning magic. Above all, the Zelger family understood the heroes. They should be able to reproduce the same power. Commander Geralt, we're struggling with the control magic. Please assist. Understood. I'm coming immediately. Geralt ran off. His subordinates continued casting intimidating magic from the high ground to keep Isaac and the Demon Lord's territory from approaching. He knew that Isaac's troops were not allied with the Demon Lord's territory. But for now, he had no choice but to push that story. Some soldiers feared demi-humans. That fear should be exploited. While thinking this, Geralt headed toward the location of the magical beasts. Shagua, the screams of the magical beast echoed. What are you doing? The control of this magical beast Nosirius should have been complete. Commander Geralt could not believe what he saw. The magical beast, which was supposed to be tamed by control magic, was rampaging as if broken. What is going on? What happened? With a pale face, Commander Geralt shouted. I don't know. Until yesterday, the magical beast Nosirius obeyed orders. Why did it suddenly go wild? Gather your magical power. Concentrate. Use the authority of the control magic to restrain the beast. No, it won't stop. Start chanting from the beginning again. Gain. Gaga. In front of the shouting soldiers, the stone wall shook. In one corner of the fortress was a huge stone cage. A a semi-underground cage reinforced with steel, made using an old tower. Inside was a black magical beast. The fact that it was inside meant it could be contained there. A few days ago, they had indeed succeeded in controlling the magical beast. They summoned it and immediately cast group magic. The beast obeyed. It came obediently to the fortress and entered the cage. But now, Shagyo gang, gang. The magical beast screamed as it repeatedly rammed its body against the walls. Something was wrong. What Gerald and the others used was the same summoning magic that the hero had used. The heroes had used this magic to make magical beasts into their familiars. Not only small magical beasts, but even huge ones like dragons were supposedly under their complete control. You otherworldly magical beast. Behave yourself. The summoning isn't working? What's going on? No good. It's resisting. The magical soldiers continued chanting spells, pouring magical power into them. Still, the movements of the magical beasts did not stop. Calm down. Start chanting again from the beginning. If you do that, When Gerald said that, the magical beast stopped moving for a moment. It looked at him with deep crimson eyes, then opened its mouth and bared its fangs, almost as if it were laughing. You're a magical beast from another world, right? You should be a magical beast. Or am I wrong? Shagyo. Suddenly, the cage imprisoning the magical beast shattered. And then, the battle between the giant magical beast and the soldiers began. Thor's point of view. In front of us, the fortress gate was broken. And from the inside, what appeared from inside the fortress was, that's the commander and the soldiers from earlier, isn't it? They seem to be fighting something. And there's some strange screaming too. Me, Mabel, and Agnes exchanged looks. Then, in the next moment, Gugara, Shagya, human Gugya, destruction. Didn't you hear something said in the screams just now? No, I only heard the magical beast screams. Really, maybe it was just my imagination. The screams of the magical beast sounded like meaningful words, or so it seemed. Evacuate. Alchemists, those from the demon lord's territory. Suddenly, Isaac shouted at us. This incident is the Empire's failure. No, it could be said it's my mistake. Isaac, the alchemist discovered the location of the magical beast. Therefore, I should have stormed the fortress even if it meant fighting the Empire soldiers. But I hesitated, thinking it could be resolved peacefully. This is my mistake. Isaac bit his lips regretfully. As the border patrol officer, I will take responsibility. Those from the demon lord's territory, retreat. Before that, I have a favor to ask. I held out spider-shaped and spherical robot vacuum cleaners in front of Isaac. The fortress people might try to destroy evidence. Before that happens, can we use these robot vacuum cleaners to collect anything related to the magical beasts? I think these little ones can recover things close to the magical beast's magical power from the fortress. Why do you ask permission from me? Because I can't just take the Empire's items without permission, right? We need approval from the Empire people so as not to trouble Her Majesty the Demon Lord. Understood. I will take full responsibility. Do as you see fit, Alchemist. Isaac nodded. At this rate, the evidence might be lost. Let's entrust the collection to the Alchemist. I have one more request. Why you still have more? It's about the plan to defeat the magical beast. May I explain? I spoke. Isaac and the Empire soldiers' eyes went wide. Mabel and Agnes showed a I knew it look. General Rizenga and the Minotaur men nodded as if convinced. Well, I already explained the optional attachments for the cleaning robots to the Demon King's people. What kind of plan is it, Alchemist? It's a plan to instantly kill the magical beast and break the will of the fortress soldiers to resist. This will require the snake-shaped cleaning robot and Mabel's power. The snake-shaped one is especially important. However, if the plan succeeds, I will have to part ways with the snake-shaped robot. Such a waste. I'm attached to it, and I've adjusted it to move like it's alive. But it can't be helped. My magic items are meant to make people happy. Sorry, snake-shaped one. Shoo. When I said that, the snake-shaped cleaning robot nodded like it was saying, it's okay. Well, that's just my imagination. Shagyewa. We heard the monsters shriek and turn toward the fortress. The gate was completely destroyed. The magical beasts inside had fully revealed themselves. The first thing visible were huge pincers. One pair, left and right. About a meter in size. A hard-looking body continued behind them. The body was covered with skin like an insect's. It had a long tail with a thick stinger on it. The form that appeared was a scorpion. A gigantic scorpion over 5 meters in length. And there were 2 of them. The fortress soldiers fired magic and arrows at the magical beasts. but the effect was almost none. The black shiny shell deflected the attack magic. It didn't even slow them down. They were just too tough. The arrows probably wouldn't pierce either. I'll explain the plan. I looked around at everyone and said, if you think it's effective, please cooperate. Also, this plan can only be done once. So, Empire soldiers, please don't be too cautious. Now, about the plan. I'll keep it brief. The important points are to lure the magical beasts away from the fortress, and to have the fortress soldiers evacuate. And so, I began explaining the plan. Chapter 96. Just another Ice Sky lover. Minotaur unit, full speed ahead. Ooh. By General Rizinga's order, the Minotaurs started running. Me, Mabel, and Ugnis were with them. The magical beast is proof of Geralt Zelger's evil deeds. Quickly defeat them and collect materials. Continue. Omawarison unit, advance. Isaac's unit followed. At their voices, the fortress troops noticed. Why you gentlemen, this is. I will ask for details later. Commander of the Empire. General Rizinga shouted at Geralt, the fortress commander. We will not ask about the crime of insulting us for now. For now, cooperate to subjugate the magical beast. Cooperating with demi-humans. If you refuse that, at least tell the Omawarison unit everything. That is all I expect from you. General Rizinga's sharp rebuke made Geralt Zelger tremble, calling forth things you cannot control and ravaging the borderlands, without the resolve to admit your crimes and no power to settle the matter. The Emperor of the Demon Lord's territory would be disappointed to see such conduct from Empire soldiers who are neighbors. Eek! To the Empire's fortress soldiers. Ignoring the trembling commander, the general looked at the soldiers. Behind him, the Minotaurs raised their weapons. It is already clear that you kept dangerous magical beasts. If you do not want to add more crimes, cooperate with my unit and Isaac Omawarison Miura. Defeat the magical beasts here and minimize damage. As the general of the Demon Lord's domain says. Isaac took over Rizinga's words. That is the best way to lighten your crimes. Attack with magic so that the magical beasts do not approach here. I will report your actions to His Grace, Archduke Karen. There is no other way for you now, right? The fortress soldiers seemed to hesitate for a while. Then, we just need to attack the magical beast. It's already hopeless. We have no choice but to obey the people of the town of Nosa. How did it come to this? They obediently began firing offensive magic at the giant scorpion. Good. As expected from the flame General Rizinga. Amazing presence. Moreover, just as the general intimidated the fortress soldiers, Isaac quickly guided them to cooperate. These two might actually be a good team. Don't listen to them. Stop the movements of that magical beast Nozirius in close combat, and then use summoning magic Ugg. Don't say unnecessary things, Geralt Zelger. Isaac knocked the fortress commander to the ground. You only need to speak of what you have done. Otherwise, shut up. That magical beast will be buried by us and the Demon Lord's domain people. What can you do? I'm not talking about that. I'm telling you to talk about the magical beast. Isaac handed over the fortress commander to the Omawarison unit. The unit's members bound Geralt Zelger with ropes. Geralt gritted his teeth, but he must have realized there was nothing more he could do. Frustrated, he began talking about the magical beast's abilities. That magical beast's name is Magical Beast Nozirius, named by Commander Geralt. A giant scorpion-type magical beast with hard skin, making weapons and magic difficult to penetrate. Its tail has a spear-like stinger. Fortunately, it seems not to be poisonous. Well, a poisonous magical beast would be too dangerous to keep. We were just one step away from succeeding in our operation. Commander Geralt Zelger muttered. If you hadn't come, this wouldn't have happened. Silence. It was a mistake to think I could reason with you. To embarrass the Empire this much in front of the Demon Lord's people. Isaac muttered with regret. I understand how he feels. Even I, who abandoned my country long ago, don't want Mabel and the others to see this place. Sigh. Our sighs accidentally harmonized. Noticing that, Isaac gave a wry smile and said, My unit and the Omawarison unit will command the fortress soldiers to attack the scorpion magical beast from a distance. He looked at the general and me and said, The Demon Lord's people may carry out the Alchemist operation without worry. We will protect your backs. Understood. Then, Thor, may I borrow that thing? Yes, here you go. I took out a miniature simplified storage and pulled out a laser pointer. I handed it to the Minotaur standing next to the general. Please use this to hold the magical beast Nozirius in place. Meanwhile, Mabel and I will strike with our highest power magic. I'm counting on you, Thor. For that, General, I have a request. Please grant permission to use the special arrows. I told General Rizinga. You have received those special arrows from Elt, right? I want permission to use them. Understood. Then, Ugnis. Why yes. By the name of Flame General Rizinga, I order you to hand those special arrows to Thor. Yes. Ugnis freeze it. I obey my father's order. Saying that, Ugnis knelt to the ground. He reached into the miniature simplified storage, hung on his waist, and took out 3 arrows. The arrowheads were made of black stone, special arrows. I had hoped not to use these if possible, but it can't be helped. In an emergency, I will take responsibility. Thor, wield your power to the fullest. Thank you, General. I will open the path for that. Sometimes, I want to show my daughter my good side. The general grinned and began chanting a spell. Magical beasts that disturb the peace of the border. Receive the wrath of Flame General Rizinga. Flames rose from the general's bright red hair. Sparks flew and began lighting the surroundings red. The fire magic of the flame giant enveloped the general's body. Primordial flame, deliver judgment upon those who oppose us. Arc flare. A huge fireball formed at the general's fingertips. It rode the beam of the laser pointer and flew an unbelievable distance. Its target, of course, was the rampaging giant scorpion magical beast Nozirius. Gu. Shugyeya. Gwa. Sugagra. The magical beast Nozirius, wrapped in the arc flare, screamed and stopped its feet. Amazing. It's working. Follow the general of the demon lord's territory. Fire your magic riding on that light. Gugu. The attacks launched by the Empire's magic soldiers flew along the light of the laser pointer. Countless flames, stones, and lightning struck the magical beast Nozirius. The enemy was completely immobilized. At this rate, maybe we can do it? It's useless. No demi-human can defeat the magical beast Nozirius. Turning around, the fortress commander Geralt Zelger was shouting. He was tied up, pressed against the ground. The magical beast Nozirius can't be killed with magic like that. Its shell that covers its body won't let swords or arrows through, and it regenerates itself from minor wounds. To kill it, you have to throw it into a hole or pierce it when it shows its belly. Can you do that? The belly is its weak spot. I wonder. If you want to know, release me. Geralt Zelger looked at me and grinned. Use summoning magic under my guidance. If we combine the magic power of our troops, Isaac Muira's unit, and the Demon Lord's territory's troops, we might be able to make the magical beast Nozirius our familiar again. If that happens, you'll just use the beast as a familiar and do whatever you want again, right? There are circumstances. Circumstances. I'll tell you if you release me. The fortress commander Geralt Zelger looked away with a pale face. I'm interested in those circumstances, but that's later. First, let's execute the operation. Yes, Thor-sama. We will do it, but we need to get a little closer to the magical beast Nozirius. After that, once we attack, we immediately retreat. That's the key point of this operation. We will escort you. Alchemist-sama. We will protect you. Please let me accompany you. Hoist. 3 minotaurs lifted me up. It seems they will be my legs. That's a help. Speed is important in this operation. General, please continue the magic attack here. We will approach within arrow range. Understood. Ugnis, protect Thor-sama. By the name of the primordial flame, I will protect. We're off, General-sama. Ugnis, Mabel, and I, carried by the minotaurs, start running. Mabel, prepare the bow. Ugnis, throw the cleaning robot at it. Understood. Understood. Mabel took up her bow. Ugnis lifted the snake-shaped cleaning robot. The snake-shaped tail has an option attached. A long, black shining chain, the chain lock. Activate. Fire magic. With the health promotion pendant. Give Ugnis several times the usual power. When Ugnis declared this, the health promotion pendant on her chest emitted light. Due to fire attribute magic. Vitality plus 200% gained. Surplus fire magic is converted into other attribute magics. Fire magic converted into earth magic. Earth attribute effect. Stability plus 200% gained. Earth magic converted into metal magic. Metal attribute effect. Solidity plus 200% gained. Metal magic converted into water magic. Water attribute effect. Flexibility plus 200% gained. Water magic converted into wood magic. Wood attribute effect. Life force plus 200% gained. Do your best, snake type. Stop the beast's legs. Shoo shoo. The snake-shaped cleaning robot nodded at my words. Immediately after, Agnes threw the snake-shaped cleaning robot with all her strength. Shoo-shoo. The snake-shaped cleaning robot spun as it flew toward the giant scorpion. At the same time, I was carried by the minotaurs and moved forward. The moment it entered the range, I activated the security buzzer. Baiku. The movements of the two giant scorpions stopped, but the effect was weak. It was because we were dealing with two at the same time. Completely immobilizing them was impossible. But, shoo-shoo. The snake-shaped cleaning robot, thrown by Agnes, flew through the air and reached above the giant scorpion's head. The snake-shaped tail had a black chain attached. The additional option, chain lock. The snake-shaped cleaning robot wriggled its body and adjusted its position. It wrapped the chain lock around the magical beast Nosirius. Now, Land-Earth Lock activated. From the chain lock, a massive amount of chains shot out. These were support chains to fix the target in place. They stabbed into the ground and dug deep underground. And the two magical beast Nosirius were restrained in place. All right, so far success. The chain lock was entwined around the legs of the two giant scorpions. Their movements were restrained. At this rate, maybe we don't need to sacrifice the snake type? Shugya-jaya-jaya. Gain. Boko. Several of the dozen or so support chains pulled out from the ground. No good after all. Those guys are too strong. Also, the ground around the fortress was mostly grassland and soil. But the support chains were meant to fix in rocky or hard bedrock. On highways or grasslands, the fixing force inevitably weakens. It's useless. That beast cannot be defeated. Commander Gerald Zelger's voice came. The power of the magical beast Nosirius is several times that of the magical beast Gargarasa or giant centipede. Can it be restrained by such chains? To defeat it, you must first control it with summoning magic and then attack. He's still saying that. I want him to stop, because it makes the Empire soldiers uneasy. True. Even though we've fired so much attack magic, it hasn't budged. Its hard skin reduces the damage. We need to hit it with more powerful magic. Where would we find that? If it starts moving, we won't even be able to land magic on it. Look, the soldiers at the fortress are scared. Those people must have been taught the strength of the magical beast Nosirius. Indeed, that giant scorpion is strong. Even the soldiers' magical attacks only serve to hold it back. The only thing showing effect is General Rizenga's fire magic. It scorches one of the pincers of one of the magical beast Nosirius, rendering it useless. If it's a powerful magic, it works on it. Then, we can defeat it. Well, it can't be helped. Let's proceed with the plan. Mabel, use that special arrow. Yes, Thor-sama. Shoo. Pa. Mabel, bow in hand, shot an arrow diagonally upward. At the same time, she began chanting. Come forth from the sky, hammer of judgment. Even the backbone of the gods shall be shattered. A clear voice echoed across the grassland. The arrow flew to the limit of its range and then dropped straight down. As expected of Mabel, the aim was perfect. The arrow headed straight for the magical beast Nosirius. Shagya. Bakin. There was a hard sound. The remaining auxiliary chains were released. Maybe the ground was too soft after all. The snake-shaped and the chain lock were wrapped around the legs of two beasts, but they can't completely stop their movement. The beasts slowly began to move. What should we do, Thor-sama? Mabel looked at me with a pale face. The chant is finished. But the beasts moved out of the arrow's drop zone. It's okay. But that means the snake-shaped cleaning robot can't catch it. Mabel was right. The two magical beast Nosirius had moved off the arrow's drop course. If this continues, the arrow will miss and stick in the ground. The arrow won't pierce the magical beast Nosirius. That's why the plan was for the snake-shaped cleaning robot to catch the arrow, right? Yeah, but it's not a problem. Why is that? Because the ones wrapped around the magical beast Nosirius are copies of the cleaning robot from the hero world. I gave those strong vacuum abilities as cleaning machines. A strong ability? Yes. There were other vacuum cleaners in the mail-order catalog, so I gave the snake-shaped one a similar function just in case. Other vacuum cleaners, what kind? They were vacuum cleaners that sucked in dirt with a powerful whirlwind cyclone. A cyclone? Mabel and Agnes looked surprised. I understand how they feel. I was surprised too when I first saw a vacuum cleaner that produced a whirlwind cyclone. I never imagined the hero had succeeded in sealing a whirlwind cyclone that sucks everything inside a vacuum cleaner. The hero world's vacuum cleaners had acquired powerful suction because of that. But with my technology, I can't seal a whirlwind cyclone inside the cleaning robot. At best, I can only create a cyclone on the outside. I put a strong wind magic stone in it, so it should be able to use suction powerful enough to smoothly collect pet hair tangled in thick carpets, just like the hero world. The snake-shaped one is for that purpose. That's why, even if the magical beast Nozirius moves, the arrow will hit it. Exactly. So, I looked at the snake-shaped cleaning robot and raised my voice. Activate the whirlwind cyclone suction. Snake-shaped cleaning robot. Shoo shoo. The snake-shaped cleaning robot responded. It stretched its body to the fullest toward the falling arrow. The position of the arrow Mabel fired was diagonally above the snake-shaped one, several meters away. Seeing that, the snake-shaped opened its mouth wide and fully activated the wind magic stone built into its body. Gush! A cyclone of air centered around the snake-shaped cleaning robot was born. Dust and bits of grass were sucked into the snake-shaped robot along that airflow. That's the power of the cleaning robot's whirlwind cyclone. The swirling cyclone caught Mabel's arrow. The snake-shaped robot attracted the falling arrow and chomped it up, swallowed it. All right, success. The arrow does not pierce the magical beast Nozirius. So, I decided to have that arrow, the meteorite iron arrow, swallowed by the snake-shaped cleaning robot. Because with its whirlwind cyclone suction, it can pull in the arrow. But I ended up having to sacrifice you. Sorry, snake type. When I get back, I'll definitely make a snake type number 2. Your successor machine, or rather, your clone. So please forgive me. I won't forget you. Huh? What's the big deal about just an arrow dropping? Behind us, Geralt Zelger, the fortress commander, muttered. With something like that, you cannot defeat our magical beast. Now, release the restraints. Also, contribute your magical power. Everyone use summoning magic. This is an important mission. Get down, idiot. Thud. Isaac pushed Geralt Zelger to the ground. The Omawarison squad and the Minotaur gentleman also forced the fortress soldiers to take cover. The general also lay down, fully in defensive posture. Guga? What is this? Let go. Isaac Muira. Shut up. Do you want to die, Geralt Zelger? What? I am a police officer. I will keep someone like you alive to extract testimony and teach you reality. Open your eyes and see the magic of the hero era falling from the sky. Roar. It came. When I raised my head, what I saw was a jet black boulder. Huge. Last time it was about the size of a human head, but today it's about the size of an adult body. The output isn't very stable. Can't be helped. It's a copy of the hero's magic, after all. Difficult, huh? Still, it's enough to blow you away. Take this combined technique from me, Mabel, and the snake type. Meteor replica. Magical beast Nozirius. Shagya. Shagyo. Magical beast Nozirius started running. It tried to escape from the meteor replica, but running away is meaningless. The meteorite iron arrow Mabel fired is inside the snake-shaped cleaning robot. The meteor replica is falling toward it, and the snake type, along with the chain lock, is entangling their feet. It will never come off. That thing is risking its life too. General Rizenga continued firing flame magic at the demon beast while lying down. The demon beast avoided us, fleeing where no one was. Shagya. Jaya. Then, the roar of magical beast Nozirius echoed. The black meteorite caught magical beast Nozirius. Shagya. This is human power Jaya. Doin'. A tremendous roar echoed. A chunk of flying earth hit my back as I lay face down. The smell was of scorched earth. Because my face was pressed to the ground, I could clearly feel the earth shaking. I wonder if I can use this somehow. Not just destruction, but maybe dig a hot spring with the meteor replica, or guide underground water to the surface. While thinking about such things, I waited for the shaking to subside. After a while, when I raised my face, magical beast Nozirius was nowhere to be found. On the ground were just a big hole and fragments of huge scissors. Magical beast Nozirius had vanished. As for the snake-type cleaning robot, there was no shadow or form. It seems it had completely disappeared. Thank you, snake-type. Snake-type cleaning robot-san. I will never forget you. We will leave your name in the Freezed family history books. We put our hands together toward where the snake-type had been. The general, the Minotaur gentleman, Isaac, and the Omawarison unit all did the same. Without the snake-type, we surely could not have defeated magical beast Nozirius. Not a single person was injured, thanks to it. Thank you. Snake-type. Rustle. Rumble, rumble. After a while, the spider-type and the spherical-type cleaning robots returned from the fortress. The spider type was holding an old scroll. The sphere type had metal plates inside its body. They were inscribed with summoning magic circles. On the back side, something like spells were engraved. Probably something used for summoning magic. I should memorize it. When I looked back, Fortress Commander Gerald Zelger was trembling with a pale face. This was meteor, right? How could the Demon Lord's people use hero magic? You have no right to know that. Isaac spat out. He was furious. No wonder. Because of Gerald and the others, they had to use massive magic on the border area. As the Omawarison, it's natural to be angry. Until the Duke arrives, you will be detained here. Those who control demonic beasts must not enter the town. You will wait here for the Duke's judgment. Archduke Karen, all your plans will be told to the Duke. We have evidence. There will be no excuses. Isaac's words made the fortress guards hang their heads in defeat. Some looked at us trembling. Actually, some had fainted. The meteor replica had completely broken their spirits. I understand. I will tell everything. I will no longer resist. Commander Gerald kneeled on the ground and muttered in shock. Then, he looked at Isaac. Leave the last one in the fortress to you. It will be evidence of my failure. The last one. There were 3 magical beast Nozirius. The last one was affected by summoning magic, so we threw it into a hole and attacked it with magic until it couldn't move. It might already be dead, but the finishing blow is up to you. There was such a thing in the fortress? Furu. When I asked, both the spider type and the spherical one shook their bodies in unison, as if to deny something. The cleaning robots are sensitive to the magical power of beasts. It's impossible that those 2 wouldn't have noticed a magical beast. Commander, Gerald Zelger. Just as I was thinking that, a soldier came running from the fort. His face was pale. I had a really bad feeling about this. The 3rd magical beast has escaped through the eastern gate. I knew it. Both Mabel, Agnes, and I let out a sigh. It escaped. Commander Gerald Zelger of the fort began to tremble, tears streaming down his face. He turned to the soldier and said, "Impossible. The 3rd one should have been under control magic. That's how we managed to drop it into the pit and attack it. And yet, I don't know, but it attacked the soldiers and went out through the gate, then kept running south. Its goal is unknown." South? No way. Gerald Zelger's eyes widened as if he had realized something. Seeing his reaction, Isaac's face turned pale. South could it be? Could it be heading toward Archduke Karen and Princess Liana? Is it because I ordered them to be delayed? No, that's not it. If the control magic didn't work, then maybe it sees Archduke Karen and Princess Liana as threats. It might be trying to eliminate them, so that no enemies remain. You fool. Isaac grabbed Gerald Zelger by the collar. What were you thinking? Why would you try to delay the Archduke and Her Highness's younger sister? I had no intention of harming them. I only meant to stall them, so we could escape with the magical beasts. Stall them? Yes. We planned to use one magical beast to delay the Archduke, and during that time we would head south. So we cast strong control magic, teaching it that the Archduke and Princess Liana were threats to be cautious of. That last one. And that memory remained in the beast. I don't know. I don't even know if we truly controlled it, or if it was just pretending to be controlled. That magical beast Nozirius was never something I could handle. Gerald Zelger screamed in a strained voice. Please, stop that magical beast. His voice was trembling with tears. There was nothing left of the dignity of an imperial commander. If magical beast Nozirius kills the Archduke and Princess Liana, I won't just be executed. My subordinates, the entire Zelger family will be punished and erased from history. Not only that, even the soldiers here. Please, I'll tell you everything I know. Just stop magical beast Nozirius. Understood. We'll hear the full story later. Be prepared. Isaac let go of Gerald Zelger. Zelger collapsed weakly to the ground. All he could do now was curl up and tremble. General Rizinga, this is selfish of me, but Princess Sophia is our good neighbor. If it's to save her little sister, I won't spare any effort. Isaac and General Rizinga stood up. Both of them turned to look at me. Alchemist, Thor Sama, will you lend us your strength? Of course. Princess Sophia is important to me. I don't need a reason to save her little sister. And Princess Liana isn't a bad person either. Since we're going to help anyway, I might as well ask to see the holy sword while I'm at it. I also want to check how much its power has increased with the Jua, Shu, and Subin. The problem is how we're going to save her. The 3rd, magical beast Nozirius, exited through the gate on the opposite side. We didn't notice because the fort was blocking our view. Time passed while we were fighting the other two. Those beasts are fast. It may have already gotten far away. To warn Princess Liana quickly. Ugnis, can I ask you something? Why yes, Thorkanen-sama. The other day you stayed over at Princess Sophia's place, right? Do you still have the clothes or accessories you wore back then? I do. As a sign of our new friendship, we exchanged handkerchiefs. Ugnis took out a white handkerchief from her miniature portable storage. It was adorned with lace and looked expensive. I understand what you're thinking, Thorkanen-sama. You need Princess Sophia's magic power, right? Yeah. Princess Sophia and Princess Liana are twins, and both possess strong light magic. If we use Princess Sophia's magic as a clue, we might be able to find Princess Liana. I put Princess Sophia's handkerchief into the spherical cleaning robot. Then I took out a parchment from my miniature portable storage and wrote a message for Princess Liana. I placed that inside the sphere as well. After that, I asked Isaac and Commander Gerald which direction Archduke Karen was in. All right, spherical one. The magical beast you need to chase is in that direction. I pointed south and instructed it. First, follow magical beast Nosirius. You don't need to absorb materials or fight. Just tail it. Understand? Goro Goro Goro. Good. Then, once it gets close to a human unit, switch targets. In that unit, there should be someone with magic similar to the handkerchief inside you. Get close to them and show them the message inside your body. Can you do that? Goro 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 Gorin. Good. Then go. We'll be right behind you. Gorogoro Goro. And with that, the spherical one dashed straight south. The spider-type cleaning robot will guide you all. Please follow it. Understood. Let's go, Alchemist. Leave the fort soldiers to us, the patrol squad. Isaac divided the unit in half. Half would pursue magical beast Nosirius. The other half would manage the fort soldiers and investigate the fort. Only 2 meteor iron arrows left. But the serpent type is already gone. I'd rather not use them again if possible. They stand out too much and make the Imperial soldiers wary. The best outcome would be Archduke Karen and Princess Liana defeating magical beast Nosirius quickly. Let's hope that message reaches Princess Liana. With that in mind, we set off toward the south. Chapter 97. Just another Ice Sky lover. Princess Liana's point of view. Your Grace, there is something I do not understand. Inside the carriage heading toward the fortress, Princess Liana murmured quietly. Seeing Archduke Karen nod gently, she continued. You mentioned that you investigated the flow of funds from the Imperial capital regarding the new species of magical beast. Yes. Does that mean Your Grace was already convinced that someone from within the Empire was involved in this incident? That it wasn't an attack from a foreign nation, but that someone inside the Empire is responsible? Archduke Karen did not answer. He simply looked out the window and let out a sigh. It was the first time she had seen it. Archduke Karen, so lively and a master of the sword. And yet now, he looked troubled. I had suspected as much, but I had hoped I was wrong. Why would someone from the Empire do such a thing? I believe the cause lies in the past. After the hero left, the Empire made several mistakes in steering the nation. Those missteps still haunt us today. After a while, Archduke Karen spoke again. When I was a child, the Empire cast out innocent people, and in doing so, lost something vital. I believe that is the root of the current state of the Empire. Though, I cannot say more here, where soldiers are nearby. Something from the past is still affecting the country today. It was a mistake made long before you were born, Your Highness. What happened? The Imperial family lost someone they should never have lost, and so they've continued to seek a power to replace that loss. That is all I can say here. I beg your forgiveness. So saying, Archduke Karen turned his gaze to the window once more. I will tell you the rest after the investigation of the magical beast is complete. You will tell me once it's over? I promise. But I may not be able to understand it well. May I tell my sister Sophia? Of course. You are quite honest, Your Highness. I just recently met with Sister Sophia, and she scolded me. Liana instinctively touched her cheek. She remembered being scolded by Sophia, bursting into tears, and having her tears wiped away. I'm still immature, always being reprimanded by Sister. Even my use of the Holy Sword still has room for improvement. That's why I've decided to rely on those who understand what I don't. To acknowledge one's own shortcomings is no small feat, Your Highness. Archduke Karen looked at Princess Liana with admiration. Then, as if speaking to himself, if only the Empire back then had possessed such humility, we might not have lost those people. Why did my grandfather, Archduke Karen's grandfather, That would be the current emperor's grandfather, and thus the great-grandfather of Liana and Sophia. Liana knew almost nothing of that generation. Could what happened in great-grandfather's generation be connected to the new species of magical beast? She could not bring herself to voice the question. Archduke Karen, seated across from her, seemed deep in thought. But then, clatter, clunk. The horses let out uneasy sounds, and the carriage rocked. "Stop the carriage!" Suddenly, Archduke Karen shouted. He immediately took up his sword and leapt outside. Liana hurriedly grabbed her holy sword and followed him. The horses are acting strange. They're unusually frightened, on alert. A similar situation happened before when a magical beast approached. Let's investigate. When Liana stepped outside, she saw Archduke Karen stroking the horses tied to the carriage. The horses were snorting and stamping the ground nervously. If they weren't hitched to the carriage, they looked ready to bolt at any moment. These creatures might be sensing something humans cannot, a presence or killing intent. Nona, halt the formation and prepare for an attack. Archduke Karen issued instructions to his adjutant, Nona. Adjutant Nona bowed and said, "Understood. I will immediately dispatch scouts." "Good. I'll head to higher ground and get a view ahead." Saying this, Archduke Karen dashed toward the rocky hill beside the road. He was fast. Despite having limited use of one arm, he climbed the steep rocks effortlessly. Without thinking, Liana chased after him. Her specialty was tree climbing. When Sophia had still been at the palace, Liana had once climbed trees to collect nuts for her. Compared to that, a small rocky hill was nothing. And when she reached the top of the hill, "Is that a scorpion?" She saw a black scorpion coming straight down the road toward them. "Shagya! Shajaya!" The magical beast screamed as it charged toward Liana and the others. It was a kind of magical beast she had never seen before. Its size was around 5 meters. It had 2 massive pincers and a large stinger on its tail. Moreover, it was wounded. Part of its leg was burned, and it roared in fury. Its eyes were red, fixed directly on where Liana and the others stood. Could that be a new species of magical beast? Archduke Karen narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the new magical beast, the giant scorpion. It looks like it's already fought someone. That burned leg, perhaps from a spell. But its movements are smooth, which means it's already healed. What terrifying vitality. Your Grace. That thing. Yes, it's definitely heading this way. We must prepare to intercept it. No, that's not it. Behind that giant scorpion, something strange is coming. Rumble, 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 rumble. A ball. Your Grace. A cute ball is coming from behind the giant scorpion. I see it. But cute. It looks cute to me. The way it moves, quickly, then a little turn. It's kind of charming. Could that also be a new species of magical beast? She didn't know. Liana had never seen a cute magical beast before. Perhaps it was a creature that used its adorable appearance to lower human defenses before attacking. If that were the case, it had to be defeated. Shagyajaya. Rumble, 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 rumble. But it was fast. Too fast. The ball running behind the giant scorpion suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it overtook the giant scorpion, rushing straight toward Liana like a puppy that had found its owner. Seeing that, Liana dashed down the rocky slope. The ball had already come close enough for its shape to be clearly seen. It was a white sphere. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a smooth, featureless sphere. And yet, it rolled forward as if it had a will of its own. "Princess Liana, protect Her Highness!" Archduke Karen and the soldiers shouted. But Liana didn't move. It was intuition. As the ball spun with a whirring sound, made a sharp turn, and closed the distance with a swift chapon, an image of a certain someone flashed in her mind. "Magic soldiers, attack that ball!" Archduke Karen's voice rang out. The white ball kept coming closer. When it was only seconds away, it stopped and split open, top and bottom. From the gap, a white cloth peeked out. That is. Liana began to run toward the ball. She recognized that handkerchief. It was the one used to wipe away her tears just a few days ago, when she'd been scolded and started crying. "Magic soldiers, prepare to Ada." "Please wait," Liana shouted. "That is not an enemy. It's a messenger for my sister, Sophia Dalgaria." Liana reached the ball. Knowing it was an ally made it unbearably cute. As she reached out, the ball split open widely at the center. Inside was a compartment for carrying items. As expected, it contained her sister Sophia's handkerchief. Next to it was a piece of parchment. Words were written on it, but not in her sister's handwriting. This was, "What do you mean, a messenger from Sophia Sama, Princess Liana?" Archduke Karen came over and peered into the ball over Liana's shoulder. It's not a magical beast. Is this a golem? There was my Sophia Wani, sans handkerchief inside, which means this must have been made by one of her friends. Sophia-sama's friend? Archduke Karen's eyes widened. And no, not to doubt your highness's word, but is there really someone who could create something like this? There is. There is. And besides, only that person would write something like this. Liana couldn't help but smile. The message on the parchment contained only the bare essentials. The giant scorpion magical beast was summoned by someone at the Empire's fortress. He instructed the beast to hold up the Archduke Karen and Princess Liana. It went berserk and headed south. I'm on my way to pursue it. If you can escape, then do so. So that's what happened. It's just as we suspected. But the latter part of the message, I don't understand it. The Archduke scratched his head with a troubled look. It's just filled with strange sound effects. Is this the code? Something like that. Only Sophia and I can understand it. But to Liana, the meaning of the words was perfectly clear. They were just like the words she'd once heard from Sophia. I understand. I understand your words, alchemist. Liana hugged the parchment to her chest. That person was incredible. With only a few words Liana had told him, he'd understood the proper use of the holy sword. And now, he'd sent this message to help defeat the magical beast. Thank you too, cute little ball. Goro Goro Goro. The ball, having returned to its spherical form, rubbed itself against Liana's leg. She decided to think of it as a part of him. She couldn't afford to show a pathetic side. With that resolve, Liana picked up the mysterious ball. Nona, please take this cute little ball somewhere safe. Then, Liana handed the parchment to Archduke Karen. This contains information on the magical beast's abilities. Please read it and inform the soldiers as well. Magic has little effect on it, and it has regenerative abilities. Its hide is also tough. What a troublesome beast. What will you do, Archduke Karen? Of course, we'll have no choice but to fight and defeat it. Archduke Karen grinned fearlessly, one-edged sword in hand. That creature was likely summoned due to the distortions within our empire. As one who bears the blood of the imperial family, I cannot turn a blind eye. If it harms the people, no amount of regret would suffice. I, too, wish to fulfill my duty as bearer of the holy sword. Liana gripped her holy sword tightly. This wasn't like when she'd fought the magical beast Gargarasa. Now, she could clearly see the enemy. By her side stood Archduke Karen. The person who had sent the message for her sake would soon arrive. So she wasn't afraid of some new kind of magical beast. Let's defeat that magical beast before my sister's messenger arrives. Indeed. Nona, lead the magic soldiers in the attack. Archduke Karen issued orders to his adjutant, Nona. Magic may not be very effective on that beast, but we can still slow it down. While it's staggered, Her Highness Liana, the swordsman, and I will charge in. We'll try to sever a few of its legs. I wouldn't recommend close combat, but we won't be reckless. Our goal is to damage the beast and stop it from moving. Understood. Adjutant Nona bowed and stepped back. Princess Liana. Why yes, Nona-sama. When this is over, I would like to escort you once more to the town of Nosa. Imagine meeting your sister. Please, do not get injured. I understand. Liana nodded. I want to see my sister again. There's something I must promise her. And thus, after a short strategy meeting, the battle began. Show the might of the Grand Duchy. Magic troops. Fire all at once. Icicle lance. The Archduke's magic troops simultaneously unleashed water elemental magic. Fire-type attacks were not very effective against the giant scorpion, the magical beast Nosirius. First, they needed to restrict its movement using ice magic. That was what the parchment had said. Just who could have written that? Adjutant Nona murmured. Whoever wrote that must be very knowledgeable about the beast. Could it be they actually defeated it before? Second volley, fire. Ooh. Another barrage of icicle lance struck the magical beast Nosirius. The aim was at its legs and joints. Even slightly hindering its movement would make it easier for the melee units to engage. But it's working, but doesn't seem to be causing real damage. Pathetic. And they call themselves the elite of the Grand Duchy. Don't give up. Even a little bit helps lessen the burden on the Archduke and Her Highness. A third volley followed. As it struck the target, Adjutant Nona and the magic troops shouted. Now, Archduke Karen. Your Highness. How about a wager, Princess Liana? Said Archduke Karen. The words were unexpected, especially right before a battle, and Princess Liana tilted her head in confusion. A wager, Your Grace? Indeed. A bet on which of us can deal a critical blow to the magical beast Nosirius. With swords in hand, Archduke Karen and Princess Liana charged forward. Ice magic clung to the beast's legs and pincers. Its movement had clearly slowed. This was their chance to strike. Princess Liana gripped her holy sword tightly. Even with the massive magical beast before her, she felt no fear. Ever since she had seen Sophia's handkerchief and that parchment, her fear had simply disappeared. What's the reward for this wager? A secret about the imperial family, Archduke Karen said offhandedly as he carried his one-handed sword. If you land the finishing blow, I'll tell you everything I know. If I do, I'll only share the basic facts. There are things I'd rather not speak of, after all. I understand. But, may I share what you tell me with someone I trust? Princess Sophia, perhaps? I don't mind. With my sister, and the person she and I both trust. I prefer not to share it with anyone from the Empire. He's a foreigner. Even if I don't tell him, my sister will. If it's someone both Princess Liana and Princess Sophia trust, then very well. Let's make that part of the wager too. Archduke Karen picked up speed. Liana understood why he had brought up a wager now. He was likely trying to help her relax. Liana had little actual combat experience. In the previous battle, she had nearly been killed by the magical beast Gargarasa. Archduke Karen had probably feared that trauma might slow her down. So, he proposed a small wager to distract her. Thank you, Your Grace. Liana found herself thinking. Perhaps Archduke Karen and that person would get along. Swordsmanship and alchemy, different disciplines, but both pursued mastery in their fields. And both were incredibly kind people. I'd like to introduce them to each other someday. But to do that, she had to defeat the magical beast Nosirius. With that in mind, Liana charged straight at the beast. Shugahuaea. O magical beast of unknown species, I'll dissect you and uncover what you truly are. Archduke Karen reached the beast's feet first. He drew his black single-edged sword as he ran. Then, let's start by taking one of your legs, beast. Archduke Karen slashed with his sword. The moment it came down, a hard sound rang out. The blade sliced through the beast's leg. In the next instant, wah! One of the magical beast Nosirius's legs was severed and dropped to the ground. Incredible. Liana couldn't even follow Karen's sword with her eyes. All she knew was that the black blade had cut through the joint of Nosirius's leg. The beast's body was covered in tough skin. So Karen had aimed at the movable joint, the gap in the skin, sliding his blade into it. He even avoided the parts coated with ice magic. Shagya. The magical beast Nosirius swung its pincer toward the Archduke Karen. Precise counterattack. Remarkably clever for a magical beast. Before the massive pincer could strike, Archduke Karen swung his single-edged sword. Clang. The black blade sank into the base of the magical beast's pincer. He sliced through it. The beast's blood splattered, but didn't sever it completely. You're a tough one. His sword had only managed to cut halfway through the flesh at the base of the pincer. Still, the beast's movements were visibly slowed. With a leg and pincer base damaged, it had lost its balance. This is the swordsmanship of the former sword saint, Archduke Karen. Liana muttered in awe. Archduke Karen had swung his sword with blinding speed, slipping the blade through the gaps in the beast's tough skin. And he had done it all with only his right arm. That speed and precision, truly divine skill. Now, aim for the beast's belly. Follow the Archduke. The Grand Duchy's swordsman charged the magical beast. Its movements had completely halted. Now Princess Liana. The holy sword. Yes, the plan was simple. Archduke Karen would slash the beast's legs to rob it of mobility. With its movements slowed, the soldiers would attack. Once its movements were sealed, Liana would strike a massive blow with her holy sword. From there, they would continue alternating between magical and close combat attacks to drain its vitality. The goal was to make the magical beast bleed and weaken it bit by bit. Creating those wounds was the role of Archduke Karen and Liana. But I don't have the sword skill his grace does. Archduke Karen skillfully dodged the attacks of the magical beast Nosirius and sliced off its leg. That was something Liana could not do. Her role was to strike the magical beast with a powerful blow using the holy sword. That was all she could do right now. Then I will fulfill my role. Liana felt the weight of the holy sword gripped in both hands. If alchemist Thor Kanan's prediction was correct, mithril, a magical silver, was used at its core. Now that she thought about it, she could feel it. She could sense magic energy, jua, seeping through the blade. It was as if she and the sword had become one through the flow of magic. The parchment delivered by the cute ball bore a message that only Liana could understand. That's why she was sure it was a letter from Thorkanen. All that remained was to follow his advice. Shuba, Shuru, Zuzin, Zubin. That's not the right way, is it? Thorkanen had taught her a better method. She would believe in it. And, when she saw her sister, she would promise to become that person's unwavering ally. Because that person was an alchemist, and to her sister Sophia, he was someone important. Huh? Princess Liana? The blade of light is... The blade of the holy sword is swelling up. This is nothing like the stories. What is that massive blade? Has Princess Liana awakened as a hero? The voices of Archduke Karen and the soldiers were beyond Liana's awareness. She focused only on the holy sword. She felt the magical power she poured in Jua, filling the blade. She let the magic seep in with Ishu, calming it, controlling it. The Zukyuan she triggered made the blade of light appear, its length unchanged. But the thickness and width were different. If the previous blade of light was like a slender sword, this one was a hatchet or axe. As she needed the magic power with a gyrin, Liana shouted, "It's dangerous, so please stand back." This is the right way, isn't it, Alchemist Thorkanen? At the end of the parchment the ball had delivered, the following was written: Jua, Shu, Zikuan, Gyrin, Zububaban. That was a secret message only Liana and Sophia could understand. When they visited the town of Nosa, he had given her similar advice. That was the first time Liana had such an experience. It felt like his words seeped deeply into her. And even now, his words still soaked deeply within her. Shu Shugyajayajaya. Perhaps frightened by the light of the holy sword, the magical beast Nosirius let out a shriek. But she wouldn't let it escape. Liana's role was to deal a great wound to magical beast Nosirius and force it to bleed. She already knew how to do it. So Liana raised her holy sword and shouted, "Magical beast, taste this. Holy sword light blade, photon blade Zubabubuayan." The blade of light, over 10 meters long, dug into the head of magical beast Nosirius. It tore through it. Its skin, which repelled swords and magic alike, resisted, only for less than a second before giving in. The blade of light pierced the creature's tough hide and cleaved its head in two. Then the body. The shockwave of light struck the legs. Shah Jaya, ah. The magical beast, scorched by immense light magic, let out a final scream. The blade of light pierced through the beast and began scorching the ground. The magical beast, over 5 meters long, was cleaved completely in two. Had Liana been closer, the holy blade might have cut all the way through its tail as well. Feeling the impact in her hands, Liana shouted, "I've dealt a wound to the magical beast to the best of my ability. Everyone, finish it off." "No, Your Highness. The beast is already dead." "Huh." After dispelling the blade of light, Liana looked at the beast. The gigantic scorpion, magical beast Nosirius, lay collapsed on the ground, spewing poisonous blood. It didn't move a single twitch. Did I really do this? This is far beyond a mere wound. That was a fatal blow. Remarkable, Princess Liana. And no, this will go down in the Empire's history as a legendary feat, truly splendid, Your Highness. It wasn't my power. This was, does it have something to do with that parchment from earlier? As expected of Archduke Karen, sharp as ever. But she couldn't speak of Thorkanen. I made up my mind. I would be his unwavering ally. I would never use the power of the holy sword against him or those he holds dear. She couldn't risk causing trouble for him. That was written by someone important to me to encourage me. Jua, Shu, Zikuan, Gyrin, Zububaban, So that was like a magical charm to uplift Your Highness. At Liana's words, Archduke Karen nodded in understanding. That such a charm could activate Your Highness's magic. I see now. You must truly care deeply for that person. Do not worry. If the writer of that letter is the one Your Highness loves, then I, Archduke Karen, will support you. By any means necessary. I shall help you two be together. Archduke Karen. That's not what this is. You are of age, after all. There are things a young lady cannot easily say to an old man like me. That's not it. That's not it, probably. Liana shook her head vigorously, her face bright red. The Archduke Karen's words were far too unexpected for Liana. She had wielded a sword since she was little, known as the Princess of the Holy Sword. The only things she ever thought about were swords, her older sister, and her country. Since she was the Princess of the Holy Sword, She was never meant to leave the country. So, she had vaguely assumed she would enter into a political marriage with someone among the domestic nobility, though she had never fallen in love with anyone. And yet, could it be that That's impossible, because her sister Sophia liked him. Now she understood why her sister had been so angry when she mentioned the wandering alchemist. Why, while scolding Liana, she had such a sorrowful expression on her face. Now, somehow, Liana clearly understood that it was because of her feelings for the alchemist, Thorkanen. She didn't know how she understood. It was just something she couldn't explain. I am getting confused. What should I even do? Anyway, she had to thank Thorkanen. It was thanks to him that they had defeated the Megaical beast Nosirius without a single casualty. But she wanted a little time first. Holding her thumping chest, Liana thought to herself. It was the Archduke Karen who said something strange. If she saw Thor now, she would definitely become self-conscious. Oh, it's the banner of Nosa Town. Looks like your sister's unit has arrived, Your Highness. Faye. She made a strange noise. Looking to the north of the highway, she could see, far off, the banner of Nosa Town. Oh no. Before she could prepare herself mentally, Sophia's unit had arrived. Thorkanen was probably among them. What should she do? Should she unleash a spectacular photon blade of the holy sword into the sky as a welcoming gesture? If she did that, she'd definitely run out of magic. Then maybe she wouldn't have to face him. But no, that's reckless. The Archduke Karen would get angry, and Sophia's unit would be suspicious. Then what should she? While she hesitated, Sophia's unit continued to draw closer. Liana's heart pounded intensely in her chest. She wanted to make an excuse, say it was post-battle fatigue, and just sit down right there. And now's not the time. Really, it's not. Liana instinctively covered her face with both hands. These unexpected emotions had welled up inside her, and she didn't know what to do with them. She was still so immature. Thinking that, Liana couldn't take her eyes off the approaching banner. She realized she was searching for Thorkanen's figure among the unit. She couldn't look away. Your Highness, perhaps you should put away your holy sword. Suddenly, Archduke Karen spoke. It does appear that within the Nosa Town unit, there are minotaurs, beings from the demon lord's domain. But they are allies who came to warn us about the beast. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to remain on guard or to clutch the holy sword so tightly? And no, this is just for emotional support. I don't really get it, but there's no need to worry. Nona, take the holy sword for safekeeping. Yes, Your Highness, if you'll hand it over. Liana found herself handing over the holy sword to the adjutant, Nona, who had reached out her hand. She had always done that after battles. It was reflexive, a habit. Once the holy sword was gone, Liana once again felt anxious. It was just like when she had headed to Nosa Town to see her sister. She felt as if she were standing there naked. Defeating the magical beast had given her confidence as the princess of the holy sword, but now a different challenge stood in her way. And this time, she had no idea how to overcome it, because this was something she absolutely could not discuss with her sister Sophia. Then, shall we go greet your sister's unit, Your Highness? Why yes. Urged on by the Archduke Karen, who couldn't understand a maiden's heart, Liana began to walk. And so, she found herself face to face with the unit from Nosa Town. Chapter 98. Just another Ice Sky lover. Thor's point of view. The Archduke Karen's unit defeated the magical beast Nosirius just like that? That's amazing. From beyond the highway, the Archduke Karen's unit was approaching. Behind them lay the corpse of the scorpion-like magical beast Nosirius. Its legs had been severed, and its body was split cleanly from head to torso. They probably immobilized it by cutting off its legs, then cleaved it in two with the holy sword. That way, they could also harvest materials like the hide and claws. It was a method of defeating it that I couldn't have done. So the former sword saint of the Empire and the princess of the Holy Sword are capable of something like this. Thor-sama, who is this former sword saint you mentioned? Mabel asked in a tense voice. Ugnies and the Minotaur folks also had stiff expressions. Everyone seemed to be on high alert toward Archduke Karen. He's the one standing next to Princess Liana. You see the man with gray hair and a cloak? That man. It's actually my first time seeing him in person too. He's supposed to be the strongest swordsman, but he's not particularly brawny, and his expression is calm. It's actually more scary that he doesn't look strong. Mabel and Ugnies looked puzzled. Archduke Karen was a middle-aged man with some gray in his hair. He was tall and slender, and his left arm didn't move much. I'd heard it was due to an old injury. He treated the surrounding soldiers with courtesy. He gave off the impression of a gentleman. Totally different from my father, Barga Regas. That guy was extremely muscular and constantly barked orders at his subordinates. That was the kind of image I had of strong people in the Empire. But maybe someone at the level of Archduke Karen doesn't need to appear strong. No, I shouldn't let my preconceptions get the better of me. I'll judge what kind of person Archduke Karen is with my own eyes. He's the highest-ranking noble in the Empire and the cousin of the Emperor. He's also a former sword saint and a symbol of the Empire's might. That obsession with strength drove me out of that country and produced people like my father. But Archduke Karen is also the one who arranged for Princess Liana to meet Princess Sophia. Princess Sophia was happy to see her sister, and I was able to learn that Princess Liana isn't a bad person. I even gained some information on how to use the Holy Sword. Both of those were thanks to Archduke Karen. That's why I want to talk to him in person and find out what kind of person he really is. Well, I might not get that chance though. While I was thinking all that, Archduke Karen's unit came to a halt. They stopped at a slight distance from our group, and then, to the soldiers of the Empire, and to those of the Demon Lord's territory, I speak. Archduke Karen raised his voice from the front of his unit. This is the unit of Imperial Archduke Karen Listan and Her Highness Liana Dalgaria. We are here to investigate a new species of magical beast. I would like to know your names and affiliations. We serve directly under Her Highness Sophia Dalgaria, part of the Omawarison unit. Isaac and the others from the town of Nosa dropped to one knee in unison. Behind them, we remained standing. We're from another country. There's no need for us to kneel before an Imperial Grand Duke. We were cooperating with the folks from the Demon Lord's domain to investigate a suspicious fortress. As a result, we discovered that a new species of magical beast was targeting Her Highness and Your Grace's unit, so we came to offer support. We'd like to exchange information first. Would that be acceptable? I permit it. Also, we have already received your aid. Thanks to the letter you sent, we were able to defeat the magical beast with ease. Archduke Karen nodded with a gentle expression. Good. The spherical cleaning robot must have reached Princess Liana safely. We are grateful for your aid, Isaac Omawarison Mwira and the Omawarison unit. And you as well, people of the Demon Lord's domain. Oh, the unit from the town of Nosa erupted with excitement. It was probably because Archduke Karen called Isaac by his full name, including his newly adopted middle name. Isaac only recently started calling himself Omawarison. Yet Archduke Karen not only remembered that name correctly, but also addressed him by it in an official setting. To Isaac and his team, it must have felt like being formally recognized by Archduke Karen. I'd like to hear the full story. Captain Isaac, this way please. Why yes, sir. And you, people of the Demon Lord's domain. Archduke Karen looked toward General Rizinga. I thank you for conducting the magical beast investigation together with the unit from the town of Nosa. Also, I am grateful that you came all this way to deliver your warning. Saying that, Archduke Karen bowed his head to General Rizinga. The general and the Minotaurs stirred with surprise. The highest-ranking noble in the Empire had bowed his head to people from the Demon Lord's domain, in front of Imperial soldiers. Such a courteous greeting, I am honored. I am Rizinga Friezid, a general of the Demon Lord's domain. General Rizinga responded. By order of the Demon Lord, I have been cooperating in the investigation of the new species of magical beast disturbing our borders. We unintentionally ventured deep into Imperial territory, but I ask for your understanding, as it was done in pursuit of peace at the border. Of course, I'd also like to hear your full account, if you would allow it. I understand. And there is one more person I would like to have join us. Archduke Karen turned to the side. He looked to Princess Liana beside him, and following her gaze, he looked in our direction. Huh? I'd been so focused on Archduke Karen that I hadn't noticed. Princess Liana was looking at me. In her hand was a white cloth, Princess Sophia's handkerchief. Just as I'd hoped, the spherical messenger had successfully completed its task. But Princess Liana's expression was deadly serious. Her face was bright red, her eyes wide open, as if she were angry. Could it be she didn't understand the meaning of the letter? Maybe using Jawa, Shu, Zukyun, Jiren, Zubababin was too much. I thought Princess Liana, being more of a sensory type, would understand. I didn't want to explain how to use the Holy Sword to someone from the Empire. That's why I only use sound effects. But if it didn't get across, then it's just nonsense. That might be why Princess Liana has been staring at me like that. It's no wonder she'd be mad if she got an incomprehensible letter. So then, The someone else he'd like to be present, mentioned by Archduke Karen, must be. Is the alchemist Thor Regis present? I knew it. Of course. If they saw a magic item deliver the letter, it's obvious I'm involved. I'd like to hear from you as well. Would you mind joining us? Understood. Can't be helped. I'll explain properly, so the Demon Lord's territory doesn't get dragged into trouble. Thor-sama, I'll accompany you as your escort. May I come too? Agnes asked. Thank you. But I think it'll be hard to bring escorts along. Only Archduke Karen and Isaac came from the Empire's side. Princess Liana hasn't emerged from their troops. She might have used up her magic and stamina after wielding the Holy Sword. Since there are only 2 people on the Empire's side, we need to match their numbers. If we outnumber them, Archduke Karen's forces might get on edge. They probably won't try anything weird. Princess Liana is trustworthy. Even Isaac knows our strength. They wouldn't do something to turn the Demon Lord's territory into an enemy. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Yes, I'll be waiting for your return. But Mabel, please stop gripping the meteor iron arrow behind your back. And Agnes, there's no need to clutch the health boost pendant so tightly. We're just going for a discussion, okay? Well then, I'm off. I waved to the 2 of them and began walking alongside the general. First, there was a short greeting. After that, Archduke Karen explained why they were heading to the Eastern Fortress. He said he was investigating suspicious money flows in the imperial capital and had realized that fortress was suspicious. So, together with Princess Liana, he headed to the fortress for investigation. On the way, they encountered the magic beast Nozirius. Princess Liana noticed the cleaning robot and read my letter. Based on that information, they prepared for battle. As expected, the one who severed the beast's leg was Archduke Karen. After that, Princess Liana cleaved the beast in 2 with the Holy Sword. Apparently, Princess Liana became unstable after using the Holy Sword and will not be joining the meeting. According to the Archduke, the letter from you is the reason, or so he says. But apparently, she's not angry. I'll send her another letter later, just in case. Once the Archduke finished speaking, General Risinga talked about what happened during the investigation. The fortress commander rejected Isaac's inquiry, resulting in a battle with 2 magic beasts Nozirius. After they defeated the 2 beasts, a third one headed toward the Archduke's unit. After restraining the fortress personnel, we arrived as reinforcements. I have been entrusted with full authority regarding this investigation by Her Majesty the Demon Lord. General Risinga turned to Archduke Karen and said, "It is my duty to confirm the facts. Thus, I'd like to be present during the interrogation of the soldiers." Understood. Archduke Karen replied. The people from the Demon Lord's territory came to rescue me and Princess Liana. I wish to honor that goodwill. Phew. Commander Isaac sighed in relief. He must have been nervous, caught between powerful figures from the Empire and the Demon Lord's side. We've caused trouble for the people of the Demon Lord's territory. Archduke Karen nodded to General Risinga. I'll make a recommendation to the High Council and do my best to ensure appropriate compensation is given for the damage caused to the Demon Lord's territory. I'd also like to send a gift in thanks for your cooperation with the Magic Beast investigation. That's appreciated, but Archduke Karen, you're not the Emperor of the Empire, are you? General Risinga tilted his head at Archduke Karen's words. And yet, to have money and goods sent from the Empire, that's hard to believe. I do have some influence. If I use the evidence from this incident to persuade them, I should be able to get something from the High Council. If not, I'll ensure appropriate compensation comes from my duchy. Then this is a personal promise from you as an individual, Archduke Karen? Indeed. As a swordsman, I would never betray someone who fought the same enemy alongside me. I'll send a formal letter later, stamped with the seal of my house. Understood. I'll report this matter to His Majesty the Demon Lord and Her Excellency the Chancellor. Please do. Separately from that, I have a few questions. Archduke Karen cleared his throat and then said, during the investigation, some strange items were used. Regarding those, Thor-sama, alchemist. The general and Isaac looked at me. Ah yes, this is what I was called for. I am Thor Kanan, an alchemist. Under orders from the general, I will explain. I bowed as a noble and then began. The Archduke looked steadily at me and then said, First, yes, I'd like to hear more about the cleaning robot the general mentioned during the investigation. What exactly is it? This is the one I sent to your grace and her highness as a messenger. I picked up the spherical cleaning robot. I'd retrieved it earlier with the command, Thou who cleans, return to thine charger house. I cannot reveal too much without Her Majesty's permission, but this device has the ability to track the traces of magic beasts. Using it, we located the fortress housing the beast. Cleaning robot, a golem that cleans, correct? Yet it tracks magic beasts. Please consider it an assistant that cleans up the trash, that is the magic beast, to help purify the world. Is that so? Details require permission from Her Majesty. I ask for your understanding. You understood. In that case, it can't be helped. Archduke Karen nodded. You understood. And the two beasts that were defeated. That was an experimental magic. An experimental magic. Please think of it as a degraded version of the hero's spell, Meteor. Since the fake meteor was witnessed by soldiers on the Empire's side, I had discussed it with General Rizinga and agreed to share some information. A degraded version of Meteor, huh? Further details also require Her Majesty's permission. I understand. You have your position to consider, after all. Archduke Karen quietly murmured after a pause. I wonder if he believes me or thinks I'm only half telling the truth. Talking like this, I understand. Archduke Karen is not a bad person. This man listens to the stories of me and General Rizinga on an equal footing, so politely that it's hard to believe he is a noble of the Empire. However, it's unavoidable to remain cautious. This man is the Emperor's cousin. He is also the ruler of the Grand Duchy granted autonomy by the Empire. But precisely because he is a person of power, he must know certain things. May I ask you a question, Archduke Karen of the Empire? At a lull in the conversation, I said this. No, I have something that concerns me. With the General's permission, I would like to ask the Archduke of the Empire directly. I asked General Rizinga. Right now, I am an alchemist directly under Demon Lord Rookie, a person from the Demon Lord's territory. To ask the Empire's Archduke questions from this side, I need General Rizinga's permission. Taking that into account, I asked, and General Rizinga said, Archduke of the Empire, will you allow our alchemist to ask questions? I do not mind. The Archduke looked intently at me and nodded. I shall hear you out, Alchemist Thor Regis of the Demon Lord's territory. That was the name I used when I lived in the country before. My current name is Thor Kanan. Archduke Karen is powerful. He is a ruler with enough authority to be granted autonomy within the Empire. That's why there are things I want to confirm. There is no way a fortress commander would summon a new species of magical beast on his own judgment. Moreover, summoning magic is a secret technique of the Empire. He should have been acting under the orders of someone who knows that. If anyone might know, it would be the powerful Archduke Karen. But I cannot just ask that directly. What should I do? Right, as an alchemist interested in mysterious technology. I find it strange that Geralt Zelger and the others knew the movement route of your Grace and Princess Liana. Did they also use mysterious magic items like I do? Good. This should be fine. An alchemist showing interest in magic items. A natural question born from curiosity. If such items exist, I would very much like to know about them. Do you, Archduke of the Empire, have any knowledge of this? That is something that will be revealed in the course of future investigation. The Archduke avoided a clear answer. Of course, the information will be shared with the Demon Lord's territory as well. I see. Let me ask you in return. What do you think? I don't know. I don't believe there is anything else like a cleaning robot. Then, how do you suppose they knew the movement route of myself and Princess Liana? I can't imagine. Then where do you think the leak came from? Is he trying to probe me? No, the Archduke is smiling. It's as if he is trying to test me. If so, I read in the Empire's history books before that in order to prepare for a former small eastern country, or its remnants, fortresses were built in various places. Considering that fortress is one of them, its jurisdiction would be not under the Minister of Military Affairs, but higher up. Your knowledge is correct. Then, I think someone who is the superior of Commander Geralt Zelger is involved. No, I do not know who it is. I cannot imagine it at all. I made sure to leave an escape route, just in case. If it is higher than the Minister of Military Affairs, then it must be the High Officials Council, or maybe even higher. I cannot say it aloud, but Archduke Karen understands. That is probably why he wears a bitter smile. He even nodded. Isaac's eyes are wide with surprise. In contrast, General Rizinga looks like he simply understands and agrees. Your line of thought is unique to someone who was a noble of the Empire. Archduke Karen said. So, do you want to blame the Empire for this? No. I know. I just do not want the same kind of thing to happen again. I said, I hate the idea that the Demon Lord's territory, my second home, would be ravaged by new species of magical beasts. It would be the worst if people from the country I once lived in caused trouble for those I care about. That's why I just want to make sure it never happens again. The magical beast Gargarasa had taken up residence in the Demon Lord's territory. The giant centipede suddenly crashed into the meeting between Rukia and Princess Sophia. It was only luck that there was no damage. If things had gone badly, there would have been injuries or even deaths. In the worst case, Demon Lord Rukia or Princess Sophia could have been hurt. If that had happened, in anger, I might have created a destructive item from the hero's world. The moment I found out who was responsible, I might have activated it without question. But I don't want to do that. I just want to open a workshop in the Demon Lord's territory and make items that help people. If someone is behind the fortress commander, I want you to properly deal with it. After thinking for a moment, I said, please do not make me despise my birthplace any further. The magic items I make are meant to bring happiness to people, not to punish them. Please end this incident, so that there will be no need to use meteor-like magic in the Empire territory again. So that magic-like meteor will never be needed again. Is that so? Yes. There are only 3 meteorite arrows left. Those were actually magic items intended for civil engineering. I originally planned to use them to break rocks blocking mining development or widen rivers. Yet they were consumed to defeat the magical beast Nozirius. I don't want to use them for combat anymore. There is no guarantee more meteorite will be found. Repeating myself, what I want is just for something like this never to happen again. I looked straight at Archduke Karen and said, Archduke Karen, for some reason, opened his eyes wide and trembled slightly, but understood. In the name of Archduke Karen Lee Stan, I will uncover the cause. I promise that we will never cause trouble to the Demon Lord territory again, to the best of my ability. Thank you very much. I bowed to Archduke Karen in the manner of nobility. From our side as well, we have a proposal for Alchemist Thorkanen. What is it, Your Grace? Archduke Karen of the Empire. Would you consider coming to the Grand Duchy? It was sudden. Archduke Karen nodded repeatedly as he spoke. Of course, it's not that I want to poach you from the Demon Lord territory. After seeing your items, I realized the necessity of cultivating technicians in the Grand Duchy as well. Would you come to the Grand Duchy and guide the next generation? Naturally, proper compensation will be paid to both the Demon Lord territory and yourself. Your Grace? What are you saying? I like him. Archduke Karen smiled slyly toward Isaac. Not only the technical skill to create magic items, but I also like the way he asks questions. I want to maintain a connection with him. There are those who would be pleased by that. Your Grace. What do you think, Thorkanen? Just about 10 days a year would be enough. Would you come on a temporary posting to the Grand Duchy? I am grateful for the offer, but I must decline. I shook my head. I am the alchemist of Her Majesty the Demon Lord. My workplace is the Demon Lord territory, and my job is to create tools that help the people who live there. I cannot be posted to another country. I understand. I apologize for speaking of something so trivial. Archduke Karen shrugged. He's a tough man to read, Archduke Karen. Judging by how easily he backed down, it seemed like if I came, it would just be lucky for him. But there will come a time when your work settles down. Just as I thought that, Archduke Karen, after glancing toward the troops behind him, continued. At that time, I would very much like to ask you to teach alchemy. That's right. Once I can have confidence in my own skills, that opportunity may come. When do you think that will be? First, I will complete making all the magic items in the mail order, or rather, in the textbook. After that, I will create original items, and if they are on par with those in the hero's world, I may gain confidence in my skills. Thor-sama. Alchemist-sama. What do you say? Huh. The general and Isaac both widened their eyes. I didn't think I said anything strange. The textbook, the mail-order catalog, is quite thick. I've only made a few items from it so far. I think it will be a while before I gain confidence in my alchemy. I understand. In contrast, Archduke Karen nodded, as if in full agreement. I understand very well, Alchemist Thorkanen. Thank you for understanding, Your Grace, Archduke Karen of the Empire. I myself still lack confidence in my sword. As proof, I once suffered defeat by a magical beast and received a wound on my left arm. Rolling up his sleeve to reveal his upper arm, there were several claw marks of some kind left on it. This is the result of youthful recklessness. I think of it as the price for taking on disciples while still inexperienced, and since then, I have devoted myself to sword training alone. There is still a long way to go before I master the technique. Your Grace is said to be one of the top 5 strongest in the Empire. There were plenty of heroes stronger than me. I must not be arrogant. I understand. Indeed. I am impressed by your attitude to master one technique. Then to the Grand Duchy. No, it is rude to ask the same thing twice. I apologize. I also wish to master one technique in the Demon Lord territory. Losing you is a loss for the Empire, but it cannot be helped. Saying that, Archduke Karen turned toward General Rizinga, General of the Demon Lord territory. As you have heard, I, Archduke Karen, will take responsibility for investigating the culprit in this incident. The results will also be reported to the Demon Lord territory. I will do my utmost so that this kind of thing never happens again. Why yes, I will convey your words to Her Majesty the Demon Lord. I hope that we will maintain exchanges in the future as well. Captain Isaac, could you serve as the liaison between the Grand Duchy and the Demon Lord territory? Why yes. Isaac straightened his back sharply. I will serve as the liaison connecting the Demon Lord territory and the Grand Duchy. It is an honor to be a bridge between the Demon Lord territory and Archduke Karen. Of course, I will inform Princess Sophia, your superior officer. Finally, Archduke Karen looked at me. Alchemist Thor Kanan. I would like to talk with you more. And with that, the discussion came to an end. To summarize, 3 decisions were made. From now on, Archduke Karen, General Rizinga, and Captain Isaac will jointly interrogate the fort soldiers. Via Princess Sophia and Captain Isaac, exchanges between the Demon Lord territory and the Grand Duchy will continue. During that, information regarding this incident will also be shared. Mabel, Agnes, and I would return to the Demon Lord territory with some of the soldiers. Princess Liana would head to the town of Nosa with some soldiers. I wanted to talk with Princess Liana too, but she seemed tired, so it couldn't be helped. Later, I would send a letter to Princess Sophia to see if I could meet her. I also wanted to talk about the Jua, Shu, Zukyun, Jiren, and Zubababan sounds. Archduke Karen was surprisingly someone I could get along with. Since the Demon Lord territory and the Grand Duchy will be exchanging communication from now on, I thought there would be chances to talk. I hope he will become a supporter of the Demon Lord territory. Well then, after a short break, let's head to the fort, General. Understood. I hope that the Demon Lord territory, the Empire, and the Grand Duchy will maintain good relations from now on. With that, General Rizinga and Archduke Karen shook hands, and the meeting came to a close. Chapter 99. Just another Ice Sky lover. Thank you for your hard work, Thor-sama. The tea is ready. When I returned to the camp, the soldiers were resting by a fire they had made. In one corner, Mabel and Agnes were waving their hands. I wanted to take a break soon, so this was just perfect. I was able to talk with Duke Karen about the incident. I sat down near the campfire. As expected, it seems that high officials of the imperial capital are involved behind the beast summoning. The rest is a matter between His Majesty the Demon King, the Grand Duchy, and the Empire. My job ends here. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Thor. I want you to relax once you get back. Thanks. I'd like to investigate the beast Nozirias if possible, but it looks like it will take some time before I get the materials. I'll rest once I return. The Imperial soldiers have started dismantling the beast Nozirias. The one we defeated with the meteor Madoki left only the claws, but this one's head and torso were just cut cleanly in two, so it looks like we can gather quite a lot of materials. I hope I can get some of these materials too. Duke Karen cut the legs of that beast with an ordinary magic sword, right? Even though his left arm is disabled, it seems he has no trouble hunting the beast. He's so strong, yet still intends to master the way of the sword. Because he thinks he's still inexperienced, he's not arrogant and is kind to others. That's what kind of person he was. I wish I could have talked with him more. If only he weren't a high-ranking noble of the Empire. I have to master alchemy so I don't lose either. No, Lord Thor, I think you're doing enough already. Do you think so? When you made the cleaning robot, you worked late into the night. If His Majesty the Demon King hadn't said no all-nighters, you probably would have kept working until morning, right? If Mabel kept quiet about it. That's impossible. Impossible, huh? I have made it a rule not to lie to His Majesty the Demon King. I'm not lying. I just want you to keep quiet. What will you do if His Majesty the Demon King asks, is Thor getting proper sleep? I guess yes, he is. Personal opinion is fine. I read that in a Hero World book. You mentioned that before. In the Hero World, the phrase personal opinion is used a lot. In the mail order catalog, it appears on every page. It's a strange world. In that world, each hero is outrageously strong. So it probably means this is the great hero's personal opinion. It's convincing. That's very convincing. So, regarding the report to His Majesty the Demon King, I'll say, he is getting sleep, Lord Thor's personal opinion. Please don't say that His Majesty will come to check, okay? While we were talking about that, Agnes poured some tea for me. She touched the hot kettle directly over the fire and poured steaming hot tea into my cup. Even using the health promotion pendant, Agnes has flame resistance. This kind of scene has quietly become something I'm used to. After all, being with Mabel and Agnes is the most calming. I said as I took the cup of tea, no matter how good the offer is, there's no way I'd leave everyone behind to go to the Grand Duchy. Clatter. Lord Thor, what did you just say? You were invited by the Empire to the Grand Duchy? Yeah. Of course, I refused. I said to the standing Mabel and Agnes. Duke Karen asked me, would you teach alchemy at the Grand Duchy about 10 days a year? Of course, I refused on the spot. Even though it's an autonomous territory, the Grand Duchy is still part of the Empire. I have no intention of returning to that country. The tea tastes good. Recently, Agnes has started making tea as well. She comes to the workshop and helps with the housework. Most of the time, she wears a maid outfit. When those two are nearby, I feel very safe. If I work too much, they stop me, and during work, they prepare things I can eat with one hand. I'm really grateful to Mabel and Agnes. I have no intention of going to the Grand Duchy and making those two worry. I still have many things I want to do in the Demon King's territory. Huh? Mabel and Agnes sighed while holding their teacups. Please don't surprise me like that, Lord Thor. I thought my heart might stop. For now, I told them, I have things I want to make in the Demon King's territory, so I won't leave the country until I finish them. Things you want to make? Well, I haven't completed all the items from the mail order catalog yet. Do you intend to make all of them? My goal is to surpass the hero world. I want to make as many items as I can from that world. That's amazing, Lord Thor. It's a grand goal. Even when I finish making them, that's just the first stage. The second stage remains. The second stage? Yeah. After functional beauty, I want to master aesthetic beauty. Items from the hero's world pursue functional beauty. Of course, that in itself is appealing, but I think it's just not enough. I used to think that functional beauty was enough. But my thinking changed after coming to the Demon Lord's domain. I met people like Mabel, Her Majesty the Demon Lord, and Agnes, people in whom I could feel the divine beauty of creation. Of course, I don't think I can create something as beautiful as Mabel, Her Majesty, or Agnes, but I think it's worth the challenge. If someone like me, a different species, can find Mabel and Agnes beautiful, then it means there's a kind of universal beauty in this world. As an alchemist, I want to pursue that. Wait, huh? Geez. Thor-sama, please don't say things like that with such a serious face. I got scolded. Strange. I was being completely honest, though. So, by pursuing both functional and aesthetic beauty, I want to create something that brings happiness to everyone, as a token of gratitude to Mabel, Agnes, and Her Majesty. An item that makes people happy by functioning well, but also makes them happy just by looking at it. Something like that. Learn from the hero's world, learn from the people of the Demon Lord's domain, and ultimately, create an amazing magical item that brings happiness to everyone. That is my goal now. For that to happen, the Demon Lord's domain, at least the area near the border with the Empire, needs to be at peace. That's why I gave my full cooperation to the magical beast investigation this time. Thor-sama. When I looked over, Mabel's cheeks were flushed, and she was staring intently at me. When we get back to the workshop, we need to have a talk. A talk? Yes. With Soleil the Fairy and the others included, there are things I want you to understand, Thor-sama. Oh, okay. Mabel's expression was as serious as it gets. As for Agnes, yeah, she had turned her back on me. All right. When we get back, let's talk slowly. But before that, there's something I want to jot down. The spell inscribed on the metal plate the cleaning robot brought back from the fortress. I need to copy that down neatly. I did take quick notes before handing the plate to Mr. Isaac, but I want to write it down properly while the memory's still fresh. That might be the key to a new item. Once I've had a rest, I'll try making a prototype and show it to Ert. Lately, I've only been making combat items. But right now, I'm itching to make household goods. Mabel will probably wait while I jot this down. All right, let's go home. To our workshop. Yes, Thor-sama. Agnes also has something she wants to discuss with Thor-sama. And with that, the magical beast investigation came to an end, and we returned to the Demon Lord's domain. Meanwhile, on the Empire's side, Princess Liana should go to the town of Nosa. After the meeting ended, Archduke Karen said this. It was while everyone was tending the fire and having a meal before departing. I'll have my adjutant Nona accompany you. Once the break is over, go see your sister and discuss things with her. Discuss how to win over that alchemist's heart. Gah cough cough. The tea she had been drinking went down the wrong way. Princess Liana clutched her mouth and coughed violently. Why are we even talking about something like that? Your Grace. When I spoke with that alchemist earlier, I got a strong impression. He's not someone you can just leave alone. You really think so? Indeed. He seems to care only about alchemical research. If that's the case, and if you have feelings for him, then you should act in a way that makes those feelings clear. She didn't know how to respond to that. Liana had only just realized her feelings herself. She wasn't even sure if what she was feeling was love, or if it was admiration born of respect. It felt more like the latter. Thorkanen had saved her. He understood her. Liana admired his strength and his empathy. Maybe that's all it was. More than anything, she wasn't confident in her own feelings. To Liana, such emotions had always felt distant, unrelated to her. That's why she couldn't attend the meeting just now. She didn't know what would happen if she saw Thorkanen's face up close. What if someone noticed her heart pounding? What if she got so flustered she said something ridiculous? What if her hair was a mess from the battle? What if she was still spattered with beast blood? What if her clothes were in disarray and she looked terrible? All those thoughts swirled in her head, and she simply couldn't go. But, asking me to act on it already. Well, that's why you should talk to your sister. I'll provide a carriage and soldiers for your escort. While you travel to the town, you can think about what you want to say. Why are you going this far from me, Your Grace? Helping the young is an old man's duty. Archduke Karen gave a firm nod. I have no children. Of course, those I have adopted as heirs to the Grand Duchy are also precious to me. But I also hold Princess Liana dear as a blood relative. Thank you very much, Your Grace. Moreover, it's better to take action sooner rather than later, for the sake of that alchemist as well. For Thorkanen-sama, you mean? Indeed. There are those in this world who become so engrossed in mastering their path that they fail to notice the goodwill of others. Such people remain single forever, causing those around them no end of worry. Oh, Your Grace, why are you introducing yourself to Princess Liana? Gaho gaho gihan gihan. Your Grace. The deputy, Nona, who had brought a refill of tea, spoke up, causing Archduke Karen to start coughing. With a look of exasperation, Nona patted the Archduke's back as she said, Pardon me. It just slipped out. Nona, you really are something. But, Your Grace, we, your subordinates, have always been scolded by your relatives. That you're still single is our fault for not doing our jobs properly, they say. I've only served you for 8 years, but even my mother, who served you before me, told me the same. I do feel sorry for you all. Then please, do find a partner soon. It's too late to worry about it now. Finally calming down, Archduke Karen wore a troubled expression. Besides, someone like me, obsessed with swordsmanship, would hardly attract any woman of sound mind. I know my limits. I can't bear to make someone suffer by marrying them now. Sigh. Nona let out a long sigh. Her eyes were kind, as if she had given up on something, as she gazed at the Archduke's back. Seeing this, Liana felt as if she understood Nona's feelings. She also understood the meaning behind the Archduke's advice to act quickly. I understand your advice, Your Grace. I see. You're saying I should act quickly, correct, Your Grace? Indeed. I should act quickly, correct, Nona-sama? Now why are you asking Nona? And Nona, why are you nodding so enthusiastically? Understood. In that case, Your Grace, I have a request. Liana spoke with firm resolve. About the wager. As a reward for delivering a serious blow to the magical beast, you said you would share the Empire's secrets. I would like Alchemist Thorkanen-sama to be present at that time. You said that the details of the incident would be reported to the Demon Lord's territory. But the past of the Empire is a different matter. It would be understandable if you were hesitant to share that with someone from the Demon Lord's side. However, if it's someone who was once a noble of the Empire, it wouldn't be so difficult. Is that it? It might not be ideal to tell someone from another country about the Empire's secrets, but no, I don't mind. It's a matter that concerns him as well. A strange feeling crept in. For some reason, a chill ran down her spine. Before we fought the magical beast, I mentioned this, that when I was still a child, the Empire lost something it should never have lost. Why, yes, it involved powerful individuals of the time, high-ranking nobles, warriors, magicians, and even a sword saint. The sword saint before you, Your Grace. Liana's eyes widened as she recalled the name, or rather, the surname, of that person. She remembered the names of all past Sword Saints, and among them, only one had any relation to Thorcanen, Sword Saint Void Regis, a duke from her great-grandfather's time who had served as Sword Saint. He was also Thorcanen's grandfather. Well, it's not that long of a story, nor is it a particularly entertaining one. Sword Saint Karen shrugged. Very well. I shall send word so that in the town of Nosa, a meeting may be arranged with myself, Princess Liana, Princess Sophia, and Thorcanen. Nona, make the arrangements. Yes, Your Grace. Before that, we must deal with the fortress commander, Gerald Zelger. A troublesome task, but necessary. So saying, Archduke Karen stood up. The break was over. Now, Liana and the Archduke's forces would head for the fortress. There, they would interrogate the perpetrator behind the magical beast summoning and extract all the information they could about the incident. After that, they would proceed to the town of Nosa, where she would likely reunite with her sister, Sophia. There's so much I want to tell sister. But now, there are things I can't tell her too. Liana shook her head, driving away the thoughts that surfaced. First, she had to focus on her duties. She could see her sister after that. First, she had to bring the magical beast summoning incident to a close. Then she would meet her sister and introduce her to Thorcanen. Then she would hear the Archduke reveal the Empire's hidden truths. After that, what will I do? Nothing had been decided yet. Would she continue to swing her sword on her brother's command, as the Holy Sword Princess? Or, let's go, Your Grace. Still carrying her uncertainty, Liana began walking toward the carriage. And thus, Princess Liana and Archduke Karen each began to move toward their respective destinations. Chapter 100. Just Another Ice Sky Lover. Several hours after Thor and his group captured the fortress, we've just received a report. Risinga's unit has captured the culprit behind the beast summoning. Oh, at the words of Demon Lord Rookie, her subordinates cheered loudly. This is the throne room of the Demon Lord's castle. Demon Lord Rookie sits on the throne, with Chancellor Kelv standing by her side. Facing them are the Minotaur captain, the Flame General Risinga's adjutant, and the Elven troop leaders. They raised voices of joy that the threat of the new type of magical beast had been removed. Next, Chancellor Kelv began a detailed explanation of the investigation results. The cleaning robot, created by Thor, played a major role in the magical beast investigation. The culprit who summoned the beast was the commander of the Empire's fortress. Risinga and the unit from the town of Nosa headed south to hunt down the escaped magical beast. What was surprising was that the culprit who summoned the magical beast was an official soldier of the Empire. Chancellor Kelv said, I had thought the culprit was a wandering magician, or perhaps someone from a country destroyed by the Empire. Someone who infiltrated the Empire to acquire summoning magic and disrupt its territory by summoning beasts. But it turns out, the culprit was a regular soldier in charge of the Empire's fortress. That is correct. Your Majesty, what do you think this implies? It likely means that there is an unknown faction within the Empire. Either a secret unit created by the Empire's upper echelon or a rebellious faction. The Archduke and the Imperial Princess seemed unaware of these matters, which means there is a possibility that the Empire is internally divided. Demon Lord Rookie sighed beneath her mask. Should we be disgusted by the Emperor's family being so careless, or should we envy that this great nation can function even divided? Either way, the threat of the new magical beast is gone. For now, we should rejoice in that. I agree. Chancellor Kelv nodded. Since the culprit is confirmed to be a regular soldier of the Empire, the responsibility lies with the Empire's emperor and high-ranking officials. This has been conveyed to the Imperial Princess and the Archduke. Should the same event occur again, we will protest to the Empire and demand action. That will make resolution easier. Indeed. The purpose behind the beast summoning remains a mystery, but for now, we can breathe easier. Going forward, we will protest to the Empire and demand information, as well as compensation appropriate to the damages we suffered. Based on that, I have something to propose to Your Majesty and Chancellor Kelv. Suddenly, the Elven magic troop leader raised his voice. With a serious expression, he looked up at Demon Lord Rookie. If there is division within the Empire, might we be able to exploit it? I just said, didn't I? We will extract detailed information about the incident and compensation for damages from the Empire. No, I mean using the rebellious factions inside the Empire. Explain. Prompted by Demon Lord Rookie, the elf troop leader stood. He looked around at Demon Lord Rookie, Chancellor Kelv, and the others present. If there is a faction within the Empire that opposes the Emperor's will, Might we secretly support them? If they cause chaos within the empire, it could weaken the empire's power. If civil war breaks out within the empire, the emperor and officials will have to focus their efforts on dealing with it. By exploiting that weakness, we might gain various benefits from the empire. In some cases, we could extend our borders further south and expand our territory. Finishing his speech, the elf troop leader puffed out his chest with satisfaction. As an idea, it's interesting. Well then, Your Majesty. But your plan has a fatal flaw. Twitch. From behind Demon Lord Rookie's mask, her red eyes fixed on the elf troop leader. The sharp gaze caused the elf troop leader's body to tremble. What is this flaw? First, we cannot trust those who summon the magical beasts at all. Demon Lord Rookie said. They summoned the magical beast Gargarasa on Demon Lord territory. It's only because we defeated it that things turned out well. There was a real risk of harm to our people and lands. How could we ever trust those who do such things? There is no need to trust them. We would just use them. The second problem. Have you forgotten Princess Sophia in the town of Nosa? Ugh. She is quite clever. If we repeatedly deal with the rebellious factions within the empire, Princess Sophia will catch on. Sophia's family includes Princess Liana, the Holy Sword Princess. That Princess Liana is close to the Archduke, a former sword saint. If those people turn against us, we must prepare for significant sacrifices. At Demon Lord Rookie's words, the elf troop leader's eyes widened. He had apparently forgotten about Princess Sophia and her associates. The third problem, you should learn a bit from history. Learn from history. Have you forgotten what happened when the first Demon Lord fought humans? Demon Lord Rookie looked the elf troop leader, and everyone else present, straight in the eyes and declared. Before the first Demon Lord started a war with humans, the humans were already fighting amongst themselves. But, right after a minor clash with the Demon Lord's army, humans forgot all about their conflicts. All human nations united and faced the first Demon Lord together. Even in the era of the first Demon Lord, humans fought each other. However, when skirmishes occurred between humans and demons or demi-humans, the humans completely forgot their own internal strife. Thus, to defeat the evil demons and demi-humans, humans united as one. As a result, eventually a hero was summoned from another world, and the Demon Lord was defeated. This was history Demon Lord Rookie had been sick and tired of hearing. Therefore, those in Demon Lord territory avoid intervening in the Empire's internal conflicts as much as possible. This has been the policy passed down through generations in Demon Lord territory. Finally, this is my personal opinion. I want to be someone who is not ashamed before Thorkanen, the guest from the Empire. As if speaking to herself, Demon Lord Rookie murmured. To intervene in the Empire's civil strife and aid the evil ones and cause bloodshed in another country, right? When that happens, we will probably borrow the power of Thorkanen's items. That would embarrass me. Why, Your Majesty? If it were a proud, open battle, I would take pride in borrowing his power. But can you say to him, because I intervene in the civil war of your homeland, lend me your magic items? It seems we will have a long relationship with Thor. I do not want to do anything shameful to him. Of course, this is purely my personal opinion as Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. If you have objections, speak now. I apologize. It was a thoughtless remark. The elf troop leader bowed deeply. Shaking violently, he pressed his forehead to the floor. I had forgotten about Thorkanen-sama. That there are trustworthy people within the Empire, and also others with power beyond my imagination. I am truly sorry. The elf troop leader continued apologizing in a trembling voice. The fact that the culprit who summoned the magical beast was an Imperial soldier means there are those within the Empire who look down on Demon Lord territory. I simply could not accept that. I understand your feelings. I also understand your loyalty. However, I have realized the foolishness of my remarks. If there really is someone with power equal to Thorkanen within the Empire, my schemes would be seen through immediately. No, there can't be many like Thor. Just as she was about to speak, Demon King Rookie covered her mouth. Instead, she shook her head and gently admonished the Elven squad captain. I understand how you feel. I intend to proceed with intelligence gathering in the Empire, so that we can respond to any situation that arises. That should be acceptable. Yes, Your Majesty. Also think about it. In this recent magical beast subjugation, the Demon Lord's territory conducted a joint operation with the unit from the town of Nosa and apprehended the culprit. We cooperated and built mutual trust to achieve that. It's as if we've made allies within the Empire. Demon King Rookie looked around at the assembled people and nodded. I would rather choose the path of increasing allies than making enemies. Taking a breath, she continued. Furthermore, in the human world, as the elven captain said, schemes and plots have long been repeated. Humans have shed blood because of that. There's no need for demons and demi-humans to imitate the worst of humanity. At any rate, the issue of the new species of magical beast is resolved for now. Inform our subordinates and let them be at ease. Once General Rizinga's unit returns, we'll hold a festival to celebrate the victory. You don't mind, do you, Kelv? The plans are already in place. Chancellor Kelv pulled a parchment from his pocket. As soon as General Rizinga returns, we will host a victory party at the Demon King's castle. Additionally, a celebratory festival will be held in the castle town. Alcohol and provisions will be distributed from the castle, so please inform the townsfolk. Understood, Your Majesty, Chancellor. The festival. Everyone will be so happy. Let us all go welcome General and Agni-sama together. The Elven squad captain, the Minotaur captain, and Rizinga's adjutant all raised their voices in unison. Their cheers must have been heard in the hallway too, for joyous voices echoed from outside. The news would quickly spread throughout the castle. Now then, this concludes today's audience. Thank you all for your service. Excuse us. The attendees responded to the words of Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. Thus, the report on the magical beast summoning incident came to an end. Taking advantage of the divisions within the Empire, is it? Others are thinking the same thing, I see. After the commanders had left, Chancellor Kelv let out a sigh. I considered it myself as well. But I rejected the idea. It's far too dangerous. A wise decision. If we were to intervene, the humans would forget their internal conflicts. What would follow is the same as in the days of the first Demon Lord, the formation of a united human coalition. Humans do quickly band together when they find a common enemy. Indeed, and sometimes, they make demons and demi-humans into that common enemy just to unite themselves. With those words, Demon Lord Rookie's expression grew firm. In any case, do not slack off in intelligence gathering. Whether or not there's civil strife in the Empire, we need to know what's happening in that country. I have already dispatched civil officials to the trading post to gather rumors. Come to think of it, there was a civil war in the Empire once before. Holding a letter brought by the Feather Fairy, Rookie murmured in exasperation. If I recall correctly, that last civil war in the Empire happened before I was born, didn't it? Yes. According to oral history passed down in the Chancellor's household, it was several decades ago, during the reign of the Demon Lord 2 generations before you, back when several small nations still remained to the east. The fortress General Rizinga headed to was likely constructed around that time. I heard the borderlands were quite turbulent back then. The Empire had deployed large numbers of troops on patrol, likely to prevent those from the Demon Lord's territory from intervening in their civil war. Because of that, we had almost no knowledge of the internal affairs of the Empire. However, we did provide asylum to some refugees from the Empire, didn't we? The number recorded was 3. 2 of them died shortly after being protected by the Demon Lord's territory. They had apparently survived fierce battles, with arrows still embedded in their bodies. In the end, only one young girl survived. She had suffered severe trauma and forgot her name and origin. However, the man who accompanied her worried about her until his dying breath. That much is recorded in the history books of the Demon Lord's territory. That girl later fell in love with the young elf who rescued her. They married and had children. Her descendants are now most likely chasing magical beasts alongside Thor. What's different this time is that Princess Sophia is in the town of Nosa. Demon King Rookie let out a sigh of relief. She desires friendly relations with the Demon Lord's territory. As long as she is there, the borderlands won't be sealed off. There's even a trading post now. We receive information from within the Empire too. These are good times. Well, that's largely thanks to Thor's achievements. That's true. Why the distant look? It's nothing. Kelv, are you still uncomfortable around Thor? Demon Lord Rookie looked at Chancellor Kelv with exasperation. Thor is, well, a good person, you know. His ideas are just a bit unexpected. His technology is ridiculously advanced, and what he does is beyond imagination. That's all. That's exactly the problem. Chancellor Kelv pressed his forehead, as if he had a headache. My duty is to analyze based on information, build logical frameworks, and make realistic predictions and plans. But Lord Thor skips all the processes and arrives at unpredictable outcomes. It's difficult to deal with him as Chancellor. Thor seems to respect you, you know? I don't dislike Thor-sama either. I respect him. I just struggle with him in my role as Chancellor. Tell him that when he returns. Please let me think about it. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me. A letter has arrived from the winged fairy. Along with the sound of knocking came the voice of a guard. Chancellor Kelv opened the door and received the letter. After briefly scanning it, he said, "It's from Thor-sama. It appears to have been written after the previous report." Saying so, Kelv handed the letter to Demon Lord Rookie. It seems the winged fairy accompanied them as far as the eastern fortress. Indeed, she said she disguised herself as an owl using the role-playing pajamas and followed them from a distance. However, there's a note from Thor-sama. The winged fairy pixie doesn't want to go anywhere crowded with Imperial people, so we'll act separately. Therefore, the next report may be slightly delayed, he wrote. Thor and his group are pursuing the magic beast into the interior of the Empire. For a shy winged fairy, that journey would likely be too much. Demon Lord Rookie unfolded the letter he had received. What's written here are the results of using the cleaning robot, and a thank you to Kelv. It says the spherical cleaning robot was a great success. I have mixed feelings about that. And Thor is requesting permission to create a magic item. Even though is in the Risinga territory, why would he go out of his way to seek permission from your majesty and me? Wait. He slowly read through the letter. Then Demon Lord Rookie looked up. I see. It seems Thor recovered a strange item from the fortress where the new type of magic beast was found. The item itself was handed over to the Imperial unit commander as evidence, but he made a copy. The item is what? A metal plate engraved with a summoning magic circle and spell? Thor-sama obtained information about summoning magic. Chancellor Kelv's body began to tremble. No, even Thor-sama wouldn't perform an experiment with summoning magic. There's no way he would summon a magic beast and cause harm to the Demon Lord's domain. If that's the case, then what in the world is he? He apparently wants to adapt summoning magic to create an item for everyday household use. An item for household use? According to Thor's hypothesis, summoning magic has the ability to draw something from afar. If that can be adapted, it might be possible to create a convenient item anyone can use, so he's requesting permission. The reason he's seeking permission from us instead of must be because it involves summoning magic. Since it's a significant type of magic, he seems to be showing consideration. I see. I think it's fine to permit it. Kelv, what do you think? Demon Lord Rookie handed the letter to Chancellor Kelv. Kelv gazed at it carefully, then let out a long, long sigh. Then, scratching at his blue hair roughly, he said, "Let's meet with Thor-sama directly and speak with him." After a moment, Chancellor Kelv spoke again. "First, I need to see the copy of this summoning magic metal plate with my own eyes before I can say anything. We should assess its safety and then decide. I doubt Thor-sama will feel at ease if we delay it, so let's have him prepare a prototype in the meantime." Understood. I'll inform Thor to return by the festival. Rookie took parchment and ink from the writing desk beside the throne. After jotting down the necessary details, she handed it to Kelv. "Kelv, use this to compose the letter and send it to Thor." Understood. Chancellor Kelv accepted the handwritten parchment from the Demon Lord with both hands. Still, what kind of household item could be made by adapting summoning magic? I can't even guess. Agreed. We'll have to wait until Thor-sama returns. We should have him attend the party as well and recognize his achievements before everyone. Indeed. By the way, did you read the entire letter? Why, yes. The parts written by Thor-sama. What about the message from the winged fairy pixie in the corner? From the winged fairy? No, I hadn't noticed. She wrote asking if she could have a piece of a broken pillar she found in the castle hall. What? Chancellor Kelv's eyes widened. What came to his mind was the time when they were brainstorming the design for the cleaning robot. At that time, in his eagerness to come up with ideas, he had accidentally damaged part of the castle structure. It seems Thor made a request. He said, "If you find anything that inspires you from the winged fairies, please bring it back." Wah. And so, it appears the winged fairy set her sights on a fragment of a pillar that had fallen onto the floor of the hall. It does have a very interesting shape. It might serve as a hint for Thor's magic item crafting, so she asked if she could take it. Kelv, where are you rushing off to in such a panic? Excuse me, your majesty. The Chancellor Kelv bowed to Demon Lord Rookie and dashed out of the throne room. Thor, please, I implore you, stop using me as a clue for your magic item development every single time. With that desperate cry, the The sound of Chancellor Kelv's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Kelv really doesn't handle Thor well, does he? Muttering this, Demon Lord Rookie let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had just remembered what she said to the Elven unit commander a few minutes earlier. It seems no one noticed. Removing her mask, Demon Lord Rookie touched her cheek. She could feel the heat rising in it. Just a while ago, she had said something like this to the Elven unit commander. It seems I'll be spending a long time with him. I don't want to do anything shameful in front of Thor Kanan, and I don't want to do anything that would wound his pride. She had said that. At that moment, she had been imagining a far-off future. A scene years later, where she was by Thor's side, spending gentle, peaceful times together. And whether or not, in that moment, there would be any feelings of guilt or shame toward him in her heart. I ended up blurting it out. Rookie silently scolded herself and steeled her resolve. That was not something she should have said in front of everyone. If it were just Kelv or the unit commanders, it might still be fine. But if it had been Mabel or Agnes, they might have instantly picked up on the deeper meaning behind her words. Of course, it wasn't a lie that they weren't going to intervene in the Empire's civil conflict. That was a fundamental policy of the Demon Lord's domain. If they interfered without understanding the circumstances, the nation could suffer damage so severe it might collapse. Still, there was no need to bring up Thor. Yes, lately, even when she's in her Demon Lord mode, her true feelings have been slipping out more easily. She must be careful. Thinking that, Rookie's mind drifted to the upcoming victory party. The party would likely be a lively, uninhibited affair. She, Thor, Mabel, and Agnes should all be able to speak freely and without reserve. At that time, she would talk about many things. About the magical beast investigation, about Thor's magic items, about just how deeply she had been worrying over Thor, about everything. That magic item utilizing summoning magic he spoke of is also something I'm very curious about. With those thoughts, Demon Lord Rookie rose from her throne. Today's schedule was complete. Before returning to her own chambers, she considered visiting Thor's room, perhaps to practice brewing tea in his empty room. Such thoughts gently crossed her mind. And so, with the magical beast investigation on the Borderlands having reached a conclusion, a party was set to be held in the Demon Lord's domain to commemorate the disappearance of the magical beast threat. Chapter 101. Just another Ice Sky lover. After the beast investigation was over, in the town of Nosa. Excuse me, Sophia Onizen. I've been waiting for you, Liana. I'm glad you're safe. After finishing the beast investigation, Liana came to visit Sophia. Archduke Charon, Captain Isaac, and the general from the Demon Lord's territory were still at the Eastern Fortress. By now, they should have begun interrogating the commanders and soldiers. Once that is finished, the Archduke will come to the town of Nosa. So, I was granted permission to stay with my sister. After a brief explanation, Liana smiled at her older sister Sophia. What was supposed to be an investigation ended up with me having to subdue a new kind of beast, but then I was told to come to this town for a rest afterward. For me, just being able to see you, Onizen, is more than enough. With a satisfied expression, Liana bowed to her sister Sophia. She was dressed in a simple dress. Her armor and holy sword were entrusted to the Archduke's adjutant, Nona. Honestly, I wanted to come again secretly. Also, wearing a dress made her uneasy. She actually preferred the clothes she wore the last time she visited Nosa town, but she was reprimanded by Adjutant Nona. This visit was official. Right now, Liana was visiting the town as a princess and was showing herself to the residents. It was unavoidable that proper attire was required. Though she understood that, as Liana, she wanted to just be a normal little sister in front of Sophia. Because when she visited this town last time, talking freely with Sophia and the others had been too enjoyable. An investigation turning into a beast hunt. That must have been tough, Liana. Sophia nodded while watching Liana like that. But, as expected of the princess of the Holy Sword, you properly defeated the beast. Onizen, you also defeated a new kind of beast, didn't you? That was only possible thanks to the cooperation of the Demon Lord's territory people. Now, let me prepare some tea for you. Sophia started preparing tea with a gentle smile. You eliminated the threat at the border area. You've become admirable, Liana. It wasn't just my power. It was thanks to the Archduke and the Omawarison unit. Also, the reason we could defeat the beasts so easily was due to the Demon Lord's territory's cooperation. Without that, there might have been casualties or injuries. Could you tell me the details? Sophia placed a teacup in front of Liana and sat in the chair beside her. Just tell me what you can. I understand that given your position, There must be things you need to keep secret. Why, yes, sister. A smile involuntarily spread across her face. It had been a long time since she had drunk tea side by side with her sister Sophia. When they were little, they often sat side by side eating sweets or reading books. Feeling like she had returned to those days eased Liana's tension. All right, then, I will tell you. Liana took a sip of tea. After moistening her dry throat, she began to speak slowly. The Archduke and I were heading to a certain place for investigation. The Archduke had found information about a new kind of beast there, as expected of Archduke Karen. Then, an alchemist from the Demon Lord's territory sent a cleaning robot that came spinning around with a whirl. Huh. It was a very cute golem. Liana's eyes sparkled as she said this. There wasn't a single sharp point on it, and it was spinning rapidly. You know it, right, Onizen? That golem was carrying your handkerchief. A handkerchief? Could it be the one you exchanged with Ugnis? I don't know about that, but it was so adorable that I went to greet the golem. Then, it popped open, and inside was a letter from the alchemist. You understand, don't you, Onizen? And no, the letter inside was handwritten by the alchemist. It said that the place we were aiming for was the headquarters of the beast summoning, and that the beasts that escaped from there were targeting me and the Archduke. I see. So what about that beast? I defeated it. That much I understand. Tell me how that happened. Because the alchemist gave me advice like Shawa, Shu, Zujian, Jiren, and Zababan. Princess Liana declared proudly. That's why I was confident and able to defeat the beast. Hey, Liana, can you believe it, Onizen? That person didn't even touch the holy sword, yet realized a better way to use it. Moreover, they found our location using a golem and even gave us a warning. To think someone could do that. Still, I couldn't even thank that person. Maybe it's because of my foolishness for once saying I wanted to use them as a tool. Just seeing them makes my heart feel strange. When I look at their face, I don't know what I might blurt out. Calm down, Liana. Before she realized it, Sophia Onizen placed a finger on Liana's lips. Realizing she'd talked too much, Liana's face turned red. Watching her little sister like that, Sophia said, Please speak a little slower. I'm not going anywhere, you know. I'm sorry, Onizen. Liana involuntarily lowered her gaze. Her cheeks felt hot. Realizing she had spoken too much to her sister, her face reddened. In front of you, Onizen, I just let my guard down. Liana dropped her shoulders and sighed. If it's as a princess, I can speak only the facts in a businesslike manner. That's all right. I roughly understand what you want to say. Is that so? Thanks to the Archduke's investigation, you found the stronghold of the one controlling the new species of magical beasts, right? And when you headed there, Thorkanen-sama's golem came, didn't it? Then, through the golem, he informed you that the magical beasts were targeting you. Or rather, did the beasts come first? Sophia thought for a moment, then said, and then, Liana followed Thorkanen-sama's advice, released the power of the holy sword, and defeated the magical beasts. You couldn't thank Thorkanen-sama yourself? Which means that he must have been present when the Archduke and the Demon Lord's faction exchanged information after the subjugation, right? Amazing, Onizen. It's as if you were there. If I didn't understand something like this, I wouldn't be able to be your sister, would I? With gentle hands, Sophia stroked Liana's hair. You and I are twins. So I understand. What you felt and what you were thinking, you see. Why, yes. In any case, I'm glad you were able to safely defeat the magical beast. Yes. I took it down with a big Zubabobin. But it's a shame you couldn't thank Thorkanen-sama directly. Sophia let out a small sigh. Seeing that, Liana shuddered slightly. Liana is aware that her sister holds alchemist Thor dear. That's why, last time when Liana came here, she got so angry. Sophia does not forgive rudeness toward him. So, not being able to thank him herself. It can't be helped. I will write a letter to Thorkanen-sama on your behalf. Huh? 1 cent. What is it, Liana? Won't you be angry? Not at all. You must have been tired from fighting, right? If you used the holy sword to defeat such huge magical beasts, you must have been exhausted of magic power. It's impossible to do everything perfectly. But, Onizen, Liana pressed her pounding chest and looked at her sister. She took a slow, deep breath, then said, I greatly respect Alchemist Thor. Liana looked straight into her twin sister's eyes and declared, That man has the ability to create amazing golems. His power is such that he can easily find me and the Archduke even from far away. I see. So Liana respects his power. No, that's not it. Liana shook her head reflexively. What I respect is his heart to try to understand others. When she said this and looked at her sister, Sophia nodded slightly. Feeling reassured, Liana continued. He taught me how to use the holy sword in words I could understand, in a way only I could understand. In his letter, he only wrote, Shawa, Shu Dash, Zujian, Jayun, Zubobaban, just that. The only ones who can understand that way of writing are me and the alchemist. That would be this Sophia alone. Yes, that letter was meant to convey only the necessary things, and who wrote it to me alone. He believed I would understand if written like that. No one else, besides you, sister, has ever tried to understand me so much. Saying it aloud made it clear. Since she was young, Liana had been developing her swordsmanship skill. Furthermore, before and after the ritual using the magic sword, she awakened a powerful light magic and became the princess of the holy sword. Everyone praised her, a great wielder of the holy sword. She would support Crown Prince Diaz and become a pillar of the empire. She was to be the symbol of the empire's strength, a deterrent against foreign countries, and so on. Zagran, who was also her instructor, was like that. He said that Liana was a necessary presence to enhance the authority of the empire. So, whenever Liana wielded the holy sword, he always arranged things so she would surely win. The battle to subdue the beast Gargarasa was the only failure. Aside from that, everything went smoothly. I was intoxicated by that. Saying I was intoxicated is just an excuse. I could have doubted Zagran's words as much as I wanted. Yet, Liana accepted Zagran's words without thinking. It wasn't until my sister Sophia went far away that I noticed anything. After Sophia had gone far away, I realized that I was empty inside. What I wanted wasn't the title of Princess of the Holy Sword, or praise, but someone who would try to understand me. This I realized only after losing my sister. Though I was able to meet Sophia again like this, it was simply luck. I was separated from my sister because of my own mistakes. I will never make the same mistake again. I don't want to lose someone who understands me. That's not all. I also want to become someone who can understand others. Being sent to the Demon Lord's territory. And yet, the fact that the alchemist Thor is respected and beloved by the people there, and understood as one of their own, is exactly because of that. Liana took her time to explain such things carefully. Therefore, regarding this matter, I want to properly meet that person face to face and express my gratitude, so that I will never again make my sister angry. But, you're nervous, aren't you? Yes. At her sister's work last time, it was after you scolded me, but this time, I want to look that person straight in the eyes properly and receive his gaze with my own body. You've grown, Liana. Sophia stretched out both arms and hugged Liana. Though she's my twin sister, Sophia's arms are thinner than mine. But it made me happy that she was holding me tightly, and tears fell from Liana's eyes. It's been a long time since my sister praised me. I will grant your wish. Close by, her sister's large eyes were watching Liana. I will create an opportunity for you and Thor Kanan-sama to talk without the Empire's people noticing. Onizen, I will most likely be present. Thor Kanan-sama will also have a female guard accompanying him. Is that acceptable? Why yes. If I can have that opportunity, I'm happy. I will confirm this, Liana. Sophia looked at Liana with a completely serious gaze, as if testing her sister's resolve. You will bet everything. Cast off the robes of the princess. Receive that person's gaze with your own body, and express your gratitude and apology to Thor Kanan. Yes? Why yes. Sister, you have that resolve? I do. By the name of the Holy Sword Dalgaria, and the Maiden of the Holy Sword. Then leave it to me. Saying so, Sophia grasped Liana's hand firmly. Though her hands were still thin and weaker than Liana's, they were very warm. I understood that Sophia was serious. Wait here. I, Sophia Dalgaria, will fulfill your wish. Saying that, Sophia went to the desk. Then she began writing a letter to send to Thor Kanan. Chapter 102. Just another Ice Sky lover. Thor's point of view. I'm thinking of taking a few days off. I said this right after returning to the workshop in the Rizinga territory. Now that the magical beast investigation is done, I thought I'd take a break. Go for walks around town, maybe do some shopping. I'm surprised. This is the workshop's living room. On the other side of the table, Mabel had her eyes wide open, frozen in the pose of pouring tea. That you, Thor-sama, would say you're taking a break from alchemy. Of course, only after I finish what I need to do. First, I need to make a clean copy of the summoning magic metal plate I found at the fortress. I also have to adjust the cleaning robot. It's been running long distances, so I need to check for any loose parts. Actually, I should probably wash it first. Our cleaning robot is washable, after all. Once that's all done, then it's break time. Taking time off is also part of preparing for alchemy. Why, yes. Mabel still looked surprised. I guess an explanation is in order. The items I'll be making next are daily use items, so I need to switch gears. Or rather, reset my mindset beforehand. Reset your mindset. Recently, I've only been making combat-oriented items. I explained. The cleaning robot and the meteor iron arrow are both designed for combat. On top of that, we've been fighting magical beasts, so I feel like my mindset has shifted toward combat. That's true. We were completely absorbed in the magical beast investigation until just now. So before making everyday items, I thought I'd go shopping, take walks, basically, shift my mindset to everyday life mode. It's all to make better daily use magical items. I think I understand what you mean. Mabel nodded. And these daily use items you're planning to make, do they involve that summoning magic? Yep. The ones I submitted a request to Her Majesty the Demon Lord for permission to create. I've already sent the letter, but the reply hasn't come back yet. It should be about time, though. Summoning magic is quite complex. Since I'll be using it to make items, I can't afford to mess up. That's another reason I want to be in good physical and mental condition, hence the break. So that's what it was about. Mabel placed her teacup on the table, then curiously asked, "So what kind of item is this that uses summoning magic?" Then let me explain. I opened a mail-order catalog. The page showed a kitchen from another world. It featured a silver-colored kitchen area with a drain and a pipe with water flowing out of it. Look here, Mabel. The all-purpose cleaning item, slippery sponge excellent, right? That one's interesting too, but what I want you to focus on is the pipe where the water is coming out. Ah, okay. There's a silver pipe, and water is flowing from it. How do you think they're drawing the water? The pipe is connected to a short cylinder. It has a lever attached, so maybe it's a hand pump? But the lever's way too small for a hand pump. Yes, it might be efficient because it's from the hero's world, but it still feels too small. She's absolutely right. A normal hand pump is metal with a lever about the size of a human arm. They're big, rugged, and heavy. You pull the lever up and down to draw water from a well or water source. Of course, you can use magic to produce water, like when we take baths. Thanks for always helping with that. Not at all. Mabel and I bowed to each other in turn. Then I returned to the main topic. But this hero world pump is small. Just moving a lever the size of a finger causes water to flow abundantly. I think there's a secret to that. It must be a magic item, then. Most likely, the pump itself is imbued with strong magical power. No doubt about it. It is from the hero's world, after all. If it's the hero's world, it can't be helped. I think I can make something similar using my creative alchemy. But if I apply summoning magic, I might be able to make something even more efficient, an item that draws water up. I placed a copy of the Summoning Magic metal plate on the table. Summoning magic is a spell that brings something from far away to near you. Simply put, it has a pulling force. That does make sense. Mabel paused, seemingly thinking deeply. As you say, Thor-sama, summoning magic can draw objects from far away. So then, if we integrate that pulling force into a water pipe, we can easily draw water from the source. That's amazing. Of course, since it uses summoning magic, we need Rookie-sama's permission. We'll also need you and the others to decipher the spell. We'll have to confirm the safety and make gradual progress, but it'll be worth it. If we can complete an item that pulls water or anything else, life in the Demon Lord's domain would be transformed. Exactly. Mabel and I exchanged glances and nodded. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time. Both the Demon Lord's territory and the Empire use wells or hand pumps connected to wells to draw water. Even the castle's bath is built near a water source and uses a large pump to draw water. Well, since a strong minotaur handles it, it doesn't seem to be too much trouble. Incidentally, the reason I can enjoy a bath so easily is thanks to Mabel, the water element elf. With the magical power circulation boosted by the foot bath and the fizzing bath, Mabel can easily produce enough water for a single bath. But not everyone can create water with magic. That's why I wanted to create a household water drawing item. If I can apply the pulling force of summoning magic, it might be possible to draw water with just a small lever, like in the hero's world. Moreover, this item could have various applications. If it can pull air, it could be used as a ventilation duct. If it can pull earth, it could aid in mining. If it can pull fire, it could become a convenient fire source. This item will take time and focus to make. I said. That's why I decided to rest and recover before starting the work. After that, I plan to go around the market and town to check the water systems. That's what this break is for. I understand, but Thorsama. What is it, Mabel? If you're preparing for alchemy, wouldn't that not count as a break? I'm not going to make the item. So it counts as a break, right? If you say so, it's true. I'm the one taking the break, so there's no mistake. When you put it like that, I kind of believe it. So, while I'm taking a break, you're free to do as you like too, Mabel. Huh. You and Ugmes both protected me during the magical beast investigation, right? So I think it's best you take a break too. Since Mabel became my caretaker, she's always helped with my work. So I figured I'd give her a few days off. You can visit Ugmes, or just relax and take it easy. I'm really grateful to you, Mabel, so I'd like you to enjoy a bit of freedom now and then. Understood. Then I'll take 3 days off. Yeah. During that time, I won't be your caretaker. I'll just be a girl staying by your side. Since it's my break, I'll wear my casual clothes. Mabel said that and smiled. That's perfect. I've been wanting to wear something other than a maid uniform while by your side. Thank you for the time off, Thorsama. Huh. Is something wrong? I'm always grateful to you, Mabel, right? And I'm always being helped by you, Thorsama. So, I want to give you a break. Yes. So for these 3 days, I'll be by your side as the 100% version of Mabel Refrain, without any work involved. And usually? Usually it's 100% Mabel Refrain plus orders from His Majesty the Demon Lord. Isn't that a bit off mathematically? Percentages are a unit from the hero's world, so it's natural that we'd find it confusing. That's surprisingly convincing. Is it okay if I stay by your side? Of course. I answered immediately, going out with Mabel in casual clothes. I'm really looking forward to it. All right. Will you come shopping with me tomorrow? Yes. Looking forward to it. Thorsama. Mabel looked directly into my eyes. Is it all right if Ugni-sama comes along too? Of course. Thank you. Then I'll go talk to her and make arrangements. Arrangements? There are some things Ugni-sama and I want to plan out together. I see. Come to think of it, this will be my first time going out privately with everyone. Mabel and Ugnes must have their own thoughts too. Of course. You're free to do as you like. Thank you. Then I'll prepare lunch and head out. I'll be back by evening. Saying that, Mabel began preparing the meal. I returned to the workshop and began maintenance on my magical items. The cleaning robot that had been running around outside was dirty, as expected. The spherical type just had dirt on the surface, but the spider type had grass tangled in its joints. I'll pull out the grass and rinse it with water. Maybe I should think more about ease of maintenance for the cleaning robots. The spherical type is easiest to maintain, so maybe I should mass-produce that one. You can even put letters inside. It has various uses. Speaking of letters, I wonder if Rookie has already read the report. If I can get approval to create daily use items based on summoning magic, that would be great. To that end, I'll do a clean draft of the summoning magic metal plate later. After that, I'll officially take my break. Maybe I'll prepare a bath too. Alchemist-sama. Just as I was thinking that, I heard voices. When I looked up, I saw the green-haired wind-winged fairy pixie and the red-haired fire-winged fairy pixie flying toward me. The wind-winged fairy was carrying a parchment scroll, and the fire-winged fairy was holding a small pouch. These were the ones I had sent on an errand to the Demon Lord's castle. Looks like they've just returned. Festival. We're so excited. In anticipation of the passionate festival, His Majesty has requested a prototype of that item. With a flutter, the fairies landed on my shoulders. I kind of understood what they were saying. Could it be that a festival is being held at the Demon Lord's castle to celebrate the end of the magical beast investigation? And His Majesty wants to see a prototype of that item around that time? That's pretty much it. As expected of Alchemist-sama. Like fire, you illuminate the truth. I get it. I've gotten used to how the fairies talk lately. The wind-winged fairy speaks intuitively, expressing thoughts and feelings. The fire-winged fairy earnestly conveys what needs to be known. As long as I'm mindful of those traits, I can generally understand what they're trying to say. I am an alchemist, after all. The festival will happen after the general returns. Until then, we have been instructed to rest diligently and take it easy. And this is a souvenir. The two placed a small pouch in my hands. When I opened it, inside were fragments of stone. They were gray in color, the same as the pillars and walls in the grand hall of the Demon Lord's castle. The size was about enough to fit in the palm of my hand. Octagonal in shape and flat. When I saw this, I felt a jolt of inspiration. My heart heated up the moment I saw it. I thought Alchemist-sama would be pleased. Amazing, these fairies. I did say to bring back anything that gave them a feeling of inspiration, but I never told them what I was planning to make. Yet, This is exactly the right shape for drawing a summoning magic circle. What I want to make is an item that uses summoning magic to draw water, warm air, or light closer to the user. If I have that, it'll make collecting water easier and help ventilate indoor spaces. In cold weather, it could draw in warm air, and it could even function as a source of light. I've been thinking about how to integrate summoning magic into it. I see. An octagonal board. Yeah, interesting. I could draw the magic circle on this, and even drill a hole in the center to run a tube through. Let's try incorporating this shape into the prototype. Thanks. I'll use it as a reference. Then please pat us. Praise us with passion. The fairies happily perched on both of my shoulders as I stroked their heads. By the way, did you bring this stone fragment from the Demon Lord's castle? Yes, we did. With Her Majesty's permission. Chancellor Kelv resisted us fiercely, like fire. Kelv did. I wonder if this fragment is something important to him too. But Rookie did give permission, right? I don't really get it. I'll have to ask more about it when I visit the Demon Lord's castle later. Would you like to do alchemy? We definitely want to help. Thank you. But I've decided to take a break for a while starting today. During my break, I plan to relax, read some materials, and do some shopping. I also plan to go out with Mabel and Agnes. Come to think of it, this will be the first time I go out with them not for work. I'm starting to feel nervous. This is a good opportunity. I'll take the chance to thank Mabel and Agnes. They always help me out. Maybe while we're out shopping, I'll pick up something from the market to give them as a gift. I'll try looking for something nice during the break. Thor-sama, lunch is ready. As I was thinking that, Mabel's voice called out from the kitchen. Thanks. I'll be right there. There's food for the fairies too. Please enjoy. Thanks so much, Mabel-sama. Much appreciated. The fairies and I headed toward the living room. I plan to have lunch, take a bath, and relax for the day. Alchemist-sama. An urgent message. This time, the light-winged fairy Pixie Soleil burst in through the window. I bring a message from Princess Sophia of Nosa Town. Her Highness wishes to meet with you, Alchemist-sama. Princess Sophia? Maybe she wants to talk about the magical beast investigation. Princess Liana should have already returned to Nosa Town. She might have told Sophia about the magical beast investigation, and something about it must have caught her attention. If it's Princess Sophia, it must be something meaningful. Got it. Did she specify a date and time? She said she will adjust to your schedule, Alchemist-sama. As for the place, she requests the trade post near the border. I see. I'm planning to take a break for about 3 days to relax, so I'll meet with Princess Sophia after that. During my break, I plan to go on walks and do some shopping. And I also want to find something rare to gift Mabel and Agnes. First, I'll go to the market. Market, shopping, something rare. For the two who live in the demon realm, where would rare items be sold? Thor-sama, about shopping during your break. How about we go not just to towns in the demon realm, but also to the trade post on the border? Before I realized it, Mabel had peeked out from the kitchen. That way, you could meet with Princess Sophia before or after shopping, right? And I could stay with you as your escort. That's true, and seeing various places could help inspire ideas for household items too. Also, I'd like to try shopping in human territory at least once. Mabel placed her hands neatly in front of her maid outfit and gave a small bow. I mentioned before that my grandmother was human, right? Yeah, right after we met. So I've always wanted to shop in human lands, see what kind of things are sold there, what's popular. Come to think of it, the last time we went to the trade post, the shops weren't open yet. Yes, and if I understand what's popular in the human world, I believe I can serve you even better, Thor-sama. Got it. Let's do that. I place the fairy Soleil in the palm of my hand, and I understand about meeting Princess Sophia at the trading post. Later, I'll have Elt speak to her. I'll also write a letter, so could you deliver it to Princess Sophia for me? Understood. Soleil nodded. And with that, the conversation about today's work came to an end. Well then, let's have lunch. Thor-sama, you two, Soleil and everyone else. The weather's nice today, so how about eating outside? Yes, I'm all for it. Then I used the portable warehouse to move a table and chairs out into the garden. After I lined up the chairs, the three-winged fairies worked together to set the tablecloth. When Mabel laid out the bread and teacups, lunch was ready. And so, we all took our time and enjoyed a relaxing lunch. Afterward, Mabel headed out to General Rizinga's residence. Apparently, she was going to coordinate plans for the break with Agnes. Once Mabel left, I cleaned up the dishes and then prepared the bath. I intended to light the stove and wait for the water to heat up, but if it's fire management, leave it to the fire-winged fairy. The wind softly stokes the flame. Soleil loves baths too, so I'll keep an eye on things. Please feel free to do as you like, Alchemist. With those words from the three of them, I headed to the workshop. I decided to use the afternoon to make a clean copy of the summoning magic metal plate. I had given the original to Isaac, but I still had the version I copied on site. I needed to transcribe it neatly while it was still fresh in my memory. Honestly, I did want the original. But under those circumstances, I couldn't exactly stuff the summoning magic metal plate into my code. It's evidence that the fort's people were summoning magical beasts. More than anything, if it were discovered I took it, and it caused conflict between the Demon Lord's territory and the town of Nosa, it would cause trouble for Demon Lord Rookie. So for now, I'll just be satisfied with the information I got about summoning magic. In the end, after spending several hours, I finished 3 copies. One to keep with me, one spare for Erd, and one to give to Rookie. I checked for mistakes and reviewed it once more. Oh, I forgot about the bath. They said they'd call me when it was ready. I wonder how Soleil and the others are doing. When I went to the bath, so warm. I've been boiled. A careless mistake. The fizzy bath was too tempting. The winged fairies were sprawled out in the washing area. It seemed they couldn't wait and went ahead and took a bath on their own. What's more, they were all completely overheated. Well, it can't be helped. I'm the one who made the fizzy bath. If Soleil and the others couldn't resist the temptation, then it can't be helped. Yes, this is the true reward of being an alchemist. So, I had the 3 overcooked fairies drink some water and stepped outside. Then I took them out to cool off in the breeze. The Rizinga territory is near a mountainous region. In the evening, cool winds blowed down from the mountains. In the distance, I could see the trees of the forest where the winged fairies lived gently swaying. While listening to the rustling leaves and the wind, my eyes grew heavy. Thor-sama, Thor-sama. If you sleep here, you'll catch a cold, you know? Please wake up, Thor-kanan-sama. When I opened my eyes, Mabel and Agnes were there. It was getting dark. The sun had already begun to set. So you were taking a nap. I'm glad you were able to rest. But it's getting chilly. You should come inside. Seems I fell asleep at some point. Huh. Now that I think of it, where did Soleil and the others go? Spee. I felt something warm around my chest. When I peeked down through my collar. Soleil and the others had crawled into my clothes. Maybe it got cooler and they snuck in for warmth and fell asleep like that. Good thing they didn't catch a chill. The alchemist's body is warm. So comforting. Zizi. Can't be helped. I held them through the fabric to keep them from falling. Okay. I stood up, and I've got them securely in place. First, I should go back inside. They might have cooled down, so maybe I'll let them take another bath. Starre. What is it, Mabel? No, it's just. I thought I'd like to have a little talk with Soleil. Agnes would like to join too. And so, Mabel, Agnes, and I went inside together. I laid Soleil and the others on the living room table and covered them with a blanket. Then the 3 of us had tea and discussed our holiday plans. How we'd spend the time, where we'd go shopping, what kind of places we liked. While talking about all that, I was trying to find the right moment to ask Mabel and Agnes what they wanted. In the end, I asked them directly, which surprised them both. Eventually, Soleil and the others woke up, and Mabel and Agnes slipped into lecture mode. And like that, the day after the magical beast investigation came to a gentle close. Chapter 103. Just another Ice Sky lover. The day before meeting Princess Sophia, a package arrived for me from the Demon Lord's castle. Inside were 3 items. 2 of them were bathrobes made from water element, magical weave fabric. These were ordered after my conversation with Princess Sophia at the trading post last time. Back then, Princess Sophia, relying on the mysterious rays of the fizzy bath, appeared before us completely unclothed. To prevent such accidents from happening again, I ordered bathrobes from the clothing artisans at the Demon Lord's castle. There were 2 types of bathrobes inside the box. One is a type that you pull over your head with shoulder straps. The other is a wraparound type without shoulder straps. The designs incorporate suggestions from Mabel and Agnes. The one with shoulder straps emphasizes fit and stability, while the wraparound type focuses on ease of wear and freedom of movement. I had both of them try the garments on. They looked beautiful. As for the ease of movement, I didn't have them actually move around in those outfits, so I can't confirm that. But since I had a skilled artisan make them, I'm confident they'll be fine. I'll bring these bathrobes with me when I meet Princess Sophia. There was one more item in the box, a large ribbon. It's meant to be attached to a hat and is also made from the water element, magical weave fabric. It's for hiding Mabel's elf ears when we go to the trading post. Mabel had said she wanted to see what humans are doing at the trading post. so I arranged for her to be able to shop there while pretending to be human. If she wears a hat with big ribbons on both sides, it will completely hide her elf ears. That way, Mabel will just be an incredibly cute, beautiful girl. She'll still stand out, but she should be able to talk to the humans without worry. That's what I explained to Mabel. But, Thor-sama, the border trading post is a place where people from both the town of Nosa and the Demon Lord's domain can visit, correct? Still holding the ribbon-adorned hat, Mabel spoke. Thinking about it that way, I don't really think there's a need for a disguise. Yeah, but I thought it might be twice as fun if Mabel disguised herself as a human. Huh. If you first talk to the people at the trading post while looking human, you'll get to know them. Then, if you later show up again as an elf, the merchants will realize that the polite, kind, beautiful girl from before was actually an elf. If that happens, they might treat you normally even without a disguise next time. I don't need the beautiful girl part. Thor-sama. Mabel hugged the hat to her chest and turned bright red. And wouldn't disguising myself mean I'm deceiving them? You're not deceiving anyone. Mabel's just putting a slightly big ribbon on her hat. If people mistakenly think she's not an elf, that's their problem. Oh, Thor-sama. Mabel tilted her head with a troubled expression. So cute. And the hat suits her really well. It's a large one, fluffy and frilled like flower petals. Add a veil, and she'd look just like a noble woman. It looks great on her. But I don't own any clothes fancy enough to match a hat like this. Yeah, that's why I asked Agnes to prepare a matching outfit. Huh. Mabel turned around. Behind her stood Agnes, holding a cute one-piece dress. It looked expensive, with frills at the collar and sleeves. Apparently, it was something Agnes's mother used to wear before her death. Agnes doesn't have many clothes, but she picked out one that she thought would suit Mabel. I'd like to help with dressing you up as well. Agnes-sama. I'm supposed to wear something this fancy. Yes, because Thor-Kanan-sama asked me to. That's me, wearing this, to the trading post. It's fine. I'll help you put it on. By the way, Agnes-sama, what kind of outfit will you be wearing? I was thinking of going with a maid outfit. Agnes showed a mischievous smile. Mabel will be the noble lady. Thor-Kanan-sama will be her alchemist partner, and I'll be the maid who serves Mabel. That way, we'll blend in better with the humans. Please wait. There's no way the general would approve of this. Agnes-sama and I are of completely different social ranks. But when I got the health-boosting pendant, Father said, I hope Agnes and Mabel can be friends without worrying about rank. I think it's unfair to bring that up now. And when we tested the health-boosting pendant, Mabel took off Agnes's armor and made her wear a maid outfit, right? This is payback for that. Ugh. The battle was over. Mabel groaned, her face bright red. Agnes was smiling brilliantly. This whole setup had been planned in advance by me and Agnes. Bringing up the past was part of Agnes's strategy to get Mabel to wear the outfit. Otherwise, Mabel would have hesitated. Also, I really want to see Mabel dressed up. Of course, I also want to see Agnes in a maid outfit again. I want to see Mabel wearing cute clothes too. If I see that, I'll get inspired to create new things. Before I realized it, the words had slipped out of my mouth. Yes, understood. Mabel nodded, as if she had made up her mind. Mabel, you suddenly became very obedient. If it is Thor-sama's wish, I cannot refuse. Of course, I'll make Agnes-sama wear something even cuter later as payback. Yes, I'm prepared for that. Fufu. Still, thank you, Agnes-sama. With a happy face, Mabel touched the dress Agnes was holding. This is the first time I've looked forward to a day off so much. Thank you too, Thor-sama. We leave tomorrow. Let's rest early tonight. Yes. Got it. Finally, tomorrow is the trading post visit. I already sent a letter to Princess Sophia a while ago. We've agreed to meet at the bathhouse of the trading post. I've also received permission from the flame giant's kin who manages the trading post. The winged fairies, Soleil and Lune, will be coming along disguised as a cat and an owl. As thanks, I plan to treat them to fresh fruit. Oh, right. I also need to check the plumbing at the trading post once we arrive. Over the past few days, I've been going around the markets within the Rizinga territory, inspecting water sources. As I expected, everyone uses wells. Especially in the homes of the flame giant's kin, there were many wells installed. According to what I heard, this has to do with their ignition ability. Because they might accidentally set fire to their homes or furniture with that power, they need plenty of wells to be able to extinguish fires quickly. Since the general's subordinates are usually strong, they don't have any problem using heavy pump-style wells. But I also found out that ordinary commoners have a hard time drawing water. We really do need magical items for water access. Later, I'll check the water facilities at the trading post, and think about whether we can create standardized magical items. Oh, and I mustn't forget to look for presents for Mabel and Agnes at the trading post. They've both helped me out a lot. I want to give them a personal thank you once in a while. But if I'm going to give them presents, they have to be something they actually want. Otherwise, it's meaningless. So another goal of this visit is to secretly observe them at the trading post and figure out what they want. I'm looking forward to it. Good night, Mabel. Agnes. Good night, Thor-sama. Until tomorrow, then, Thor-Kanan-sama. And with that, we decided to get some early rest. The next day, we arrived at the trading post just before noon. This is amazing. It's completely different from the last time we came. The moment we stepped inside, Mabel's eyes sparkled. When we last visited, the trading post had just opened, and there were hardly any people. But now, hey, step right up. Fresh squeezed, sizzling tomatoes from Nosa Town. Super juicy. Picked just this morning. Fresh as can be. Fresh laid eggs. These hens are the very ones that laid them. Make sure you check their health before you buy. How about some cloth gathered from nearby villages? All the most popular colors in the country. When you live in the frontier, you've got to stay on trend. Wow. The moment we stepped under the tent, we all let out a breath. The place was packed with people. And not just humans. Dwarves and elves from the Demon Lord's domain were here too. Everyone was casually shopping together with the people of Nosa Town. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like this before. I'm surprised. I didn't realize the trading post had gotten this crowded. It must be thanks to the Demon Lord and Princess Sophia. It's so lively. Maybe we didn't even need to disguise ourselves. Mabel's hat and dress are cute though. Just seeing her like that makes the trip worth it. Well, it is what it is. This border trading post was established after coordination between Demon Lord Rookie and Princess Sophia through official correspondence. Thanks to that, it's turned into a very user-friendly facility. The trading post is split into two sides, one where humans sell goods, and the other where people from the Demon Lord's domain sell theirs. Looking out from the tent entrance, you can see people actively moving between the two areas. In the center between the two areas is a water station with a pump drawing groundwater, where travelers can wash their dirty hands and feet or rinse off vegetables they brought. People gather there to eat and chat. For the record, the ones operating the hand pumps are local guards from Nosa Town and some of the Flame Giants' kin. Humans, demi-humans, and demons alike are casually getting water and eating their bento lunches. The area around the water station has become a little plaza. People are enjoying their meals and conversations while basking in the sunlight. It's such a peaceful, heartwarming scene. I never imagined a sight like this, even just a few months ago. Everyone's getting along. Mabel and Agnes are both astonished. And honestly, I'm a little moved too. Looks like the trading post created by Rook and Princess Sophia is a huge success. Thinking about that, we began walking through the tent. This tent is for the people of Nosa Town to sell their goods, but some folks are also bringing in products from the Demon Lord's domain to barter. That's proving very popular as well, which is interesting. Well, dwarven-made kitchen knives are valuable masterpieces in the human world, after all. So nice. I really want one, a dwarven knife. But I didn't come here to shop for myself today. I came to find something Mabel and Agnes would want. With that in mind, I looked over at them. That dwarven knife is lovely. A real masterpiece. So we can cook meals for Thor-sama, Kanan. But neither of them is thinking about themselves at all. This is a problem. I told them it was a day off. Thor-sama, Thor-sama. I've never seen this fruit before. Mabel was pointing at the yellow fruits lined up at a street stall. That's called a robha banana. It's from the south. People eat it raw or use it in cooking. Are you curious? Yes, but it's from the south. Right. Since it's been a while since it was harvested, it might not be fresh. I just thought, if it were a fruit from the Empire, it would make you happy, Thor-sama. Yeah, thank you, Mabel. Mabel's thoughtfulness made me really happy. If we weren't out in public, I might have been moved to hold her hand, gaze into her eyes, and thank her earnestly. But still, it's our day off, so I wish they'd think about themselves more. There were imperial trinkets and accessories for sale at the trading post too, but the two of them showed no interest in those. What they were busy collecting were ingredients from the human world. Seems like they're planning to try out new dishes. Well, they seem to be enjoying themselves, so maybe that's okay. A report from the town of Nosa. Just now, we've received word that Archduke Karen has finished dealing with the magical beasts and is heading toward the town of Nosa. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the tent. I recognized the armor and helmet. He was one of the Omawarison unit. The threat along the border has been eliminated. Everyone, feel free to resume your business with peace of mind. The tent shook with the cheers and applause of merchants and shoppers. Thank you, Omawarison unit. Praise be to Archduke Karen, Princess Liana, and Princess Sophia. As expected of General Rizinga. Excellent work. Voices echoed from surrounding tents as well. It looked like the soldiers who had returned from investigating the fortress had come to inform the trading post. I see, so Archduke Karen is heading to Nosa. Which means there might also be a message from Princess Sophia. Sorry, I'll be stepping out for a bit. I called out to Mabel and Agnes and stepped outside the tent. And then, meow, a small black cat was waiting outside the tent. It was Loon, the dark-winged fairy. Come here, come here. Meow, meow. I picked up Loon as she rubbed against me and moved into a shadowed area, making sure no one was around. Is this a message from Princess Sophia, Loon? That is correct. According to Princess Sophia, before Archduke Karen arrives in the town of Nosa, the two of you are to come urgently to the trading post. Curled up in my arms, Loon said that. She would like to speak with the alchemist before things get busy with reports and formalities once Archduke Karen returns. I see, wait. Did you say the two of you just now? Yes. It seems Princess Liana is also at the trading post. So Princess Liana is coming too. Is that okay? We were planning to hold a secret meeting in the trading post's bath area. There's nowhere else we can talk without being seen by a third party. That's why we had the bathrobes made, but, well, I guess it's not a problem. Princess Liana isn't a bad person. She can't go against Princess Sophia. Even if the fizzy bath rejuvenates her, she's not the type to use that power against the demon lord's domain. Besides, I want to believe in her. She trusted my letter and obediently unleashed the holy sword light blade Zubababin. If she's fine with it, then I'm okay talking in the bath area. Knowing Princess Sophia, she's probably already explained everything to her. Got it. Loon, go back to Princess Sophia and let her know I received the message. I'll talk with the flame giant's kin at the bath and get things ready early. Understood, Alchemist Sama. And, are there any other winged fairies here? If possible, I'd like one to stay behind as a liaison. Meow. Ah, there they are. They're all wearing their cosplay pajamas, like it's totally normal, and freely appearing in the Empire. It seems winged fairies don't recognize national borders. That's a good thing. Well then, I'll return to Princess Sophia. Yeah, give her my regards. Meow, meow, meow. The black cat Loon was seen off by me and the other winged fairies, who all looked like cats. All right, time to go back to the tent and talk with Mabel and the others, then head to the bath area. I returned to the tent. Onizen, won't you stop and take a look? While looking for Mabel and the others, I was stopped. Looking over, a woman wearing a robe was running a stall. What she was selling was metal accessories. Not magic items, just crafted goods. That's rare around here. How about it? Cute accessories, right? If you give them as a present to her, I guarantee she'll be happy. I suppose so. The material was copper, crafted by hammering and stretching. Moreover, it was decorated with fine patterns. Nosa town is rural. There probably aren't any craftsmen here who can make such detailed work. In that case, this must be merchandise sent from another town. May I have a look? Sure, go ahead. I got permission and brought my face close to the stall's crafts. Secretly, I activated Appraisal Grasp. As expected, this merchandise was just plain crafted goods. Continuing the appraisal further, there was a trace of magical power on the merchant woman's robe. It had an enhancement to make it resistant to dirt. Wind attribute was added to make dust less likely to stick to the fabric. Someone wealthy, like a prosperous merchant, would own something like that. But considering that, what she was selling looked too cheap. It was incongruous. In that case, perhaps this person isn't a merchant, but someone who came for intelligence gathering. Well, if a trading post opens near the border, it's natural some people would come to check it out. What wonderful craftsmanship. Sorry, but it looks like it's out of my budget. I thanked her and stood up. I thought these goods would suit Mabel and Agnes, but I didn't feel like buying from this person. Later, I'd just activate Creation Alchemy myself to make something. Thank you for showing me such nice things. Holding the cat, I left the spot. In a low voice, I spoke to the brown cat. Keep an eye on that person. Let me know if anything happens. While wandering the trading post, I occasionally see people like that. Usually, Isaac's Omawarison unit guards strictly, but right now it's just after the magical beast investigation. There simply aren't enough people. I guess some people try to take advantage of that and come to observe. Later, I'll report this to the Omawarison and the Flame General's followers. Well, I hope nothing happens. Thor-sama, have you returned? Did something happen? After finishing the report and returning, Mabel and Agnes were waiting in the corner of the tent. Sorry, I got a message from the Feather Fairy, Loon. It seems Princess Sophia and Princess Liana are already heading this way. The two of them? Could it be related to the Archduke, Karen? As expected of Mabel. That's correct. I quickly relayed the story I heard from Loon. So that's how it is. If Archduke Karen arrives in Nosa town, as princesses, we have to report to them. So, Archduke Karen wants to talk to us before coming to town. I understand. Let's head to the bathhouse right away. Is that all right? You two can still keep shopping if you want. No. Mabel raised the bag she was holding. Inside were vegetables, fruits, and dried river fish bought here. I've had enough fun already. Agnes is satisfied too. If we need more, after seeing off Princess Sophia, we'll come back to the market. So it's fine. Also, it would be troublesome if Thor-sama was alone in the secret room of the bathhouse if something happens. That's very important. For some reason, Mabel and Agnes clenched their fists and emphasized this passionately. I understood their feelings. Even if Princess Sophia agreed, it's not good for a man to be alone in the secret room. If it was just me, who knows what kind of rudeness might occur. With Mabel and Agnes, they could cover for me. All right, then, let's go together. Understood. Let's go, Thor-Kanen-sama. With that, we headed to the bathhouse for nobles at the back of the trading post. We explained the situation to the Flame Giant's follower who manages the facility and asked them to start heating the bath early. After that, we changed clothes, cleaned the bathhouse, and placed bathing clothes in the dressing room. While working, I asked Mabel and Agnes what kind of shopping they did, but in the end, the only things they bought were cooking utensils and vegetables that would last a while. I asked if they saw any interesting accessories, but I always watch what Thor-sama makes. The things at the market can't compare. That was their answer. It was an oversight on my part. Oh well, I'll prepare gifts for the two myself. If I'm going to make them, it has to be something absolutely unobtainable anywhere else. Once I finish making the water-related items, I'll immediately start the design. Something that will surprise them and that everyone in the Demon Lord's territory will eagerly want. While thinking about that, time passed. Excuse me. We have come on a secret visit to inspect the trading post. We have arrived. Princess Sophia and Princess Liana quietly arrived at the trading post's bathhouse. Chapter 104. Just another Ice Sky lover. Author's note. To commemorate the book publication, I tried writing a side story. Since it's a side story, it doesn't have much to do with the main story. While organizing the warehouse, Thorl seems to have found some materials that are a little different from usual. This information is quite difficult to understand. What's wrong, Thor-sama? This is my workshop in the Risinga territory. I was lost in thought in front of the documents when Mabel brought me some tea. If you have any troubles, I'm willing to listen. Thanks, Mabel. Then, would you listen to me? It's no good to just keep worrying. Sometimes talking to someone helps you organize your thoughts. I'll have Mabel listen to me as well. When I was tidying up the warehouse, I found some documents from another world. Are they books like mail order catalogs? I wish that had been the case. But unfortunately, what I found this time were only pages torn out from a book. I placed the documents in front of Mabel. The papers are tattered and worn. The writing is faded and much of it unreadable. What's written isn't the characters of another world. Without a doubt, it must have been brought in by the hero. But only parts of it can be deciphered. That's typical of ancient documents, but it's such a shame. This shows a starry sky. What is this large sphere? On its surface, I can see clouds and seas. It seems to be a depiction of the planet from the hero's world. A planet. More precisely, it's the star where the hero lives. And it was apparently photographed from a very high place. The hero's world is a sphere with vast oceans on its surface. It was very mysterious and beautiful. Mabel seemed to think the same, quietly gazing at the picture. The hero from the other world could fly that high. The hero's flight magic is truly fearsome. Mabel and I nodded as we stared at the document. So this is the world where the hero lived. So this must be an explanatory book about the hero's world. Not exactly. It writes about the formation of the universe. The universe, so, the starry sky world. Only part of it could be deciphered. But according to this document, the starry sky world is incredibly vast. The lands where living things exist revolve around the sun, and beyond that, there is an infinite darkness spreading. So that's how the hero's world was. Maybe our world is the same. That's possible. In this world, research on the starry sky world hasn't progressed much. Everyone is too busy with matters on the surface. There are wars between countries and magical beasts. At most, people only check their location or direction by the position of stars. After all, the strongest power, the Dalgaria Empire, believes strength is the most important thing. So they neglect the starry sky world. Normally, this kind of research should be done by alchemists who explore the mysteries of the world. If I get the chance, maybe I'll do some research myself. If the starry sky world is that vast, maybe there are demons, demi-humans, and other creatures somewhere in the sky. According to this document, none have been found yet. Is that so? The starry sky world is just too huge. Even traveling at the speed of light, it takes several years to reach another sun. The speed of light is incredibly fast, isn't it? Super fast. For example, if you stand on a mountain and use light magic, it's visible instantly from the foot of the mountain. That's right. Even moving at that speed, it takes years. We can't even imagine how vast the starry sky world really is. Mabel and I sighed. If the starry sky world in this world is like that of the hero's world, it must be unimaginably vast. No telling how long it would take to investigate it from end to end. The starry sky world is full of mysteries. It's beyond the abilities of an alchemist like me. It's interesting, but I can't research it all. But the starry sky world does have a romantic charm. Indeed. Thor-sama, if you don't mind, would you like to look at the starry sky together tonight? I will prepare warm tea and blankets, and we can place chairs outside and relax. That sounds nice. Let's do it. Thank you. Mabel nodded with shining eyes. I've discovered secrets of the starry sky world. If possible, I want to talk about them slowly with you. About the secrets of the starry sky world. Yes, Thor-sama? Well, actually, I found some other documents too. I took out another piece of paper from the shelf. This is also a page from a book from another world. Like the previous document, its condition is quite poor. Still, it also contained writings related to the starry sky world. This one writes about a sun different from the sun in the hero's world. A sun so far away it takes years even at the speed of light to reach. No, even further. It's a sun 100 light years away. I can't even imagine that distance. Mabel had a blank expression. Yeah, it's just too vast, the starry sky world. According to the previous document, the starlight we see is actually light from several years ago. Because the distances are so vast, it takes years for the light to reach us. I can't even imagine how huge the starry sky world is. So then, what is it that sun 100 light years away? Well, according to this, Garangaragon people came from a star near that sun, and they built a huge underground empire beneath the hero's world. What? That happened thousands of years ago. The Garangaragon people tried to conquer the surface as well, but fought the ancient people of the hero's world and were pushed underground. Still, they're said to be aiming to dominate the surface. The ruins scattered around are actually entrances the Garangaragon people used to monitor the surface, and now is the time for their revival. Please wait, Thor-sama. Mabel shook her head in confusion. I understand how she feels. According to the previous document, it takes years at light speed to travel to another sun, right? Yes. Then how is it possible for the Garangaragon people to come from a solar system 100 light years away? But this is written in the Hero World's documents. I pointed at the page and read aloud the characters that were still legible. Only some characters could be read, but there was astonishing information written there. Aliens have come to Earth. The threat of a fearsome underground empire. Traces of extraterrestrials remain in ruins scattered across the world. There are also photos or drawings, but unfortunately, they are fading due to aging. The written texts feel very convincing. It's hard to think they are lies. However, these two sources contradict each other, don't they? One of them talks about the vastness of space that we have yet to reach, right? Yeah. The other one says, with super technology, they can leap 100 light years in a single bound. So one of them must be wrong. One calmly describes the vastness of space. The other, in a very urgent tone, writes about the threat of the Garangaragon aliens. Clearly, these were written by different people. Mabel, which one do you think is correct? The one about the Garangaragon aliens. Mabel nodded. The reason is that the hero summoned from another world was incredibly strong. I understand. If the people in the hero's world had been fighting the Garangaragon aliens since ancient times, it explains why the hero was so powerful. Because they had always faced threats from the starry sky world. The hero aimed to be the strongest even after coming to this world. That makes sense. That's right. If this source is correct, it clarifies why the otherworldly hero was so strong. We don't know exactly what kind of creatures the Garangaragon aliens are, but presumably, They are beings completely different from us. They live in a place that takes 100 years to reach at the speed of light. This is not just another world, but something else entirely. Their appearance, language, and even way of thinking could be different. If they had been fighting such creatures since ancient times, it's understandable that the hero was so powerful. Thinking that way also explains why the hero summoned into this world adapted so easily. Compared to the Garangaragon aliens 100 light years away, otherworldly people are like neighbors. They probably weren't surprised to be summoned here. This is troubling. If I accept the existence of the Garangaragon aliens, then I have to accept the explanation for why the hero was so strong. They are a fearsome existence. Damn those Garangaragon aliens. But Thor-sama, you think the source about the calm universe is the correct one, don't you? Suddenly, Mabel said this. How did you know? I try to watch Thor-sama's expression carefully to serve properly. Sharp, but it's strange. If the Garangaragon alien source was correct, it would explain a lot about the hero's world, right? But there is one doubt. A doubt. The hero summoned to this world never mentioned the Garangaragon aliens at all. Mabel's eyes widened. It seemed she understood what I was thinking. If the otherworldly hero had been fighting aliens or subterranean beings all along, they would surely have said something about it. They might have said things like, this kind of magical beast is nothing compared to the Garangaragon aliens. Or, take this. The ultimate magic that can even defeat the Garangaragon aliens. Some kind of catchphrase wouldn't be strange. But the hero never said a single word like that. Those heroes, who blindly aim to be the strongest, would never omit mentioning their world's invaders, their rivals. They were a fearsome fighting group who even found worthy rivals within the Demon Lord's army and rejoiced. Also, the otherworldly heroes specialized in light and fire attribute magic. But if they had been fighting the subterranean empire, then earth attribute magic would be important. It could be used to dig through the ground and to seal entrances from underground. Yet the heroes dismissed earth attribute magic as plain and disliked it. They probably had an unyielding sense of aesthetics. But if they really had been fighting subterranean beings, it would be natural for them to have mastered powerful earth attribute magic. It's also unlikely that they would postpone learning effective magic against their enemies. They raised their levels with maximum efficiency, hunted magical beasts, and fought demons and demi-humans. Considering all this information together, this source must be wrong. We should believe that there were neither aliens nor subterranean beings in the hero's world. As expected of Thor-sama, Mabel nodded repeatedly, convinced. It is certainly strange that the heroes left no mention of the Garangaragon aliens. In that case, the source about the calm universe must be the correct one. That's a relief. So there were no evil aliens coming from distant stars. That's right. Now we can safely gaze at the starry sky with Thor-sama. I could understand why Mabel felt relieved. If you were thinking that aliens might attack from beyond the stars, you wouldn't be able to calmly do any stargazing. Perhaps the documents about the Garangaragon aliens are just a passage from a story. That's right. Now, about the third document. There's still more. The next document is about ruins in the world of the hero. I placed the third paper on the table. It had a picture of a stone structure. In the hero's world, there were buildings where the sun passes directly overhead only twice a year, and ruins used to measure the positions of stars. It seems that the sun and starry sky were important there as well. Is that so? Maybe that was the secret to the otherworldly hero's strength. If that's the case, maybe we should also investigate the world of the starry sky here. That's right. I'll ask Her Majesty the Demon King if I can make some items for astronomical observation. Maybe it would be good to have a facility for observing the sky too. An observatory, yeah. I decided to write a letter to Demon Lord Rookie. For now, I would tell her about the astronomical observation items and the observatory. Also, just in case, I thought to attach the 3 documents and their translations. While thinking about these things, I began preparing. A few days later, at the Demon Lord's castle, Kelv. Yes, Your Majesty. A request came from Thor, saying, I want to build an observatory. What do you think? This was the throne room of the Demon Lord's castle. Demon Lord Rookie faced Chancellor Kelv, holding a parchment. He says that by looking at the stars, we might be able to understand the hero better. Looking at the stars? Yes. In that case, maybe he wants to build a watchtower under the pretext of building an observatory. A watchtower? If it's Thor-sama, he could probably make an item that lets you see far away. If he built an observatory with that item in the Rizinga Territory's mining district, it would be possible to keep an eye on the Empire. Preparing against foreign threats. That's probably Thor-sama's plan, isn't it? Does he think such practical things? Once a year or so, such things might happen. The letter also included documents from the hero's world and their translations. Documents from the hero's world? What kind of content? It said, because these are precious, please read them together with Chancellor. Understood. Then, I'll take my leave. Chancellor Kelv stood and moved beside the throne. Then, Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv began reading the documents about the universe from the hero's world. I see. So this is the appearance of the stars. Interesting from a military perspective. The universe, planets. Is it an invasion? From beyond the stars. So they have been watching the stars since long ago in that world. How romantic. An underground empire? Terrifying aliens. No, according to Thor-sama's guess, that's wrong, but, I see. Sounds interesting. I think we should approve the installation of the observatory. Why yes, let's permit the building of the observatory. I don't believe in aliens or anything, but learning about the world is a good thing. There are no aliens, absolutely. Thus, by the decision of the Demon Lord of the Demon Territory and her Chancellor, the installation of the observatory was approved. Demon Lord Rookie became interested in the universe, and Chancellor Kelv decided to seal away the second document as dangerous information. Along with that, Thor began making a telescope based on the hero catalog. As a result, a few years later, the astronomy of the Demon Territory made great advancements, and researchers from other countries began to come to ask for instruction. But for now, no one knew this yet. Side story, Thor, Mabel, and the Forbidden Astronomy. The end. Chapter 105. Just another ice sky lover. Sophia Dalgaria here. I will take a bath. Excuse me, Alchemist-sama. Voices of two girls came from the bathroom. Princess Sophia and Princess Liana. This place is the resting area inside the trading post. Mabel and I were waiting in the hidden room for the two of them to arrive. Today, we were scheduled to have a secret meeting here with Princess Sophia and the others. The reason for choosing the trading post as the location was because the Archduke Karen's subordinates are currently in the town of Nosa. Having finished the beast investigation, they escorted Princess Liana back to town, then stayed put waiting for Archduke Karen to arrive. Among them, some recognized the faces of Mabel, Ugnes, and me. If we visited Princess Sophia's place, they would notice, and some might eavesdrop on our conversation. That's why I thought it best for Princess Sophia to come here in secret. Here, both she and I can talk without worry. In the hidden room are Mabel and me. Ugnes is stationed in front of the resting area, keeping watch with General Rizinga's men. Just to be safe, of course. We have been waiting for you. Princess Sophia, Princess Liana. I called out through the wall. I am Alchemist Thor Kanan, waiting in the hidden room. I am Mabel. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. First, please relax. I suggested they take a bath and asked them to start the talk once they had settled. Since they came all this way, I wanted them to first enjoy our pride, the fizzing bath. Thank you, Thor Kanan-sama, Mabel-sama. We will take you up on that. Thank you. Words of gratitude came from Princess Sophia and Princess Liana. So Mabel and I sat on the floor of the hidden room, waiting for the two princesses to settle down. Splash. After a while, I heard Princess Sophia sigh. As expected, it's so calming here. Onizen, the water in the tub is fizzing. As expected, the bath made by Thor Kanan-sama is wonderful. The steam is gathering on my body, and it's sparkling. What is happening? Calm down, Liana. Didn't I explain this before we came? I heard it, but I didn't expect it to be this much. You remember what I told you as a child, right? Not to make noise in the bath, not to swim in the tub. Baths are to be enjoyed quietly, Liana. Yes. Both of them seem to have calmed down. How is the water temperature? I called from the hidden room. It's just right. Very relaxing. Not too hot, not too cold. I could stay in forever. Their voices answered. And, it's strange, the magical power exhausted from battle is recovering. It feels like it's spreading through every part of my body. It feels good. Princess Liana especially seemed very pleased. She was tired from the long journey, and on top of that, had used a large amount of light magic during the battle against the beast Nosirius. The fizzing bath should heal that fatigue and speed up magic recovery. Is it alright if we start talking now, Your Highness? Yes. What is it? Come to think of it, both of them were princesses. I will ask Princess Sophia. You mentioned having something to discuss. Is it about the beast investigation? No, it's a separate matter. A separate matter? It is related to the beast investigation as well. But before that, Liana would like to speak with Thorkanen-sama. Is that all right? Yes, that's fine. Perfect timing. I wanted to talk with Princess Liana as well. I wanted to hear in detail how the advice given to the cleaning robot had helped, and how the Holy Sword reacted. If that's the case, knowing Sophia, then I will come there then. As expected. Of course, I had predicted this outcome. Last time, Princess Sophia had said, "There is a mysterious beam, so no worries," and came to the hidden room without wearing anything. With that in mind, this time I had prepared something. Princess Sophia, the bathing gowns prepared in the dressing room. Yes, they are very comfortable. You are wearing them then? Yes, I used the one with shoulder straps. Princess Liana took the other one. Yes, she said the texture was very nice. Both of them seemed to be wearing the bathing gowns. Also, from Princess Sophia's tone, it seemed Princess Liana had something important to talk to me about. In that case, it would be better to speak face to face. If you're wearing the bathing gowns, that's good. There's also steam and that mysterious light, after all. Mabel and I nodded. Understood. Please come to the hidden room. Thank you. Let's go, Liana. Oh, Neeson. Prepare yourself. Liana, a maiden does not go back on her word, you know? Oh. Yes. Splash. They heard the sound of the two stepping out of the bathtub. After a while, the door to the hidden room opened. Thick steam flowed out from the bathroom. At the same time, lights for safety measures flew over. Protected by the steam and the lights, the first to enter the hidden room was Princess Sophia. She shook her cherry blossom-colored hair, wearing a shy expression. From her collarbone down to above her knees, she was hidden by the steam and light. Only the thin shoulder straps were visible. Princess Sophia seemed to be properly wearing a bathing dress. With flushed hands, she was holding Princess Liana's hand. Princess Liana peeked her face out from the door and looked this way. Her eyes were wide open in surprise at her sister's actions. When she saw me, her flushed face turned even redder. She seemed hesitant to enter the hidden room. But, it's all right, Liana. Our figures are concealed by the steam and the light. But, Onizen, you were the one who said it, weren't you? That you want to talk to Thorkanen-sama as a person, not as a princess, but just as you truly are. Ugh. Of course, if you can't, it's fine to stop. Princess Sophia said gently. Upon hearing that voice, Princess Liana closed her eyes and pursed her lips. Then, as if having made a decision, she raised her face and stepped into the hidden room. Excuse me, Alchemist Thor. She then knelt down on the floor. Wait, what? Princess Liana is kneeling? In front of me? Why? What's the matter, Princess Liana? I want to express my gratitude and my apology to you. Gratitude and apology? First, my thanks. During this beast investigation, both myself and Archduke Karen were saved by you. If your cleaning robot had not brought us information, we would have had to fight the beast Nozirius not knowing anything. Princess Liana, with her face bright red and eyes lowered, said it all in one breath. Your advice about the Holy Sword was also remarkable. Because of your words, I was able to draw out more power from the Holy Sword than ever before and cleave the beast Nozirius in two. Thanks to that, there were no casualties or injuries, and yet, her slender shoulders trembled slightly. Princess Liana, still kneeling, didn't raise her face. Her body was properly concealed by the steam and light. Although there were no visible shoulder straps, she must be wearing a wrap-type bathing dress. Yet because of the steam, it looked as if she was wearing nothing at all. It made her look fragile, as if she were waiting for judgment with nothing but herself. I couldn't even say thank you directly to you. My heart was pounding wildly, my mind went blank. I remembered that I had called you a tool before, and I didn't know what to do. So well. I understand. Huh. I understand that Princess Liana is thanking me, and that you feel sorry for having called me a tool before. For now, you don't need to apologize anymore. Just by coming out here wearing only a bathing dress, I think that's already enough. For a princess with the right of succession to appear in front of someone she barely knows, almost naked, it takes quite a lot of courage. Even though Princess Sophia pushed her to do this, it was Princess Liana's choice to come into the hidden room. She appeared before me, a foreigner, without any guards or weapons. Just that alone made me understand her feelings of gratitude and apology. It's already enough. But that still won't satisfy me. I have to properly thank you in a way that convinces me. In that case, could you teach me about the Holy Sword? About the Holy Sword? Princess Liana tilted her head in confusion. I nodded toward her and said, my advice increased the Holy Sword's power, right? But I never got to see you wield the Holy Sword. So, I want you to tell me in detail how the holy sword was then, how big the blade of light was, how the magic flowed. Why, yes. Understood. Princess Liana raised her face, her eyes shining. To be specific, it was amazing. She raised her arm excitedly and the magic power throughout my body flowed shushishin into the holy sword, as if the sword and I became one in a swoosh. Not only that, the magic spiraled and swirled. Liana, I don't understand it like that. Princess Sophia stopped her explanation. I think you should explain it in a way that's easier to understand. But, Onizen, I thought Alchemist Thor would understand. You mustn't rely on that. Well, it's fine with me. I mostly get it. The internal magic flowed shushishin, meaning a rapid, finely segmented, uniform penetration, and that speed was even faster than expected. Hyun, and the penetrated magic swirled like a vortex. So, it amplified inside to form the blade of light, right? Look, Mabel seems troubled. Princess Sophia looked toward Mabel. Indeed, Mabel had a difficult expression. It seemed she didn't understand the explanation just now. We also have to consider those who are near Thor Kanan-sama. Speaking only in words that Thor Kanan-sama understands might cause suspicion from others nearby. Think about how to convey it to others, and then do that, Liana. Why yes. Sister. Princess Liana nodded. She pressed her head with both hands as if thinking hard, then shook her head, scattering droplets from her cherry blossom hair. Then, I will demonstrate the movements when using the holy sword right here. Princess Liana stood up vigorously. She took a sturdy stance, her legs slightly apart, hands on her waist. It looked like she was equipped with a holy sword. I feel I can't convey it well in words, so I will show you my actual movements and explain the flow of magic. Please watch carefully. Is that all right? It's fine. I came here with sufficient resolve. This is amazing. An imperial princess is going to demonstrate how to use the holy sword right in front of me. Such an opportunity is absolutely unheard of. Princess Liana doesn't have the holy sword now, but even just showing the movements is enough. As information allowed to a foreigner, this is probably the limit. Knowing how to use the holy sword is meaningless without having the holy sword itself. Normally, this wouldn't be valuable information. Still, it's invaluable to me. I've always wanted to create a magical sword that surpasses the holy sword. So, if I can see how Princess Liana operates her magic, it will be a great reference. Even though I'm grateful for what she did during the beast investigation, to go this far, she really is a good person, Princess Liana. She's honest and too earnest, almost worryingly so. Her demonstration of the holy sword use is due to that kindness. I can't waste her feelings. And as an alchemist, missing this opportunity is unthinkable. I'll watch everything about her. Though I'm a little bothered by Princess Sophia behind her, holding her forehead with a deeply flushed face. She's pulling on the shoulder strap of her bathing dress, snapping it with a patchin sound. It seems like a signal, or she's trying to get Princess Liana's attention. Mabel. Yes, she's watching Princess Liana seriously. Maybe she's surprised by what Princess Liana just said. But why does her gaze keep traveling from Princess Liana's shoulder down to her knees repeatedly? I'll worry about those two later. Right now, I need to learn about the holy sword from Princess Liana. Then, please, Princess Liana. Why yes. Then please watch. Then Princess Liana taught me how to use the holy sword and about the flow of magical power inside the body. When releasing the holy sword's radiant blade, you raise the holy sword high like this. By straightening your back, you align the flow of magical power inside your body and the holy sword in a straight line. Imagine the light magic flowing like a fountain from your lower abdomen to the top of your head. Shupa. No, like a fountain. Specifically, it flows from here to here. She explained the flow of magical power while pointing. As a preparation step, lightly spread your arms and gather the surrounding light magic. Spread your legs firmly, step on the ground lightly, and softly, sense the light magic through your skin. Then, become conscious of your heartbeat, thumping here, around this area. She actually took the pose and taught me how to absorb magic. Then, while swinging your arms down in this way, it's a subababin. Huh, Alchemist-sama thinks zabababin is better? Well, indeed, from the perspective of simultaneous release of magical power, that might be better. Focus on the spine, you can come a little closer, it's okay. Yes, like that. She demonstrated the movement when swinging the sword. It was easy to understand. The Holy Sword Princess was demonstrating how to handle the Holy Sword right before my eyes. There was no way I could not understand. Princess Liana responded to my requests, turning sideways and then backwards. Her movements were very easy to follow. Of course, because of the steam and light, I couldn't see her body. But she pointed from outside the steam and showed me which parts to focus the magical power on. It seemed she was faithfully following Princess Sophia's instruction to explain clearly. The very person who gave that instruction was facing the wall. Princess Sophia is a powerful user of light magic. Maybe she's not interested in the holy sword. Mabel, who was also facing the wall, might be cautious not to touch the secrets of the holy sword as someone from the demon lord's territory. Impressive. In front of those two, Princess Liana and I continued talking about the holy sword. Your Highness, instead of only swinging down from a high position, how about releasing light magic simultaneously with a thrust? Thrust? In this case, it wouldn't be a simultaneous release, but a controlled output. Simply put, it's like shupan. For high power, shup, pan. For weak power, it's shurpan. Very easy to understand. I think mixing swinging down and thrusting would broaden combat options. How does the flow of magical power work in that case? The magical power drawn up like a fountain is once stored between the chest, then released straight to the side. You pull the power strongly from below the abdomen and spin it around this area. Interesting idea. So from around this area? Maybe a little lower. I can understand the feeling, but it's 3 fingers below the navel. Please show me closer. If I could release the Holy Sword's radiant blade during a thrust form, I think more efficient combat would be possible. I will demonstrate the sword thrust motion. So Alchemist Sama, please trace the flow of magical power with your finger. Enough, Liana. Suddenly, Princess Sophia clapped her hands. The sound brought Princess Liana and me back to our senses. Princess Liana stepped forward and pulled back her arms to take a sword stance. I stood beside her, trying to trace the flow of magical power with my finger. Before I knew it, I had gotten too close. The distance wasn't appropriate for a mere alchemist and a princess. I am sorry, Princess Liana. And no, I should be the one apologizing. Hurriedly, Princess Liana and I stepped back. No. I got too absorbed in listening to the holy sword explanation. Princess Sophia had her hand on Princess Liana's shoulder. Mabel had been tugging at the hem of my clothes. I hadn't noticed at all. Getting too focused on something interesting is a bad habit. I apologize, Princess Liana. I bowed my head toward her. She is Princess Liana, who holds the imperial succession rights. Depending on circumstances, she may become the empress of the empire. No matter how well we got along, I was too close. That was a mistake. I got too absorbed in the conversation. I apologize. And no, same here. Alchemist Thor's explanation was so easy to understand. It was so much fun. I lost myself. Unfortunately, let's stop here. Even though we were about to develop a new technique, I will also think about the Holy Sword's Radiant Blade, thrust version later. I will inform you once I know more. Thank you, Alchemist Thor. Princess Liana bowed to me. Then, with a serious expression, this isn't exactly a thank you, but as a princess, no. As a human who has cast off the princess's robe, I promise. I will never direct the power of the Holy Sword against Alchemist Thor or those precious to him. Princess Liana placed her hand over her chest and declared, I have learned better ways to use the Holy Sword's power from Alchemist Thor. Directing that power against you or your loved ones, as a human, I believe that is not the right thing to do. Princess Liana. These are the words of an inexperienced me. I don't know if you will believe them. No, I do. Princess Liana has literally cast off the princess's robe to come here. If she promises me that, I will believe her. Thank you, Princess Liana, and Princess Sophia as well. Alchemist Sama, Thor Kanan Sama, just knowing that people like you two exist in the Empire somehow makes me feel saved. I really hate the Empire. But even among the top, the Imperial family, there were people who faced me in person and spoke honestly. If Princess Sophia is in the town of Nosa, and Princess Liana is in the Imperial capital, then the relationship with the Demon Lord's domain should remain peaceful. Surely, I believe in Her Highness Liana. I know that Her Highness is someone who will listen like this. Therefore, as a fellow human being, as an alchemist, I place my trust in Princess Liana. Alchemist Thor Sama. Please rest assured, when the time comes, I will scold Liana for you. Princess Sophia swept back her wet hair and gave a fearless smile. As someone on the Empire's side, I will act as a witness to this promise. I don't think we particularly need a witness. Think of it as a commemoration of this day. Of course, I trust Liana as well. Saying so, Princess Sophia clapped her hands happily. Then, with a more serious expression. I too would like to express my thanks to you, Thurkanen-sama. Thank you for helping Liana during the magical beast investigation. You have helped my younger sister grow significantly. Onizen. Now, that concludes the matter regarding Liana. She clapped her hands again, clap. Now, allow me to speak on my matter. You mean something related to the magical beast investigation? More precisely, it concerns a proposal made by Archduke Karen during the investigation. Princess Sophia looked over at Princess Liana. Confirming Liana's nod, she continued. Archduke Karen said that he would talk to me and Liana about something that happened long ago in the Empire. He also requested Thurkanen-sama to be present for that discussion. And so, Princess Sophia began her explanation. When the investigation began, Archduke Karen suspected that people from the Empire were involved in the summoning of the magical beasts. It seems the cause lies in a past mistake of the Empire, that the imperial family once lost someone they never should have, and that loss still casts a shadow to this day. That this may even be a distant cause of the current magical beast summoning incident. That Void Regus, the sword saint of that era, might have been involved in the past incident. Archduke Karen promised to explain everything in detail to Liana and me once the magical beast investigation is over. He also said he wouldn't mind if Thurkanen-sama were present. If you wish, we would be delighted for you to join us. Archduke Karen said. I could be there too. I, Princess Sophia, guarantee your safety. Though to be honest, Archduke Karen is a kind person, so there's no real danger even if you attend. I don't dislike Archduke Karen either. But, what was that past mistake? And our grandfather, Void Regus, was involved in it? I've never heard anything from my grandfather. Of course, not from my father either. I know almost nothing about my grandfather. He, in turn, had no interest in me. Or rather, my father once said, "You think you can stand before the former sword saint, you wretch?" and wouldn't let me meet him. On top of that, by the time I became aware of things, my grandfather was already drowning in alcohol. We never even had the chance to talk. He was killed by bandits during a journey and died just like that. Of course, I'm curious about my grandfather's past. However, I will have to relay everything I hear to the Demon Lord's side, to Her Majesty the Demon Lord and Mabel and the others. Is that acceptable? I don't mind. At my words, Princess Sophia nodded. Since Thurkanen-sama has been granted permission to attend, I believe Archduke Karen is aware of that possibility. I may report everything exactly as I hear it. Is that still all right? I don't think it will be a problem. I believe Archduke Karen will simply omit anything he does not wish shared with those in the Demon Lord's domain. Understood. Then, I will be present at the meeting. I bowed to Princess Sophia. I am grateful for this valuable opportunity. Princess Sophia, Princess Liana, please think nothing of it. We're the ones who requested your company, after all. Why yes, Alchemist-sama. Though Princess Sophia and Princess Liana said that this is a truly valuable opportunity for me, perhaps I'll learn why the Empire ended up the way it is now. Maybe even the secrets behind the hero summoning. Well, at this point, there's no reason to summon a hero and make them fight. But asking about magic items from the hero's world sounds great. Summon one, show them the mail order catalog, and interrogate them about the secrets behind the magic items listed. That's a great idea. A really great idea. And then just send them right back, so there's no impact on this world. But would we even be able to talk with that warrior race? What if they're like a stronger version of my dad or the Imperial soldiers? Yeah, maybe I'd better stay away from hero summoning after all. Anyway, I'll definitely listen to the Archduke's story. That's decided. I can't afford to miss such a chance. The problem is how to record everything he says without missing anything. I want to relay every detail accurately to Rookie and Mabel, but I can't exactly be jotting notes on parchment while listening. That would only make Archduke Karen suspicious, which means I need to create a magic item for recording. Come to think of it, I think I saw a recording magic item in the mail order catalog. The one with the slogan, "With this item, even your annoying boss is knocked out." Apparently, it can be used for recording and magic. I'll check it out once I get back. Then, I'll make preparations before I meet with the Archduke. Yes, I'll talk to him myself once I return to the town of Nosa. Princess Sophia said she would inform me once the schedule was set. I'll make sure to talk with Her Majesty the Demon Lord and Chancellor Kelv by then. And thus, the secret meeting ended, and Princess Sophia and Princess Liana returned to the bath. Thanks to the Shua bath, there was no worry of catching a chill. But still, I couldn't keep facing the two of them while they were just wearing bathrobes. Maybe because it was her second time, Princess Sophia remained completely composed. But Princess Liana, perhaps realizing what she'd just explained about the holy sword, turned beet red, as if steam might rise from her head. In the end, she pressed her cheeks with both hands and returned to the bath without even looking in my direction. And then, a short while later, once again, sighs escaped from the two who were soaking in the bath. Thorkanen-sama, I have a request. Suddenly, Princess Liana murmured. So that I don't stray from the right path, together with my sister, would you watch over me? Watch over you. Why yes. Do you mean through letter exchanges? I'm in the Demon Lord's territory, and Princess Sophia is in the town of Nosa. We can't directly watch over Princess Liana, so it would have to be from afar. Yes, exactly. After a moment, Princess Liana's whispering voice reached me. I'm still inexperienced. I want to grow from here on, but I might make mistakes like I did before. However, if my respected sister and the alchemist are watching over me, I feel like I'll be able to avoid making those mistakes. Saying that, Princess Liana took a deep breath and continued. In front of Alchemist Thor, I can take off the garments of a princess and just be a girl. In front of my sister, I am simply her younger sister, Liana. I want to live in a way that won't bring shame to myself in front of you two, who truly understand the real me. So, I understand. I spoke. I did promise before to exchange letters with Princess Liana. Together with Princess Sophia, I'll watch over you through our letters. Thank you, Alchemist Thor. Then, I'll handle the delivery of the letters. Princess Sophia smiled. It was the kind of voice that sounded like she couldn't help but find her clumsy little sister adorable, despite the exasperation. I'm sorry, Thorkanen-sama. Liana is the difficult child. Is that so? She's a natural genius, very intuitive. Once she gets an idea in her head, there's no stopping her. When she gets absorbed in one thing, she forgets everything else. She doesn't even realize her own condition unless someone tells her. Thanks to training, she's able to keep up the appearance of a proper princess in formal situations. But as her sister, I'm still worried. Snap. There was a sound like a string being plucked. Mabel whispered to me. That was probably the shoulder strap of her bathrobe snapping. Now that I think about it, she did that earlier too. I wonder what it means. Thank you for the advice, Onizen. With a fading voice, Princess Liana murmured. Then, as if sharing a secret, Princess Sophia whispered. But that's also what makes Liana so lovable, Thorkanen-sama. Oh, Onizen, what are you saying? Oh, isn't it natural for a big sister to boast about her little sister? Princess Liana's flustered voice, and Princess Sophia's cheerful one. Mabel and I, from the hidden room, listened to their exchange. And so, a gentle time passed, and the bath time came to an end. The two of them thanked Mabel and me and left the bathing area. Mabel left the hidden room first and confirmed that the two had left the bath and dressing room. When she called me over, I found her holding two bathrobes and tilting her head. What's wrong, Mabel? It's nothing. Saying that, Mabel bundled the two bathrobes together and placed them into a miniature portable storage. Then, we returned once again to the hidden room. We waited until Princess Sophia, Princess Liana, and their escorts had left before heading outside ourselves. Good work, Thorsama, Mabel. Thanks for keeping watch, Ugnis. Oh, it was nothing at all. Ugnis, dressed in her maid uniform, smiled. We left the resting area and headed toward the market tents. Today was full of harvest. I got to see Mabel and Ugnis in outfits they don't usually wear, and I got to talk with Princess Sophia and Princess Liana. It was almost too fulfilling for a day off. Well then, shall we go shopping before heading back? Yes, I'd like to buy some ingredients. I saw some delicious-looking fruit at the market tents. I'll also check once more to see if there are any good materials I can use for alchemy. With those thoughts in mind, we headed once again toward the tents where the market was being held.